champion trophy, or maybe we're going to see a new YCS champion take the crown. What do you think of that top 32, Joe?
Well, one thing that stood out, we did in fact have a player actually go 11-0, and not only was Sean Killian able to go 11-0, he did so in his very first YCS. So talk about making a great first impression. He'll be going home this weekend with an oversized Another Verse Glutonia for that 11-0 record.
Yep, and at the age of 16, incredible and impressive. We're going to keep an eye out on him. I know for me, seeing Christian Urena, the five-time champion, back-to-back, trying to win a third YCS in a row, it's going to be incredible. I can't wait to see how he's going to do in Top Cut. How about you, Asala?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be easy, Christian Urena. This is an incredibly stacked Top Cut. We see a lot of names, especially some of those UDS champions like Cameron Neal, Aaron Furman, Jeffrey Jones. It's a huge Top Cut here. Lots of really accomplished duelists, and I can't wait to see them duke it out.
It is quite stacked. I don't know who's going to win, but we are going to find out so soon. I can't wait to see who's going to be our top 32 feature match. Stick around. We're going to have the conclusion of YCS Raleigh very soon. We'll be right back.
I prepared to YCS by talking a lot with my friends. We practice, we play test a lot. I hope I'm doing really good this YCS. I came for it.
The way I prepare for the YCS is calling my friends as soon as I wake up in the morning and telling them the random idea I thought of in the middle of the night, being shot down and being told it's bad. And then they do the same thing until one of our ideas is better than being bad, and then we'll start there. And then we'll move on to the next step. And like that's kind of how we moved with the ban list happening on Saturday. It's like, all right, this happened. All right, this is my first idea. It doesn't really work, but some of the strategies are like really strong. So let's take some of that and adapt it to the next one and the next one, so you get something that's good, or you think is good, and you show up to a YCS and it doesn't do well. And then I'm hoping to do really well this weekend. I've been playing the Snake Eye deck for a really long time, very comfortable with it, done well with the Snake Eye deck, so I'm hoping I can keep that going this weekend.
To prepare at the beginning, I spent probably a week and a half just watching online play and following the coverage. Then played locals for a week. I went to Mexico last week in preparation of this one, and then there was a ban list, so it's a little bit different than what I expected, but you know, we'll play this one and hopefully it goes well.
I just talked a lot with my friends, did a lot of theorying. I got to play a few more games, but I haven't played in a couple of years, so I'm not sure I'll do too great, but I'm gonna try and play well, and hopefully things go my way.
So the way I prepared for this YCS was talking to a bunch of friends as soon as the new list dropped about what were the good strategies, and then we just went over the strategies that were like available, and then just talking with friends and seeing which choices were available. And I think I'll do all right as long as have the heart of cards on me. It'll be good.
Hello, everyone. Billy Bray. Hello everyone, Billy Break here, and I'm at the YCS. That's right, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series. We have a lot of awesome public events that go on throughout the whole weekend if you want to play beyond just the main event. And one of my favorites is Attack of the Giant card. That's right, it's an opportunity to win something you can't win anywhere else, and that's these awesome giant Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards. So if you go to a YCS, you're going to want to make sure you check out Attack of the Giant card at one of our many public events we offer at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series.
So I actually got into Yu-Gi-Oh! By watching the anime. 5Ds was my favorite anime. Big fan of Yusei and like synchro summoning. And then that led me to buy a Dragoonity Legion structure deck, I think 2010 or 11 with my parents. And then slowly started going to locals and fell in love with the game.
I got into Yu-Gi-Oh! Probably when I was first was like a little kid. Even when I was younger, I would proxy cards just to play them and stuff. But then I kind of started going to tournaments more competitively, probably when I was like 18, 19 when I was in high school. So, and then I've taken some breaks, but I'm back now.
I got into Yu-Gi-Oh! Because I got interested in the show on Netflix. I watched it and I was so interested I started buying cards, playing it, watching it every day after school. And I really got into the game and started playing last year in February.
So I first got into Yu-Gi-Oh! When I was like 4 or 5. I remember watching the anime with my brother. It was like the very first episode when Sadakabe just shows up with his 3 blue eyes. And I remember it was like so cool, and then I just bought like the starter in there, and here we are.
I got into Yu-Gi-Oh! By my older brother. He used to collect cards back in the day, so like he's had a binder full of cards. And then I kind of, they were just in the house, so I just kind of like picked them up and he showed me how to play. And then like I kind of took it more seriously. And then like the rest is history, like I just started playing competitively.
So I got into Yu-Gi-Oh! Back in 2009. I just graduated high school, and a old school friend of mine, he was like, hey, there's a local card shop playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Like we used to play back in middle school. So he said, you want to come? And I'm like, yeah, let's go check it out. And started playing back then in 2009 and been playing ever since. And I just love the game. It's so much fun.
I got into Yu-Gi-Oh! Way back in 2002 by seeing the show online. And I remember I was like, this is the best thing ever. I need to try this in person. And I did, and it kind of stuck to it throughout, to be honest. First time I saw the show was on 11 o'clock, Saturday morning, scheduling. And, it anticipated that they kind of advertised it. And we were just literally waiting for like almost a month for it to come out. And when it did, I remember I think it was Yugi Kairo was the first one, wasn't it? And then, yeah, the Blue Eyes Against Dark Magician, it was just everything I thought I wanted at 12, 13 years old.
I got in Yu-Gi-Oh! Like maybe 15 years ago with friends, and I started to play at home. And then I started to play competitive in 2013.
I got into Yu-Gi-Oh! By actually watching the TV show, and then a bunch of my friends wanted to try it, and we found a local store, we went to play, and then we've just been playing ever since. We took some breaks, but you just keep playing the entire time.
The time has finally come. We have the top 32 players. The Swiss rounds are over. It's win or go home now at this point. If you win, you move on. You lose, you're out. But you also get guaranteed prizes from top 32 and on. But I really can't wait to see who's going to be crowned YCS champion today.
They are all playing for their tournament lives from this point on. They have been for their entire tournament, but they've had the comfort of being able to lose a few. No longer going to be able to do that. If you lose now, you are going home. But they are playing for that trophy, and they have 5 total matches to go before a champion is crowned.
That's right. So let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket and see how it's going to play out from here on out. Jeff is going to be playing Jib there at one of the matchups. That's going to be a really good one. Christian Urena, the 5-time champion, trying to go for a 3rd win in a row against Aditya. That's also going to be a good match.
Yeah, Aditya, maybe not a 5-time champion, but he is one of the leaders of the current World Points race.
Certainly is. And then on the other side, we have Aaron against David. Hoban's taking on Thomas. I know that's a familiar name. Patrick Hoban, a former NAWCQ champion. He did attend the World Championship and has won plenty of YCSs. And then down there on the bottom, we have Daniel taking on Jack.
Yeah, we have William versus Jorge. And then we have, these are players that have been through these top cuts quite often, I'd say.
Definitely.
At least some of them.
Oh, yeah, I recognize these names for sure. Moving on, looks like Cam, you know him from the UUDS. He's a UDS champion. He definitely still wants to get that YCS win under his belt, so he'll be looking to win. We have Aaron Furman up against Clifton Land. That's going to be an epic match. Maybe a sneak preview of what might be our feature match this round.
Yeah, absolutely. But the rest of the bracket, we have William Candia versus Matthew McRae. These two, they were Dragon Duel rivals, and now they get to play it out here as adults. It's going to be interesting to see. And then Christopher LeBlanc versus Joshua.
A lot of good matches on Group 3 here for top 32. Moving on to the last and final group, we see Austin taking on Brian. Joseph, that's the winner from YCS Richmond, taking on Altravius.
We have Justin versus Douglas, and then Jesus versus Eric from Germany.
Definitely have a representation of more than just the USA here at YCS Raleigh. Canada, Germany, USA. We're going to see who's going to walk away with it today. I really can't wait to see a variety of decks. I mean, we all knew that Snake Eye strategies were going to be the dominant strategy going into the top cut, but since the Forbidden Limitless last weekend happened, it's kind of opened the way for other decks to fit in. We have multiple decks. We have Fluunderies, Runic, Branded, Voiceless Voice, plenty of other strategies that might be able to sneak a win, but let's go ahead and jump into it. It's top 32, our first feature match of Top Cut. Let's go ahead and meet the players.
Absolutely. First up, we have Aaron Chase Furman, hometown. I wonder which one they're going to put. He's been through multiple locations. They've had the Carolinas. He's been mainly a Jersey boy, but right now he's locally in Los Angeles.
Definitely moved from Jersey down to LA to improve his dueling prowess. And his opponent is Clifton Land. This is a man who is known. We've seen him on feature match stage many, many times before. He's a veteran of the tournament scene. Both these players are well respected in the community. Two Titans going at it right away from the top 32 matchup. Just incredible. I mean, that's what happens when you have a stacked Top Cut. You're going to have to play the best of the best, even in the first round of Top Cut.
I'm very excited to see this match in particular, because as I was interviewing all of the winners of these feature matches that I've had, they've all said the same thing. I do not want to play against Brandon Despia. I would really hope to not play against Brandon Despia. And Clifton here is actually opting to play Brandon Despia. But for Aaron Furman, he's not playing Snake Eye. He's in fact playing Zero Monsters. So I think he would really like to play against Brandon Despia.
Yeah, the big thing about Brandon that everyone's scared of is that nightmare, and it really lives up to its name that it is a nightmare for the opponent, but only when you summon it to their side of the field. And Albion, the Sanctifier Dragon, is excellent at doing that, because the turn you summon, the Gimmick Puppet is summoned on your side of the field. You can't summon monsters besides Gimmick Puppet monsters, and at least for a little bit, maybe in the future, people will be playing Gimmick Puppet monsters in their main deck, so maybe it won't be as strong down the line. But for now, it can really shut off a lot of strategies. But as you mentioned, Furman's Runic strategy with Zero Monsters in the main deck, maybe not so punishing.
I mean, you can potentially try to cut off access to Hugin to really restrict the access to Runic Fountain, but keep in mind every Runic spell is a quick play spell, so it is chainable at any point to just put the Hugin on the field before the Gimmick Puppet Nightmare can her side of the field as well.
Definitely. And my favorite thing about these two decks, non-Snake Eye decks here in the Top Cut, is a lot of times people think if you don't want to play Snake Eye, you have to play like a hard counter deck. And while these two decks can line up really well into it, they aren't decks that are like capitalizing on cards like Dimension Shifter or these absolute blowout cards. There's still other strategies that can work independently of cards like that and find a way to have success in a Snake Eye heavy format.
Yeah, when you're typically looking at those alternate options into a potential best deck, you don't want to look at just the powerful cards in tech choices that you could play. Your engine needs to be able to do most of the work.
Definitely. It looks like the Duelists are on the dice. Oh, I missed what Furman rolled, but Clifton rolled a 4. Hopefully Furman rolled more than that. It looks like he did. He's pointing at himself. It looks like he might be going first. The handshakes. It's going to be a good luck, and we're about to jump into it. It's game 1 of our first round of Top Cut at YCS Raleigh. The winner of this will be one round closer to becoming the YCS Raleigh champion. Furman already a YCS champion, a UDS champion, a Worlds competitor. Clifton definitely still wants to get a YCS win under his belt, and he's definitely good enough to do it. So it looks like the game is underway. Furman is going first. He's going to lead with Pot of Desires. What does that do? Close-up agreed.
I'm pretty sure it still draws 2 cards.
It does indeed. If this was the anime, he would say, I'll activate Pot of Desires. This card allows me to draw 2 cards from the top of my deck.
Now, if we're unfortunately slightly worse than Pot of Greed, which it's reminiscent of, those 10 cards might matter a lot in this matchup, especially if Clifton, knowing the matchup, will choose to just simply not put a card on the field ever.
Yeah, a little scary that he has to lead with Pot of Desires, kind of maybe indicating he might not have a way to get to Hugin, because sometimes you want to make sure you can get at least one Runic Fountain out of your deck before you activate Pot of Desires, because it can be costly if you lose both copies of Runic Fountain to something like that Banish 10 off the top.
Yeah, generally speaking, you do not lead with Desires unless you have no access to Fountain outside of that. So it's a little bit telling of Furman's hand here. But he is going to be taking that Synchro Zone that Clifton was reading. Clifton picking up and reading Synchro Zone is usually not a good sign. You are very familiar with that card if you've ever seen the Runic deck before. Oh, but there's already a Fountain in his hand.
Nice. So maybe that is why he was able to lead with Desires. He knew he already had the Fountain, or maybe he got lucky and drew it off the Desires. We'll have to see. Synchro Zone going to be pretty strong against a fusion-based strategy like Branded.
So we have the Fountain, we have the Synchro Zone to keep him from attacking. You assume the Branded strategy has no Synchro monsters in there. There is historically. Yeah, no, I don't think they could summon it, I guess.
But most of the time, yeah, you're right.
We're leading with Branded openings. It looks like he is going to commit a monster to the field.
Yeah, one way you can play against the Runic strategy, just don't do anything. Try and force them to use their own quick plays on their own cards.
Yeah, absolutely. If you limit the amount of quick plays or Runic cards that they can activate, they can only banish so many cards from your deck at a time. So it makes the clock a little bit longer for you, so you can find your outs to whatever resources you need to get.
Yeah, we'll have to see if that kind of a strategy comes into play for Clifton after he goes into the side deck games 2 and 3 when he has more of those viable options to counter that strategy. Maybe he'll hold off on playing anything until he amasses all the removal he needs in one hand to have that big push in one turn.
Yeah, I don't know if there is an immediate out to something along the lines of Skill Drain in his main deck. But currently, there's no threat of Skill Drain shown so far.
Yep, since that Guiding Quim was special summoned from the deck thanks to Branded opening. Let's see where he goes next. Going to try and special summon Blazing Cartasia from the hand, it looks like.
Because the Albaz is in the graveyard. And then a normal summon of Aliber.
So this is a good start here for Clifton.
Now, the Branded Despia deck, so strong at dealing with all kinds of monsters. Not that many tools to deal with spells and traps.
Yeah, Aaron's going to need something like Skill Drain here because with just Synchro Zone, there's a lot of ways to get that card off the field with stuff like Guardian Chimera.
It really will come down to having access to Guardian Chimera at this point. We see him going for that Branded Fusion, typically the best card to ever get off Aliber. But when you already have access to it, you can go for something along the lines of Branded Loss. But no, we're going to go straight to the Branded Fusion, immediately drop it down, sending the Fallen of Albaz, and let's see if he goes for a Dark or a Light.
So he's looking at Bestial Lubellion. He is going to go for the Light. So he'll be fusion summoning Albion, the Branded Dragon.
Not to be confused with Albion, the Shrouded Dragon, or the Sanctifier.
Lots of Albions around. You got to make sure you know which one's which. But here comes the Branded Dragon. Putting a lot of pressure on Furman early. He knows he has to deal with the Synchro Zone that's set.
Yeah, currently none of these monsters will actually be able to touch Aaron's life points as long as there is not a Guardian Chimera to remove the Synchro Zone. But Guardian Chimera will require cards from the field as well as the hand, so it's not going to be that easy to do with what's currently available.
Yeah, he's going to need something like Branded and Red to really get access to that powerful fusion monster. But the Albion's going to banish Albaz and... Borreload Furious Dragon. All right.
That one works.
That is a good one. It has kind of like a Scrap Dragon-like effect, right? You can destroy a card on your side of the field, take out a card on your opponent's side of the field.
I think you have to destroy a Dark Dragon you control as well as a card your opponent controls. But it is a quick effect.
It does look like Furman is wanting to check out what it does to know for sure.
Yeah, Clifton went through this process very quickly. I assume he was very confident in his ability to push out some damage right now. So it will come down to if Furman has any kind of answer to the Borreload Furious Dragon, which, it comes in many variety of ways, right? It could be something along the lines of a Freezing Curses or just having access to Skill Drain already.
Yeah, he's going to need something to stop that quick effect. But the Bestial Lubellion's going to tribute the Albion to summon itself back from the graveyard. Then the Lubellion's going to be able to activate its effect to put Branded Lost on the field from the deck.
Yeah, if he had access to Branded Beast, that would have been incredible in this matchup.
Oh yeah, Branded Beast would be great. A lot of players don't use it anymore, but if you do have it, it is really viable against back row strategies like Runic. Looks like he wants to double check, make sure what Brandon Lost does, because he doesn't want to get caught on a Guardian Chimera coming out that he can't respond to the summon.
That, like, if you ever have any time to use a Runic Destruction, it's going to be here.
Yeah, and Aaron has just been sitting back, letting everything happen. We know one of those face downs is Synchro Zone, which essentially just says all monsters but Synchro monsters can attack.
And that does look like a Runic Destruction set. He's going to go ahead and use it now. Be able to destroy the Brandon Lost as well as banish the top 4 cards of Clifton's deck.
Now, the banishing the cards face up from the top of the deck against strategy like Branded, well, here it just hits all spells, so no downside, but hitting stuff like Tri-Brigade Mercurier can actually be beneficial for Clifton.
Yeah, Mercurier or a Tragedy could get some value for Clifton, but again, you, as the Runic strategy, you just want to thin your opponent's deck as much as possible. Them getting those extra reads that don't take anything away from you, you're not super worried about them.
Yeah, it is just another card out of the deck. And now we'll have to see what else he has alongside Synchro Zone.
Luckily, there are a lot of answers in the Runic strategy to deal with destruction effects. Any quick play spell from Furman's hand will be able to put up a Hugin, which will protect at resolution whatever's being destroyed.
True, and I have to think he has a Runic quick play spell since he didn't use the Fountain effect to just draw one.
Yeah, he does have 2 cards in hand. It's very likely. I mean, when you're playing the pure Runic strategy, I imagine you're playing at least 18 of them. When you're entering battle phase, you need to activate Synchro Zone before an attack is declared, so we're just clarifying that right now. So now only Synchro monsters can attack.
That's the pretty important line on Synchro Zone.
There's a lot of text on there, but that's the one that matters in this moment.
Now the time's going to come to figure out what else he has to protect the Synchro Zone. He is in the battle phase. He's not going to be able to use the Blazing Cartasia.
I mean, Clifton had to be prepared for this moment, but I'm not sure how aware he is of how to play against the Runic strategy. He's going to attempt to use the Dragon now, but all it takes is 1 Runic card for Aaron to be able to counter this play, and at this point, Clifton has put a lot of monsters on the field for Aaron to just use his cards on.
So it looks like he's going to use Furious to target the Aluber and the other one, and
it's a Freezing Curses.
That's going to hold him off for now.
Really simplifies it. It also manages to take some cards away from the top of the deck, because if you don't have to use the summon effect... Oh, he actually is just going to use the summon effect. I mean, either works, I guess.
Yeah, this way you get the Aluber off the field too. Makes sense. And now he's going to be able to use Runic Fountain to put the 2 Runic quick play spells on the bottom draw 2. This was definitely the scariest moment here for Aaron. So if he can survive this turn, he might be okay.
The only issue is you do still have to remove the Furious Dragon, and there is a copy of Branded Opening in the graveyard for Clifton, so it's not going to be the easiest thing in the world to destroy it.
You're in the Synchro Zone, Clifton. What are you going to do? He does still have the Furious. That's just going to continue to be a problem, but as long as Aaron can keep drawing into those Runic quick plays, he might be able to be okay.
In phase, Albion does get to use its effect. It's going to be able to set a Brandon in red. That's another huge threat here. That's threatening Guardian Chimera as well. So there's 2 instances of Clifton going to be able to remove either the Runic Fountain or the Synchro Zone here.
Yeah, heads up here from Clifton, knowing the layers he has to set up to put him in the best position to be able to fight through the layers of prevention that Aaron might be throwing at him.
It's interesting. I think he kept 2 spell cards in his hand. So... maybe trying to bluff Furman as to how many cards you can destroy.
A second Desires, that's pretty scary.
That is very bold here. I think Aaron sees that he is in need of more answers to the cards represented from Clifton here. He needs to find access to something along the lines of skill drain. It's a dangerous game he's playing.
Yeah, losing 20 cards off the top of your deck can be tough, and also just losing multiple copies of specific Runic quick plays could ruin you.
I mean, yeah, you are playing against... when you are playing the deck out strategy, removing 20 of your own cards is a little risky.
All right,
that's
so
Tip.
Runic Tip is one of the strongest, if not the strongest Runic card. Lets him add any Runic card from his deck to his hand, banishing the top card of Clifton's deck face up.
See which one he goes for. Like, whichever one he adds here could be pretty telling of what he has remaining.
Looks like he is adding
Freezing
Curses.
Okay. You all want in order?
Looks like a Bestial Saurnier coming off the top of the deck there for Clifton to the Banished. Mint.
Oh, it looks like he's considering activating the effect of Blazing Cartesia here.
Gonna go for Fountain for 1. Put the tip to the bottom to draw a card.
Furman sounds like he's on the ropes here.
All right, trying to end the main phase. Clifton taking a moment to consider his options. Does he use the branded in red now? I feel like things are looking up for Clifton here. Looking like he is going to probably be able to take this game number 1.
Yeah, he's
especially after that second
aggressor.
Desires activation.
Yeah, I mean, that shows the desperation from, right? You're not going to do that unless you have the need to find something, which gives Clifton a lot of information of what he doesn't have at this point. And so he's just going to continue trying to be the aggressor here to get the damage out before Aaron has the time to find the outs he needs.
Yep, so the Blazing Cartesia is going to be used here to summon Granganol during Furman's turn. Now, see what all effects he can trigger here. He could also use Guiding Quim to special summon back from the graveyard since the monster left the extra deck. The Granganol is going to be able to send a level 6 or higher lighter dark monster from the extra decker deck to the graveyard. So Chainlink 1 Quim, Chainlink 2 Granganol, looks like.
I'm just going to summon back the Albion, it seems.
Just keep going, cycling like Albion and the Bestial Rebellion, but no, it looks like he decides to target Blazing Cartesia instead.
I think that's a more flexible option, right?
Yep. I think so. Oh yeah, but Granganol was Chainlink 2. You got to resolve that one first. Going to send Albion the Shrouded Dragon from the deck to the graveyard. That has some use in the graveyard. You're able to put on the bottom of your deck and send a branded spell or trap from the deck to the graveyard.
Very similar to the hand effect, but unfortunately you will not get the draw from it. You are able to send a card from your hand to special summon itself from the graveyard, though.
Indeed you are. So in phase, he's going to probably try and go for Brandon in red. You don't want to give your opponent a chance to flip up Skill Drain, but no, first he's going to go for Warlord Fury Dragon.
Try to get rid of at least one Hugin here. But he does have the freezing curses to at least counter that. Well, either one, I suppose. So he's going to be targeting the Cartesia. And he's going to chain Flashing Fire. That's... okay, if you target the Cartesia... let's see. Roll Furious Dragon... Does destroy both at the same time, or does it have to destroy one or the other first?
Let's pull up the card text.
That could be very interesting.
The Yu-Gi-Oh! Neuron app is excellent at finding out your card text. You can use it during your duels as well. Let's see. If it has to destroy both targets. Destroy them.
So it does, in fact, have to destroy both. Oh, he's actually just using the effect to summon. So, again, he's just using Hugin. Didn't matter.
But now you know. I think it would resolve as much as possible, right? Since it's not destroy those targets.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Draw phase? Yep.
So still has access to the Brandon Red. Going to be using Runic Tip as well here in the end phase. Now that the Flashing Fire has been used.
Runic Tip, I didn't get to see. Oh, looks like it's adding Freezing Chains. Oh, Freezing Chains is the Ice Barrier Structure deck. But yeah, the Fountain's gonna be. Oh, so is this already Clifton's turn?
No, I think this is still in the. Oh, actually, no. There is a card drawn here. So
yeah, this is Clifton's turn because I mean he fountained on his own turn already, so this has to be Clifton's turn.
Nope.
Runic Fountain.
Yep.
All right, so it is Clifton's turn. He's going to use the Albion the Shrouded Dragon to put it to the bottom to send a branded spell or trap from the deck to the graveyard.
I imagine it's going to be Retribution. There it is. He's going to be able to use that to banish itself and add back a branded spell or trap from the graveyard. Likely going to be that branded fusion. Or maybe even branded lost at this point.
That might be useful. You don't see that one added back too often, but against a strategy like Runic, it might be pretty good.
You had a destruction.
You had a destruction.
Runic destruction off of a tip.
Yeah.
Okay, well, it seems like Furman accounted for that. Maybe less likely to go for branded loss now.
It's a tough path. People think like these decks are just like, oh, I can just set all my cards, use them whenever I want. But no, when you're playing against the best of the best, like Clifton, you have to navigate, plan for what they're planning for you. Think 2 steps ahead, because you know Clifton's already 3 steps ahead.
Did you draw off the Albion effect when you done the bottom? No, I didn't use it from my hand. Thanks from the grave.
I'm just confirming that if you use Albion's effect in the hand, you do get to draw a card, but in the graveyard, you do not.
Anything else?
Brandon Fusion back to the hand.
Yeah,
I mean, you saw Clifton ask about the one he added because he knows he's just going to be able to take out the Brandon loss, so Clifton just going straight for Brandon Fusion.
Yeah, both these players having to take account of the public information that they have, or not so public, but the information they've already been given within this game. You know that Aaron has the freezing curses in his hand, so you're not going to want to go for Guardian Chimera without something like Branded Lost to protect it, but you also know that he has Runic Destruction, so you don't really want to go for Branded Lost either.
Seems like the judges aren't really sure about what Albion the Shrouded Dragon does. We did change feature match judges, so...
Since it didn't, what's it called?
Yeah.
Put itself back from hand.
There's been absolutely nothing that's gone wrong so far. Our feature match judges were excellent during Swiss rounds. Didn't really interrupt the gameplay at all, but unfortunately, looks like they're not quite understanding how the cards work and jumping in here for no apparent reason. Yeah, we should be good to keep going.
Maybe.
Yeah, sorry.
You're good.
Here comes the Branded Fusion that he just added back from the graveyard.
Herman, thinking if he has a response here, I'm not sure what you would even want to respond with. What do you think a Branded Fusion is going to do at this point?
It's going to put cards in the graveyard that he might be able to add back with Brandon in red to find a way to get to Guardian Chimera at some point. And really just depends if Furman was able to draw into something like Skill Drain, but just giving him more utility and options.
This is interesting. He's going to use the Flashing Fire on the Warlord Furious Dragon, knowing that there is a branded opening in his grave. I don't think he forgot about it, but he's trying to bait something here in this moment.
Going to prompt him to chain Furious, or Granganol and Synchro Zone.
Chain to negate this.
Going to chain to try and negate the Furious Dragon.
5.
And you've already drawn.
Worst case scenario, if you did allow the Furious Dragon to be destroyed in this chain, can you just make it again with the Lubellion?
I don't see why not. Just put it back and then summon it later on?
Yeah,
I mean,
you wouldn't be able to do it this
immediate.
chain, yes. Like, just to clarify, you would not be able to do it in this one Branded Fusion
But later
activation.
on, yeah, I see what you're saying, yeah.
I think you'd still rather just keep it on the field with Branded Opening. But we are chaining Branded Lost. We're going to add back the Aliber here. Now that you've already forced the free from your opponent, the Guardian Chimera is free to resolve here.
Yeah, the Brandon matchup actually might be a little tougher than the Snake Eye matchup for the Runic strategy, just because they have so many tools, especially when they include something like Borreload Furious in the extra deck to really pick apart the spell and trap cards. I mean, as long as he doesn't draw Skill Drain, it can be difficult, but we see a third Runic card coming down.
It's just Runic Destruction, likely going after the, well, whichever spell trap is on the field. Not that it would really matter to destroy those, but just getting more cards out of Clifton's deck.
Or trying to summon Hugin, the third Hugin.
What would the Hugin do in this instance?
Protect Synchro Zone?
Oh, yes, because he hit... Yeah, that's true. We are summoning Guardian Chimera. And
So the Furious is still going to resolve since it's going to be off the field. Looks like Furman wants to know what Guardian Chimera does. He knows it is impending doom. I mean, Clifton has been in control of this game from the beginning, for sure.
yeah, so in this instance, if Guardian Chimera is summoned and attempts to use its effect, if two monsters are used on his side of the field, you can go after...
certainly will be.
Yeah, you will go after the Hugin and the Synchro Zone, so Hugin will not be able to use its effect to protect the Synchro Zone.
Yeah, so the won't have much of an effect. Does not target. Good to know.
So this is good resolving, right?
So here comes the Hugin.
This resolves. I guess it's on the field.
So Brandon Red resolves next. Does he fuse with that Furious? Looks like he's thinking about his options. I do think he is going to use 2 monsters on the field and the Aluber from the hand. I mean, Brandon Red just is so good for guarding Chimera because you're guaranteed to add back the monster to your hand. So you have 1 in your hand. You just need to have the proper materials on the field, and he does use 2 from the field.
Yeah, I don't think he had any other choice, actually. There's only other spell cards in his hand.
So this fizzles. And,
everything else fizzles.
So everything else resolves.
This resolves.
What's up? Oh yeah, that resolves swapping. That was it, right?
If the target's not on the field anymore, does it still destroy both?
Yeah, it's like Scrap Dragon.
Yeah, it destroys them. We pulled that text up earlier to know that it'll still resolve as much as possible.
Destroy them. So yeah? Yes. Okay.
Now, this is his time. Does he want to protect the Synchro Zone, or does he want to protect his other cards? Nope, it's going to be enough. He knows he's not going to be able to come out of this. He was fighting an uphill battle, and Clifton perfectly navigates a tough matchup to win game number 1 without needing cards from his side deck like any sort of spell and trap removal because he has those built-in options. I mean, I think the big MVP here for Clifton was that Borreload Furious Dragon.
Absolutely. I think that made the matchup so much easier because a Guardian Chimera would be good to at least try to remove the Synchro Zone once, but the Borreload Furious Dragon is threatening it every single turn.
Yeah, it's just that constant quick effect. Like, and the fact that he just didn't open up the skill drain, he was so far behind from the beginning. I mean, anytime you go first and you have access to Runic Fountain, but you're not drawing any cards from Runic Fountain on your first turn, like something's not going right for you. Especially if you already resolved a Pot of Desires.
Yeah, having to use your second Pot of Desires, that was already pretty telling that you were really looking for anything to keep you alive, and he wasn't able to find it this time.
Yeah, and he had that other face down, like trying to think about what it could be. Maybe something like Tyrant's Tirade, since he does main deck, 3 copies of it, not really ever having multiple monsters on the field. That's kind of the downside of playing really powerful cards like that. Like, while when you go first and can resolve them, it can be, game ending. You can also draw it and not have access to be able to use it, and then if you don't have a skill drain or something like that to back up your strategy, it can kind of all fall apart really fast. But Clifton knowing, I mean, that's a lot of things you know about these strategies that kind of like snowball. Like, once they start to get going, they're drawing 5 cards every turn. It's hard to get back into the game. And Clifton, being one of the best players around, knowing he has to put the pressure on early and constantly threatening the spell and trap removal.
Now he's going to have even more resources available going into the post side, so maybe this matchup isn't as favored for Runic as we thought. He is like having a few cards that you could side in, not a lot, I'd say, not a lot, which is concerning for me when I initially looked at the deck list, but I guess when you count the Borreload Furious Dragon, which I grossly overlooked initially as to how much value that card can provide in the matchup, it's a little bit more uphill for Furman here, but he has plenty of tools necessary to be able to combat the Furious Dragon. Even just not having the opening in the graveyard would have made dealing with the Furious Dragon that much easier. So it's just about finding the right tools here.
I mean, that's what it goes about. I mean, I know a lot of people when they play against these runic strategies or, strategies that are trying to prevent you from playing, it can get frustrating. You can be frustrated by it, but that's not going to help you beat the deck. You complaining about, man, I'm not able to attack, I'm not able to use my cards, like, that doesn't help you win. These cards do exist. They are part of the game. You have to think about how to counter them. How is your deck going to play into them? How can you do... Because, I mean, going in this tournament, I don't think Clifton's idea was I'm just going to summon Borreload Furious and beat all my opponents with it. No, he knows that it's in his extra deck for the moments when he needs it. He's prepared. He isn't going to sit there and be like, I can't beat this deck. He's going to be like, what can I do? If you focus on the positive as opposed to the negative, you'll actually yield better results. Because, I mean, that's a winner's mentality is what can I do with the situation that I'm in, not, oh no, I can't do anything because of the situation I'm in. You need to have that positive winner's mentality, and Clifton certainly has it. And I know Furman knows it as well. I mean, Furman is a winner himself. He also has that winner's mentality. Despite losing game one in pretty rough fashion, he knows that he can still win the back two to come back at it.
Absolutely. You can't expect every game to go the exact same, but we're going to have to see if Furman can hold it down in game number 2 here.
Oh, a nice handshake. That means Clifton thinks it's over right now. I usually give like a handshake before game 3, but game 2, a little scarier. But let's see what he leads off with.
They've been fist bumping every single moment. Right. They're really sportsmanlike here.
You're right. I'm just joking. Mid game, good lucks. Nothing wrong with that. Always want to respect your opponents, especially two dueling titans like Aaron Furman and Clifton Land. These are two people I would not want to have to see on the pairing board when I'm looking for where I'm sitting down for my round. Time is now becoming a factor, though. That was a long game. We are 25 minutes into the round. We're sub 20 minutes now.
All right, so we're leading with the freezing curses. Not ideal, that's one you wanted to keep in hand, but we have to use the Hugin, which means we don't have Fountain already, or if we do, we're drawing a lot of cards this turn. Oh, we're discarding a Tyrant's Tirade.
Doesn't do anything in the graveyard, but it's good to know what it does just in case there's another copy of it in the hand.
I feel like of all the cards in the Runic strategy, this is the one that you would expect the least. I think this is one, a little bit more of a novel approach to play the strategy. You know, like some of the advancements in the Runic metagame.
And you'd think it's hard to tribute 2 monsters in a deck that has 0 monsters in it, but thanks to cards like Sleipnir, what is his full Runic name? Sleipnir the Runic main, and he's definitely a main. He looks so cool, has so many legs. It's definitely the way you want to go, but it looks like he added Fountain, but doesn't activate it in sets 3.
Yeah, very interesting here. When you actually had access to the Tyrant's Tirade, not opting to use that either.
Yeah, I'm guessing his face sounds have to be something like Skill Drain, Synchro Zone, and...
Oh, there was another card that we did see in his side deck that could prove really powerful in this matchup. Sure. If he has access to that, he doesn't need the Tirade.
Is it a super ancient card?
A little ancient, yeah.
Now, Branded Opening, discarding Branded Opening, stacking those destruction protection effects in your graveyard is huge here for Clifton.
I wish.
Skill Drain, pay 1,000 is cost.
Oh, you just basic old Skill Drain, always fine here. That'll do a good amount of work. But a little weaker than Tyrant's Tirade because it still allows you to activate the effects, so you will be able to potentially remove the monster in the middle of the chain to get the effect to resolve.
Oh, that Super Paul in Clifton's hand could come in clutch later on to help deal with that skill drain. Being able to activate your monster effect on the field and get the monster off the field so it can resolve will be huge, especially if we find something like Guardian Chimera later on for a big board wipe.
Yeah, and now that Skill Drain is on the field, the Hugin will not be able to protect his cards, I believe.
You would be correct.
There is the Branded Fusion.
Curseal! That is a card to Curseal. He kept the Runic Fountain in his hand so he could discard it. So for the rest of the duel, Branded Fusion cannot be activated.
Keep in mind, rest of the duel only means this one game, not the rest of the match. He can, in fact, activate Branded Fusion in a potential Game 3.
Definitely.
At least until he activates it again.
Thank you. You just got to bring it film.
That is an old school card.
Read the update text also.
And just like some punctuation changes.
Activate this card, maybe the activation, maybe you destroy it.
Yeah, it's a very, very old card. Hard to find the most updated text.
Yeah, Curse Seal is something you kind of want to save for something like Cosmic Cyclone, but being able to use on Branded Fusion, not too bad.
Yep, just going to attack the Hugin now. Hugin in the graveyard is going to be able to use its effect, put itself back in the extra deck. And now the game's looking really simple when you're not able to activate Branded Fusion. The Branded deck is particularly strong, but not nearly as strong when it's not able to use that card. Oh, we're just going to be just drawing, setting, and passing.
All right. Clifton is free to put his Guiding Quim into attack mode now.
Yeah, has a lot of opportunity to do some damage here. The Skill Drain's already taken 1,000 off.
Yeah, and with the Super Poly in hand too, that's even more damage. It looks like Branded in red and a trap card of sorts. I think it's Retribution.
Yep.
50?
It's going to take some damage.
55?
Yep. Slowly but surely.
Yep, so he should be left with 39 after this.
I'll take your word for it.
41, yep.
Do some quick maths.
18, 37? Basic math.
No, it's 33, 43, 37 left, yep.
33 minus 7,000, 37, yeah.
3,700. And still in battle is going to go ahead and use the Super Poly. This is bold move from Clifton, not saving it to use it on something like Guardian Chimera later on, wanting to put that... We talked about it earlier in Game 1. When you're playing against a deck like this, you really want to try and take them out before their snowball strategy can really get online.
Yeah, Clifton definitely very aware of how fast he needs to use his clock. Just get as much damage on the field while they don't have any opportunity to stop it.
Looks like he was looking at Albion, because Albion could threaten game here.
Well, not like maybe not with a skill drain, but...
Oh yeah, if the skill drain would stop it out. He can make Albion, yep. Sanctifier Dragon has 3,000 attack.
Probably your biggest option.
You want to read it?
No, I'm good.
You sure?
Yeah.
He doesn't need to read it. He already negated its effect.
Takes the
So
3,000.
700 life points left.
Anything else?
Maybe two.
Yeah.
Looks like it's going to be up to the heart of the cards here for Furman.
Yeah, Clifton is very much ahead in life points, has the bodies on the field, but all it takes is for Furman to draw something along the lines of Potted Desires, but it looks like it's just going to be set one.
Is it Synchro Zone?
A Synchro Zone or a Grave of the Supernatural Organism would keep him alive right now. Oh, but that is... Ooh.
An Albaz?
Draw phase? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
He has the branded opening, so destruction on the monster, the fusion monsters, isn't going to help if he has it.
Yep, gonna go normal summon the Albaz here.
So now he can beat just a monster being summoned.
Start battle phase.
Start a battle phase? Does he have Synchro Zone?
It's Grave.
But the Albaz...
But the Albaz is getting there.
But the Albaz got it... And man, he drew the Grave. It's not as good as Synchro Zone, and Clifton Land is going to take down YCS UDS champion Aaron Furman. Wow, excellent play there from Clifton to take on a strategy that a lot of people might think is a tough matchup for Brandon, but we saw that Borload Furious really turning things around, but not the greatest of hands there for Furman on either of those games.
Yeah, definitely not what you wanted to see, or at least Clifton taking advantage of not having as much to stop the attacks, or at least putting as much pressure as he could early on in the game, so Furman did not have as many responses needed to keep himself going.
Yeah, it's that ruthless aggression, that constant pressure from the beginning, knowing that he's playing against the snowball kind of deck, knows he has to take him out early, and he navigated it so well. Both these players are decorated duelists, and now Clifton's moving on to top 16. And if there's someone who is deserving of becoming a YCS champion, I think Clifton Land is around the top of that list.
Yeah, he's made it to the finals of YCS's before. He's definitely trying to finally get that title. And we've been talking about it before. Despia is one of the most feared matchups in this tournament, and he is playing it, and he's all the way in the top 16. It could take him all the way.
That's right. Branded has been a strategy that has been strong ever since the release of Structure Deck Albaz Strike. It has continued to get new cards, and now it is still around and one of the stronger decks. People think it's just it's just a Gimmick Puppet deck. No, it's a real Yu-Gi-Oh deck that can play way outside of the Gimmick Puppet and can line up into some of those unfavorable matchups like the Runic strategy.
Yeah, definitely a lot of options. I think it's, even though it is usually locked into fusion summoning, the options within the extra deck for fusion summons is just really flexible and really powerful, often usually in monster removal, but clearly has options to deal with spells and traps as well. One of the more powerful decks of history, and I'm excited to see how it faces off against Snake Eyes later in this tournament.
That's right. We could see Brandon win YCS Raleigh, but first we're going to hear from our top 32 winner, Clifton Land, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the winner's interview.
with the winner of our top 32 feature match. Clifton, you managed to defeat the Runic Menace with your branded strategy. How does it feel to be going into the top 16 and one step closer to getting that championship title?
It feels so good, and it feels even better that there's one less Runic Stun and Top Cut that I don't have to play against.
Absolutely. We know that there are a lot of decks that people feared going into this, and most people said they do not want to play against Despia Branded. So tell me, why did you choose to play this strategy today?
It's pretty consistent, and it's a deck that is rewarded for like good technical play. There's a lot of like outplay potential with like all the card interactions and stuff, and it also just has the potential if you win die rolls, you can just gimmick up your opponent and you can steal some free games, and that's really, really important to have those quick, easy games in a long event like this.
Absolutely. It has the flexibility to do both, right? When it's able to go first, it has something that can take advantage of the game and really lock out your opponent very quickly, but it has the flexibility to grind it out and just play very long games and have the skill expression necessary to do really well in a tournament like this, and you're showing it off really well. It's not a deck that's easy to play, but it can do really well. So that being said, do you just want to play Snake Eye the entire tournament, or is there another deck that you want to face against, or a deck that you don't want to play against?
I would like to avoid the stun decks, such as Flunder Runic Stun, and yeah, I want Snake Eye and Voiceless Voice all day. Gimmick Puppet is very good against both those strategies, and Mirror Jade is very good against the popular cards in those decks, such as Banishing Skull Guardian is really good, because Barrier usually protects it from targeting, Mirror Jade doesn't target, and then same as like a Flamberge. Mirror Jading, Banishing a Flamberge, it feels pretty good.
Absolutely, that makes a lot of sense. You have those good matchups in some of the more popular strategies, so I see why you're up to here to this point, but there's only 4 more matches left for you, hopefully. Do you think you'll be able to go all the way this time and take that championship title?
I do think so. I'm hoping this is it.
Absolutely. Congratulations, man. We hope to see you again up here in the feature match stage. Congratulations. We bring it back to Billy before we go into that top 16.
All right. Thanks, Asala. Good to hear from Clifton. I know he has been playing that branded strategy since probably like over a year now. I remember him using it after the release of Photon Hypernova. And, it really shows you that you can take a deck that you know really well and be an expert, a master at it, and take on all the bold new strategies and some of those, the Menace Runic strategy, as Asala mentioned. But we'll have to see. I really hope he gets his win here today. He's going to need a few more wins before. But before we get into our top 16, I want to talk about some stuff that's going on that you at home can participate in. That's an upcoming event. That's right. It's the 25th anniversary Rarity Collection 2 release celebration. You're going to be able to go to your OTS. They're going to be doing it from May 22nd to June 2nd. You can go to Yu-Gi-Oh!-card.com to find out what day your OTS near you is doing it. You can also use the Yu-Gi-Oh! Neuron app to find an OTS near you. This is going to be for North and Latin America. You're going to be able to get this amazing game map that features the Silence. That's right, Silent Swordsman and Silent Magician, 2 of the coolest artworks on Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards that exist. You do not want to miss the release celebration for this amazing set where you're going to be able to get cards in 7 different rarities. All the cards in Rarity Collection 2 come in all the rarities, including Quarter Century Secret Rare. Now, we just finished top 32. Top 16's up next. The Duelists are going to re-sleeve, get their decks ready. Only 16 Duelists out of 1,800 remain. Only one of them will become a YCS champion. Don't go anywhere. We have the finals, the finale of YCS Raleigh coming up. Stay tuned.
welcome back to YCS Raleigh. We've just wrapped up our top 32 matches. We are just moments away from jumping here into the top 16. There are plenty of amazing players remaining here. We're actually going to see one in the feature match area too, as a matter of fact, just a few moments.
Just been an incredible set of duels, too. We got to see some of our featured match on that featured match offstage that we have, which is so cool to be able to get a little bit more dueling action. But in a moment here, let's take a look at the bracket because it is narrowed down from the 32 to 16. Again, Evan took it over Sean and will be playing against Jeff Jones, who won against Gabriel. And in our next bracket will be Levi, who conquered against Ignacio, fighting against Aditya, who beat Christian Yu. Turning over to our next group here. We've got Aaron, who beat David to fight Patrick Hoban, who conquered Thomas. Again, William advanced over Jorge, and Jack advanced over Daniel to fight him. Then over on our next page, we've got Cameron Neal from Texas, who's going to be fighting Clifton, who we got to see earlier, and William, who was fighting Christopher. Again, both these duelists have really got quite a reputation for really being able to throw out some great hands of cards. It'll be interesting to see that. And then turning over to our next set of games, it's going to be Austin against Joseph, and then finally Douglas against Eric, one of our only international duelists here against a bunch of competitors from North America here. So be really interesting to see how this shakes out, but we are getting down to the wire here as our top 32 turned into a top 16 before we knew it.
We were actually able to watch Jeffrey Jones' top 32 match just moments ago on the side table. We're actually going to see him here in our top 16 feature match. So we're going to go right here into top 16, Jeffrey Jones, which you see here on the screen. He's from Clinton Township, Michigan. Looks like he's a Swiftie. His favorite card is Sacred Phoenix of Nephthys.
Definitely a fan favorite. Taking a look at his opponent, we've got Evan, who is from Eatontown, New Jersey, and a favorite card of Foxfire.
Wow, two throwbacks.
Two definite throwbacks. You fall in love with that first card, and even if you've advanced your game state, you don't advance your favorite card. You just love what you love. And it's going to be interesting to see these two duelists. One of them very recently featured. I've seen a lot of camera time. Jeff Jones, obviously, coming off of the Ultimate Duelist Series, the Ultimate Duelist Series earlier this year.
I think this is the first time this weekend he's been our main feature match. I know he's been in the back on the side station. You saw that if you were watching between the break between the top 32. Top 16, so you already know that he's playing a Snake Eye variant, a pure Snake Eye variant, very similar to ones we've seen this weekend. He's incorporating Disbatter and Omega into his strategy, something that we've seen really dominate the field.
Certainly a great deck, but his opponent is no slouch either. It is going to be another Fluon Rees deck, and we've seen how these fine feathered friends really dodge and get around all these different combos that the Snake Eye deck can build. Again, because Dimension Shifter is a main deck staple for them practically, since they don't worry about the graveyard, so why should they let their opponent have one?
Yeah, we're really looking at the question of what decks can counteract Snake Eyes the best. I think the runic strategies that we've seen this weekend counteract Snake Eyes really well. That's why we have multiple runic-based strategies in the top 32. We, of course, see Floowandereeze, which has always been a go-to strategy to counteract formats where Dimension Shifter can really be a pivotal card, which we see against Snake Eyes. And then those branded-based strategies, for example, piloted by Clifton, which we've seen multiple times in the feature match area, has also been crafted in such a way to counteract the Snake Eye strategy. So as we head off here into the top 16 and further on into the event, it's really those questions of, are Snake Eyes, with their larger percentage of the field, going to be continue to make their way through, or are these anti-Snake Eye strategies, Floowandereeze being one of them, and be able to pick them off one by one?
Certainly something to consider when you're building your own tournament-winning deck. You have to look into the future. You have to think, okay, everyone thinks this is the best deck, but are they actually correct about that? And by combining various different cards that are the weakness to that strategy, you can very quickly just take a real quick turn against them and just win in an instant. Because again, if everyone is playing this quote-unquote best deck, then everyone knows what the vulnerabilities of it are, and it makes your side deck options really obvious.
I think recently some of the quote-unquote stronger, most popular decks have really had a good game plan against the counteracting strategies. I think back to when Tier Elements was a top-tier strategy. There are many plays that kind of get around Shifter, and so Babushka, for example, is one that comes to mind. When Kashtira was a top-tier strategy, even players tried to counteract it. The Kashtira deck adapted, whether it's to not go for the full zone lock, or whether it's just to go with that single Rysar pass and also play around Nibiru. I think Snake Eyes, really, between the previous format and now into this weekend, has shown a good ability to adapt to the situation. And it's one of the reasons why it was the most popular strategy this weekend.
We know it's been flexible, as well as the gameplay that we've seen on Master Duel, where it was introduced without the Fire King card. So, again, it's just because it loses a couple of cards, you can continue to just bolster the strategy. You can add some new tricks. You can do all these different things. And so Snake Eye may be resilient for quite a while, but I think what's so great about this entire tournament is we've seen that the deck can be beaten. It's not this one all-powerful deck, but I guess we'll have to find out here in our Game 1 of this top 16 match at YCS Raleigh, North Carolina.
Yeah, Snake Eyes checks a lot of boxes. It has single cards, whether it's Ash, Wanted, Bonfire, 1-for-1 that can single-handedly spark the entire engine. It also has great follow-up with additional effects of the level 1 monsters when Flameburge is sent to the graveyard during the opponent's turn. Uninterrupted, its opening play between Dispatter and Omega is really difficult to play through. It really just sort of checks off all the boxes. Can do a lot with a little, great follow-up, and a lot of counterplay with a lot of room in the deck for cards like Drone Lockbird, Effect Veiler, Nibiru, etc.
Well, it looks like we're going to go ahead and start off with a wanted poster here. Seeker of Sinful Spoils going deep into the deck, likely to grab Dia Bellstar. Found a copy pretty fast there on Jeff Jones' side.
That also means that Evan does not have a copy of Dimension Shifter, so we've already sort of checked that hand interaction off the list of possibilities.
Well, you actually get to use your graveyard. Let's see if Jeff makes the most of it. He is considering how to bring out that Dia Bellstar, which card he wants to discard. Looks like maybe not that one. Maybe this one instead.
This late into the tournament, and with this being sort of public just on our coverage website, Jeffrey likely knows that Evan is on a Floowandereeze strategy. So if, for example, Jeffrey has a card like Nibiru, the Primal Being, in his hand, he might like to discard that, which we clearly see there, because yes, Nibiru can occasionally line up against the Floowandereeze strategy. It's not typically the case. So being able to send that to the graveyard in order to special summon Dia Bellstar, the Black Witch, is just great use of that card. If this was, round 3 of Swiss and you were unaware of what your opponent was playing, you might be reluctant to discard a card or send a card like Nibiru to the graveyard, but that's not the case here.
Well, viewers can get their own heads up on what's going on with the tournament by checking out the official Konami blog, which should be on all social media channels. There should be a link that you can find. And then you can get great insight, just like Jeff likely already has as he makes his board here, thinking about those Floowandereeze in mind, laying down that Divine Temple of the Snake Eye, and then choosing a card. Looks like it's going to be Snake Eye Oak coming in the Spell and Trap Zone.
That's a lot of the bread and butter plays that we've seen throughout the weekend, being able to search the original Sinful Spoils, and now we see Ash sending Oak to the graveyard, going to be allowing him to summon Flameburge from the deck. He's putting Flameburge in defense mode. That's something that's important to note. If for whatever reason that Flameburge remained on the field, you do want it in defense mode. It plays around the possibility of Empen from the Floowandereeze player. If you know you're playing against Floowandereeze, it's really important that when you have the option to do so, which is essentially when you're using non-link monsters, you want to put those monsters in defense mode so you can activate their effects on the opponent's turn.
Well, speaking of effects, looks like we're going to go ahead and resolve and get out 3 different Snake Eye monsters here. Again, Poplar, Ash, and Oak. Gang's mostly all here. Not every Snake Eye card sees tournament play, but these are going to go ahead and combine with IP Masquerena into a 3-material Apollousa that can't be destroyed because of IP Masquerena's effect.
And that card lines up really well against the Floowandereeze strategy, and now that he's safe with Apollousa on the field, he's able to use his Oak.
So one great Flamberge deserves another. Special summon in defense mode. Becoming increasingly common to see that in defense mode.
Yeah, we saw it line up that way to play around the ability of Nibiru attacking into it with a Rivalry Warlord set. Now we see it here in order to play around the possibility of Empen hitting the field from Evan's side of the table.
Empen, of course, stopping any of those monsters if they decided they were in attack mode trying to use their effects. So defense mode is the right position for this strategy. But right now we're going to go ahead and put IP Masquerena in the Spell and Trap Zone using the effect of that Flamberge Dragon. Get set up for next turn with an additional set card and nothing further.
Yep, just the bread and butter. Having Flameburge with Divine Temple and IP Masquerena gives him 2 ways of special summoning that IP from the Spell and Trap card zone. Looking over here at Evan's hand, he didn't have any hand interactions on the opening turn. His deck does have a couple of them with specifically Dimension Shifter, but we obviously didn't see that. It looks like he's going to rely entirely on his deck's engine.
It is cool that he's relying on the alternate art, Apollo, Bow of the Goddess. It's one of those things where, everyone falls in love with their favorite cards, but they do have some great alternate arts there. So Jeff, obviously a strong favorite for that one, but it looks like we're going to go ahead and activate Pot of Prosperity and dig deep into the extra deck here. Carefully consider those options that we're going to go ahead and banish to reveal some options from the deck. Hopefully an additional Floowandereeze monster to get things started.
What you're actually probably going to be looking for here is the single copy of Evenly Matched. Obviously, it's not particularly likely, but he does have a main deck copy of Evenly Matched. He also has 2 copies of Triple Tactics Thrust in his deck, which can give him the opportunity of searching out that Evenly Matched if one of his monster effects were stopped by that Epilosa.
Well, we did find the M-Pen and a Stree, but we do not have any trap cards, unfortunately, so he's going to have to play with these cards.
He's going to go with a Pot of Duality, almost assuredly here. All of those other cards are very redundant. Looks like his hand has Rabina.
Making a choice, and you're right.
Yeah, every single one of those other cards is just redundant because he already has Advent, he already has the map, he already has a lower level Floowandereeze monster. I think it's Rabina specifically. Ooh, and here he is met by the Dueling Lockbird. That's not the end all be all here. Like I commented on earlier, if that Pot of Duality is able to find Thrust or evenly matched itself, that would line up quite well with the opening turn here from Jeff.
Carefully considering those options. Let's get that Pot of Prosperity in the graveyard first.
Yeah, so, well, you can't activate the Duality because of the draw, but he is here able to activate the Advent.
So, following the migration patterns of our Floowandereeze here, Evan not quite sure what to grab just yet.
Yeah, if he was able to find that evenly matched, it would have been so much better, or actually being able to search out the Thrust. Unfortunate that his Duality there was met with Drone Lockbird. Typically, when Drone Lockbird lines up against the Floowandereeze strategy, sometimes you're at least able to put one monster in the field, but unfortunately he's not going to be able to use any of his Floowandereeze strategies going forward unless it's something like Stree.
Well, went for another Stree there to the hand, so that might be the path that we are following. And there's our map. Jeff checking his board just to see if he wants to do anything, but decides to pass priority. And we'll be activating the Floowandereeze field spell after all.
Probably going to banish Toucan from his deck. That's another one of the Floowandereeze that you can actually still use under Drone Lockbird. It's Rabina and Eaglin that you're unable to resolve. And as a result, being able to banish Toucan allows him to at least put 2 monsters on the field. It looks like he's still considering putting Eaglin into the banished pile. So he does have the additional normal from his field spell plus his actual normal summon, so he's still able to put 2 monsters on the field.
Well, it's time to get this party started with our Floowandereeze and Stree. Taking a quick look at the graveyard, considering carefully what we might want to banish here. Looks like I believe that's going to be the Snake Eye Oak.
That makes sense. That's a singleton in a lot of the Snake Eye strategies, and it in and of itself is the way that you can get Snake Eyes out of the banished pile back to your hand or to the field. But obviously, if it is banished, then you're unable to do that.
Well, Paulo Usa is going to go ahead and use one of its negations there, reducing the attack there from 2,400 to 1,600. The Eaglin was still added back to the hand, but with a set card, it doesn't look like we're doing a whole lot more.
Yeah, unfortunately here for Evan, the Flamebird is now going to bring the IP Masquerade out of the Spell and Trap card zone. Now it's going to allow him to go into probably a copy of SP Little Knight, which will allow him to banish that Spell and Trap card. It's likely to be Dreaming Town. And if he banishes Dreaming Town, then Evan is going to be locked out of being able to special summon Floowandereeze monsters on Jeffrey's turn, assuming that obviously Jeffrey plays around the Magnificent Map, which, knowing Jeffrey, I think he's going to be fully aware of what the Floowandereeze strategy is able to do.
Definitely sneaks up on you if you don't know what it does. But again, all of these great normal summon cards just sort of evading things early in the tournament. Again, we got to see a Gimmick Puppet Nightmare, but not for the player who got it summoned to their field, for the person who tried to bring it out. But it looks like we're going to go ahead and concede that is all she wrote. Evan has seen enough, and Jeffrey seems like he has taken that game, won it pretty commandingly. Obviously, that Apollousa is really, really hitting hard.
Important to note there that Jeffrey, when he special summoned back out the Oak, he added the Poplar from his hand, or to the graveyard to his hand, which is something you can do under Draw and Lockbird, and then he didn't actually special summon the Poplar, because obviously if he did, he'd be unable to activate the Poplar effect, so by just putting it back to the hand, it gave him that guaranteed follow-up on the following turn. So as I mentioned earlier, the Snake Eye strategy basically checks off all the boxes of what you're looking for in a top-tier deck nowadays. You want a deck that can do a lot with a little. Ash can do a lot with a little, and all of the various cards that can search it. Bonfire, for example. And it has a fantastic follow-up. Whenever Flamebird's effect is resolving on the opponent's turn, and you're able to bring back those 2 level 1 fire monsters that in and of themselves have effects, just makes it really difficult to push through all of that. It's so layered. Any deck that has layered interactions has historically been a top-tier deck.
Absolutely true. Again, Jeff taking the first one there. So now you're going to your side deck. As a Floowandereeze player, what is it you think that's going to be able to do even better than what you ordinarily would have. How are you going to get back into this game?
So with Evan's deck list, he's hedging between 2 cards in Singleton to go along with his 2 copies of Triple Tactics Thrust. He has 1 copy of Evenly Matched, which I commented on was kind of the pivotal card that he was searching for in that game, and then 1 copy of Harpy's Featherstorm. What he's able to do here is he's able to side out the Evenly Matched, knowing that he has the opportunity to decide to go first. He'll be siding out cards like Dark Ruler no more, but then maximizing out cards like Harpy's Featherstorm, making it so that he has obviously the copies that can be searched out through Triple Tactics Thrust, but actually having a higher likelihood of naturally drawing it or being able to search it off of a Pot of Duality or Pot of Prosperity. That's sort of one of the classic changes. I can just guarantee those 2 Dark Rulers and 1 Evenly Matched can be swapped out. Past the Harpy's Featherstorm, which is a unique card for this particular strategy, he also has cards like Dimensional Fissure in his side deck, which I could see coming into his deck as well. It lines up well against the Snake Eye strategy. Past that, I think he's probably going to keep most of his original configuration the way it is.
Griefing the Graveyard would be good if you're not using it yourself. Evenly Matched is a very hype card to actually see resolve, but I don't know that we've actually gotten a chance to see it. Again, coming into the tournament, many people thought that Spell and Trap-based board breakers were going to take everything, but like we talked about before, it really has come to those points of interaction from the hand instead. Those sort of sneaky surprises. Jump in when you thought you had it all, so you've definitely got to be careful. Nibiru is better than ever, and it could really come crashing down if you go a little too in. But I guess we'll see what these duelists do as we get a little further, as we go right into Game 2 here of our top 16 match.
Almost assuredly, Evan is going to elect to go first. Looks like his hand is just filled with different Floowandereeze monsters. So this is one of those type of opening hands where if Jeffrey has a card like Drone Lockbird, it could be quite devastating. Luckily, though, it does incorporate a copy of Advent of Adventure. So if Jeffrey has a card like Effect Veiler or Infinite Impermanence, Evan does have the very commonly used counterplay.
Well, we're going to start here with the activation of the field spell. Jeff certainly does have a couple of points of interaction in his hand, so he's considering carefully.
Looks like he has an Ash Blossom and an Infinite Impermanence.
But no response. We're going to go ahead and get rid of M-Pen there.
That's an interesting option there. I'm curious if whether or not utilizing the map first may have been a little bit more advantageous, because the problem here is that the Infinite Impermanence is going to line up relatively well. Maybe that's not Infinite Impermanence. It actually looks like it was a quarter-century Flamebird in his hand. I had mistaken it for a quarter-century Infinite Impermanence.
It catches the light just right. You never could tell. But seems like we are going to go ahead and banish another Floowandereeze here. And Jeff, while he may have been able to do something further, hasn't decided to jump back into the duel just yet.
Oh, this makes sense. So the reason that he played the Advent is he actually needed a card in the graveyard for Stree's effect. So that makes a lot of sense. And he had the Toucan in his hand too. So actually, the problem with his original configuration of cards is if he banished something with the Advent, or if he banished something with his map, the Toucan and Stree both require cards either in the banished or in the graveyard for their second effect to resolve. So he could have, banished Rabina and then added it to his hand with Toucan, but kind of loses the utility there a little bit. So I can understand this particular sequence, though it does make him a little bit weaker to Effect Veiler and Infinite Impermanence. But regardless, he's established at least 3 of his Floowandereeze birds. He'll be getting up his M-Pen back to hand here in just a moment.
It is one of the cool things about Floowandereeze. Certainly, it can be a fragile deck when it's locked out of its core mechanics, but if it's just a simple negate here or there, it has a lot of flexibility to be able to put different monsters on the board and dodge and move around. We're going to go ahead and add Stree back to the hand after summoning M-Pen, so that M-Pen we didn't get to see before is going to force those monsters to defense mode this time.
He's almost assuredly going to be searching out a copy of Dreaming Town. Like that is indeed what he has searched out. So what he'll be able to establish on Jeffrey's turn is the ability to normal summon once the main phase begins, kind of at will with his copy of Dreaming Town, but then also with the map, the Magnificent Map, he'll be able to do it when Jeffrey summons, which is very common. This deck, Snake Eyes does often and needs a normal summon Ash to get going.
Looks like we're going to fly high like an eagle, activating its effect of Eaglin, and going back into the deck for even more advantage here. Looks like we're grabbing an additional copy of Floowandereeze and M-Pen. Oh, and doubling down on the M-Pen, really making sure that there is no normal summon Snake Eye Ash that just magically starts the combo off. Jeff, obviously a great duelist, but he will have to get creative since he's facing down these 2 Emperor Penguins.
So the reason that you would do this is you want to be able to search the unexplored winds so that you can establish unexplored winds plus Dreaming Town. So it gives you another layer of interaction because you'll be able to eventually search out your Apex Avian and tribute one of your opponent's monsters through the effect of unexplored winds. If he's prioritized instead searching out the Apex Avian here, yes, he would be able to search the M-Pen on the opponent's turn, but he wouldn't be able to do so with that unexplored winds actually on the field. So by doing it this way, it might seem a little bit odd to have two M-Pens instead of an M-Pen and a Mist Valley Apex Avian, but he'll still be able to special summon Apex Avian on, normal summon. Sorry.
There are no
tribute.
special summons
I know,
in
yes.
Fluandereeze.
Sometimes it might feel like it, but normal summon through double tributing that Apex Avian on Jeffrey's turn, but do so with unexplored winds on the field, allowing him a point of interaction against a card of his choice.
Well, speaking of special summons, we just did see Jeff use the Wanted Seeker of Spinful Spoils quick play spell card to grab a Diabell Star the Black Witch out of the deck. But it looks like we might be pausing for just a moment here. So, that said, it'll be really interesting to see if Jeff is able to get through these two M-Pens. Because again, M-Pen, difficult card to play through when there's just one on the board staring you down. Even harder to play through if there are two, right? And I'm sure, there are people who, when they're on Master Duel, they see that Fluandereeze deck. The first time there's a summon, if you don't have something to stop it, you just kind of have to call it. But this is the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series. Jeff just cannot do that, so play resumes. We're going to go ahead and discard the Snake Eye Flamberge Dragon to special summon Diabell Star the Black Witch, and go ahead and set probably the original Sinful Spoils to the field.
It's an obvious thing for the players here in the top 16, but that Black Witch is in fact in defense mode. Don't want to make that mistake of special summoning that in attack mode when you're staring down not just one but two copies of M-Pen. What that's now going to lead to, though, is it's going to result in Evan utilizing his Dreaming Town to conduct a normal summon. What this is ultimately going to resolve with is Evan utilizing his Unexplored Winds to tribute that original Sinful Spoils to put Mist Valley Apex Avian on the field. So as I commented on the previous turn, it might have seemed odd to have double M-Pen on the field, but he valued putting the Unexplored Winds on the field and not ending with Apex Avian because he knew he'd be able to summon it on the opponent's turn, but do so by tributing, in this case, that vital card that needs to be set to the field, the original Sinful Spoil Snake Eye.
This is something that Snake Eye players are really going to have to start learning how to deal with. There are multiple cards that are coming out in the Legacy Destruction set that would do very much the same thing here. And again, it's hard to lose that set card before you can flip it over and activate it since it's a normal spell. And now we've got that Mist Valley Apex Avian. So good to see it, right? It pops up here and there, sometimes in Pendulum format, sometimes in the actual Mist Valley deck. But in Fluandereeze, it is just a great tribute out along with all the other fun cards that they've got. Jeff hasn't slowed down, just taking a moment to shuffle here and take a look at the board.
Yeah, it's because he's going to be activating that Wanted, so he wants to make sure his deck is sufficiently randomized before he puts back the original Sinful Spoils and then draws a card.
Kind of a conundrum, though. Just looking at, now you've got the Avian and the two copies of M-Pen, and if I caught that correctly, yeah, the Avian is going to use its effect to go ahead and negate that, so there will not be any draws.
Really heads up play negating an effect like Wanted. There's a degree of a sign of weakness with that opening play of discarding Flamberge to summon Black Witch like that. Typically if you have those two cards, you'd want to discard the Flamberge a little bit later on in the turn, potentially get the effect.
Definitely smells a little blood in the water. I guess this time it's a little bit of bird seed on the board, but looks like Jeff is considering some options from the extra deck. Maybe going to summon a monster. Certainly can't use it because of M-Pen, but we're going to go ahead and activate the field spell immediately there on the Fluandereeze side with Evan.
Like I commented on earlier, you usually have to normal summon in the Snake Eye strategy. Ash in and of itself, usually a card that in and of itself can end up with several different points of interaction. But it is a normal summon, and when you're staring down the magnificent map, you are going to allow your Fluandereeze opponent to conduct as many of the normal summons as they need.
Again, normal summon being the most important thing here. If it was a special summon monster, this would be a very different situation. But looks like we are going to just kind of assessing the board here, maybe choosing what we're going to banish which tree.
One of the reasons that he used Apex Avian so early there is the ability to now utilize the map to conduct another normal summon is going to give him another tribute with that Unexplored Winds. And the ability just to constantly tribute off your opponent's cards can really snowball quickly.
Absolutely. The resources can feel very limited if you don't get to go into all of your Snake Eye plays. And again, Mist Valley Apex Avian can use its effect again. So now that it's back on the board, another negate can happen before you know it.
Now we see the other effect of Dreaming Town because a level 7 or higher Wing Beast has been tribute summoned. Both of Jeffrey's cards are about to go face down, which means neither of them can be used as link material or any other type of special summon from the extra deck.
So looks like we're going to go ahead and grab the Divine Temple there. But it's not going to be very helpful when you don't really have that many face-up cards, and definitely no face-up monsters. With only an Ash Blossom, Crossout Designator, and Divine Temple in hand, Jeff Jones has his work cut out for him, but he's a great duelist, so let's see what happens next.
Yeah, unfortunately, what's going to ultimately end up happening, if you're a fan of Jeff, is that Evan is going to be able to start utilizing Rise of the Mega Monarch. And when you start to loop Rise of the Mega Monarch and put cards on the top of your opponent's deck that are undesirable draws, the game can end really quickly soon thereafter. And Jeffrey, I think, understands what's going to happen on the following turn, so here he's going to concede our second game.
Couple of normal summons from Jeff, certainly trying to get around Empen's effect since it only penalizes special summons, but just wasn't enough. So Evan is going to go ahead and take game 2. We got ourselves a match. It's 1-1.
Yeah, Evan understands. He's been navigating this weekend through probably a variety of different Snake Eye strategies, exactly how to play his Flow Under Ease deck. We can see that really clear and evident there, that he prioritized putting that unexplored winds on the field. Now, one of the things that's important is, yes, being able to set the original Sinful Spoil Snake Eye is really pivotal in the Snake Eye strategy, but if you can actually destroy it, whether it's through an effect like Nightmare Phoenix, whether it's banish it through an effect like SP or Cosmic Cyclone, or in this case, tribute it away with Unexplored Winds, you can get that off into the graveyard before your opponent's able to activate it and search the deck for any of those level 1 fire monsters and special summon it to the field. So you can see that Evan prioritized the double Empen opening, because he knew in doing so he'd get access to the Unexplored Winds. Empen's ability to search from the deck is actually not once per turn, so he knew he could establish Dreaming Town plus the Unexplored Winds.
That definitely helps when the Penguins are around, that you could actually use all of their effects. But Jeff gets to go first here, so it's possible that none of that is going to matter. All that great navigation, because unfortunately this is single elimination. So there are 2 great duelists on stage, but only one of them will remain in contention to be our YCS champion.
What we're going to see here is Evan is now going to likely side out his copies of Harpy's Featherstorm because he knows he'll be going second. The evenly matched that probably went off into the side deck is now going to go back into the main deck with, it looks like, an additional copy, so he'll be increasing that up to 2 copies of evenly matched. He might then incorporate potentially a Harpy's Feather Duster from his side deck into the main deck. He has 3 copies of Cosmic Cyclone, which throughout the history of Snake Eye strategies has had sort of ebbs and flows. I think players understood eventually how to play around Cosmic Cyclone by establishing Flameburge plus Divine Temple. They'll be interested to see whether or not Cosmic Cyclone makes his way into the deck, or whether or not that card was incorporated into Evan's side deck exclusively for decks like the Runic deck out based strategy that we saw earlier today a few times. There were, I think, 3 copies of that in the top 32, so it's definitely a good idea to incorporate Cosmic Cyclone at least into your side deck.
Well, that may pay off later. I believe some of those Runic decks are still in the tournament. And it's so good to see all of these top players respecting that deck, because, you know, it's something that we do see often from European players, but it hasn't necessarily made a splash. Usually we see those Runic mix-ups, but it'll be neat to see if it continues to have its reign. But right now, it looks like we are almost about to get ready for Game 3 as the players draw up. So Jeff likely to go first. This is really going to come down to the wire in Game 3 of our feature match here in the top 16. Players offering a hearty handshake there, then drawing up.
So I can see that Jeff opened a copy of Droll and Lockbird, and it looks like Evan does not have a copy of Dimension Shifter. So assuming that Jeff has cards in his hand that can establish board presence, he'll be in pretty good shape, though it looks like he has a copy of Crossout Designator, Cosmic Cyclone, Droll and Lockbird, Black Witch, and I can't tell what that card is all the way to the left.
Oh, I see. It's another spell.
Ooh,
but
it's Deck Lockdown. Wow.
Deck Lockdown was really exciting at the Team YCS in Las Vegas earlier this year, so maybe we'll get to see a hype moment for that too. We're just going to start off with a pretty basic play here with DBL Star the Black Witch. Go ahead and discard that Droll Lockbird. You could special summon her out, and then dig deep into the deck to set, you guessed it, original Sinful Spoil Snake Eye.
Talk about a show of strength. You discard Droll and Lockbird in a matchup where Droll and Lockbird is considered almost game-ending.
I know. Those birds of a feather aren't flocking together this time. I guess Jeff believes he's got it already. A special summoning out the Snake Eye Ash, and just kind of off to the races from here. No fear.
You know, Deck Lockdown is redundant in the sense that both of those effects are virtually identical, but the fact that he actually discarded the Droll and Lockbird from the perspective of Evan seeing that, as I mentioned a few moments ago, it's really a show of strength, and you have to be wondering if you're in Evan's shoes. One possibility is that he has another copy of Droll and Lockbird. The other possibility is that the other cards in his hand might happen to be better, which is unfortunately for him potentially the case with that copy of Deck Lockdown.
Deck Lockdown, I mean, such a throwback, originally seeing play in Gladiator B-Space formats, but again, very useful right now. And so now we see just a beautiful field there with the Flamberge Dragon, also a quarter-century secret rare. Those 2 cards will go to the graveyard as we open up the extra deck and link summon IP Masquerena. Then taking a look at the graveyard here to special summon out those 2 fire monsters and use Poplar's effect to put Flamberge in the Spell and Trap zone. Snake Eye Oak will go ahead and resolve to bring out a Poplar as well. Quick order and great plays.
Yes, Jeffrey's been playing this deck not only here this weekend, but he played variations of Snake Eyes, for example, at YCS Las Vegas. I know he made it into the top 16 of that team YCS, so he's no stranger to these Snake Eyes strategies. It's great to watch players really swiftly work through their combos.
It shows you they know what they're doing. They could practically do it in their sleep. But we are all eyes open here as another Flamberge Dragon takes the field. And with a 3-material Apollousa, that's so good. I mean, there's not a lot that you can do unless you get that evenly matched because of how resilient that monster is. And you've got IP Masquerena in the Spell and Trap zone. This is going to be a tough one for Evan, but he didn't get here by just bowing down to cards like this. He's going to have to fight back.
It'll be interesting to see whether or not Evan was able to open up with a copy of Dark Ruler no more. He does have a couple of those in his main deck, which obviously we presume are now also in his main deck here in Game 3.
And there's the deck lockdown. Little smile and nod there from Evan, understanding what it is he's going to have to deal with as he draws for turn.
I do not see anything in his hand that can do anything. I see lots of birds, and I see some Pot of Prosperities and a Pot of Duality.
That's pretty difficult. The Eaglet in his hand, nothing. The Pot of Duality in his hand, nothing. All the great option finders, and now he's got to take a look at deck lockdown just to make sure that he knows what it is he's locked out of.
He's locked out of summons from the deck and searching the deck. And that thrust that is in Evan's hand could presumably allow him to find access to something like Evenly Matched, but if Jeffrey doesn't activate a monster effect, which he has no reason to do so, that thrust is just going to be stranded. What's actually interesting is the thrust would have to set it anyway because of the fact that deck lockdown is on the field.
Can't add it to your hand, so it would have to be set. So that could be very difficult. Looks like we're peering at the extra deck, taking a long pause to look there at the Superstar Slayer Typhon Sky Crisis. It could be an option. There were certainly multiple monsters, special summon from the extra deck, but...
You know when your Floowanderee's opponent, or rather, your Floowanderee's opponent immediately goes with, what do I have in my extra deck to get me out of this? Things aren't going to plan.
No, they are not. Usually the extra deck is just fodder for those Pots of Prosperity, but those are not going to be helpful here. That's a tough one. That's almost a dual puzzle of a field when you look at it, and I think there may not be an answer.
The big problem here is, cards like Thrust theoretically line up well when you're trying to break these fields, but with deck lockdown, you'd have to search out that, for example, evenly matched, and you'd have to set it to the field, and then Jeffrey would know evenly matched is their set, so he would make sure that the next battle phase was enough to deal 8,000 points of damage, and that evenly matched would never matter. Yeah, I think we're going to see Sky's Crisis.
Yeah, if that's the only play you can make, hey, it's a good one. Just still not sure if he wants to commit to the board, but there's Typhon.
Really the only option he has. Okay, so Jeffrey here is now going to special summon the IP Masquerena with his Divine Temple. The thing here is he can activate monster effects and just not be afraid of Thrust. It's really amazing.
Now, wait a sec. Isn't that a 3,000 attack monster attempting to activate an effect? Or no, it was from the Divine Temple.
Yes,
there. I was worried for just a second, but no, neither of these duelists made a mistake, which is good. But Sky Crisis may not be enough here. With IP Masquerena on the board, even a Nightmare Unicorn would be enough.
Yeah, the interesting thing, Sky Crisis lines up really well because when you destroy Flamberge by battle, it also won't activate the effect of the graveyard. So historically, Sky Crisis has been a fantastic counter, but in this particular game state, I'm not really sure that that's necessarily the case. From Jeffrey's perspective, I'm curious if he's actually going to utilize his IP Masquerena to link with the Apollousa of all things. That way his Flamberge remains on the field.
Well, it is the stronger monster for sure, but it would be nice if it went to the graveyard. Obviously, it could pop out some of its friends again, special summoning those 2 fire monsters, but...
With Sky Crisis, that wouldn't be an option, though.
Because it is 3,000 attack.
I think there's a chance he does Apo, yeah, exactly.
save those special summons from the graveyard for later. But from the extra deck, we're just getting IP Masquerena to go ahead and banish the Sky Crisis. Well, the skies are clear now, but what to do?
It'll be interesting because I think Evan here is realizing that, wow, he activated a monster effect. But wait, when I use this thrust, I need to set it. I don't know if there are any normal trap cards in his deck that are really all that impactful here. Obviously, I already commented on evenly matched, but he's not going to be able to get to an end of a battle phase.
It's going to be difficult, especially with almost no defenses there. Did scroll past the evenly matched and another evenly matched. You could use the Harpy Featherstorm. Looks like that's what we're revealing and setting. Maybe using that as a way to slow things down to survive to another turn. But deck lockdown isn't going anywhere fast. It doesn't last forever, but at the same time, I don't think that Evan is going to be able to survive here. Not because I'm not cheering for him, but just looks a little grim.
I think his only option here, I'm pretty sure he has a copy of Magnificent Map in his hand, so he is going to be able to at least conduct another normal summon, so he'll reveal or banish a Florwunderies from his deck. He'll do a normal summon for the Eaglin. Eaglin will in and of itself not be able to search, and therefore there'll be no more normal summons. Presumably, he'll add or banish. It's a few different options.
Sometimes Robina is a common one, but I just don't feel like that's what we're going for right now. But hey, Commentator's Curse, I could be wrong.
No, it looks like it might be Robina. He's not going to have another normal summon because his hand is just 2 pot cards that he can't activate. But yes, it looks like he banished the Robina, and now he'll conduct a normal summon, the additional normal summon granted by the Magnificent Map.
Taking just a quick second here, maybe a little discussion among the players as we take a look at the Magnificent Map. Certainly a great card there, but some interesting situations on the board here that maybe neither player has seen.
What they might be thinking about here is the fact that Sky Crisis already had come down this turn.
Makes sense. So yes, looks like we're going to have to take a little bit of a pause here just before we get back into the gameplay, because again, if you've already special summoned that monster, perhaps you cannot do that.
Yeah, so it's actually kind of interesting. Usually when Sky Crisis hits the field, very soon after that the turn ends, but we had a little bit of an interaction there, so I think everybody sort of forgot, wait a minute, Sky Crisis was actually summoned this turn, so there are no more normal summons, which means you can't even activate Map's effect.
Well, the good news, that's why we have our wonderful Yu-Gi-Oh! Judge staff here, just to make sure the play is fair and accurate to the rules of the game, so pretty soon we'll be back in here, so let's go ahead and turn back to the duel to see what's going on now.
Yeah, that pot of duality that got the Harpy's Featherstorm, I think kind of distracted us from the reality that there were no more normals for special summons this turn. I'm curious if, in retrospect, he wish he actually did search out that evenly matched. It's not likely that he's going to survive this turn, but if he did happen to survive the battle phase, and had he not set or activated any of those other cards, presumably that evenly matched could at least potentially limit some of the things going on.
However, Jeff does have that Cosmic Cyclone in his hand, so he would have been able to see what was set and banish it. Instead, he goes for the face down that he didn't know, the pot of duality, and he probably understands that he might be in a winning position here because his opponent just doesn't really have much. Of course, that was first life point change of the game there, paying 1,000 life points.
Looks like Jeff is deciding which monster he wants to put into the spell and trap card zone with his Flameburge effect. And then he's going to potentially think about what would happen if he were to link that away with his SP Little Knight.
Certainly taking a moment here, but it does look like those two are going to get linked off for the Promethean Princess Bestower of Flames, and immediately activating the effects of our Flameburge Dragon, grabbing a Snake Eye Oak and a Snake Eye Ash. And very commonly, Snake Eye Oak's effect activates, and here comes Snake Eye Poplar. Poplar hits the field, and then not going to activate the effect, it appears.
Yeah, with deck lockdown, it's actually a symmetrical effect, so it's going to stop both players, so it'll actually stop both players from searching, and in the case of the Snake Eye strategy, he'll be unable to use the Oak or Ash effect to special summon from the deck. But Jeff, I think, you incorporate a card like deck lockdown in your deck because you understand already what you need to do. Well, this is an interesting discard. I think he has another copy of Deck Lockdown in hand, so I'm actually somewhat surprised, at least a little bit, that it was Crossout Designator. But I trust Jeff. He's here for a reason.
I think Jeff wants to make sure he absolutely gets the checkmate in the sense that he gets all those cards through. And because of that Code-Link Nightmare Phoenix, you did get the draw too, so a little reimbursement there.
I think because of that, it means he's just going to activate Deck Lockdown and hedge against Evan drawing a card like Cosmic Cyclone, which I think makes a lot of sense too, right? I'm not going to question the discard of the Crossout Designator because at this point, what's the Crossout Designator going to stop, really?
Well, we saw the 2 M-Pens. Jeff kind of doing the same play, right? 2 cards that stop your opponent from really getting into the game, and knowing that that's a Harpy Featherstorm face down just allows him to just keep pressing forward. Now we see the World Sea Dragon Zealantis co-linked there to the Nightmare Phoenix, so we get to see that combo again.
Yeah, this is going to be the game. We saw this combo earlier in the weekend where because the Zealantis is co-linked here in the battle phase, it's going to ultimately activate its effect, it's going to destroy, and then trigger the Raging Phoenix from the graveyard. Debbie's pointing to Zealantis to destroy the Nightmare Phoenix. And that's going to bring out the Raging Phoenix, and that will be it. Jeff Jones is victorious here in our top 16 feature match. He'll be going on into the top 8.
Just some great gameplay from both sides and some applause from our crowd here in Raleigh, North Carolina. Again, we'd love to see you out here. But again, Jeff is closer and closer clinching there as he moves to top 8. You can see the smile on his face. Even a duelist who has been here for as long as he has still loves this game and likes it too.
You love when players really understand how to swiftly go through their combos, which we saw there with Jeffrey. He's been practicing these Snake Eye strategies now, seems like for a couple months, and when players really understand the intricacies of their deck, we can see them translate here into a top 8 performance.
Certainly does allow for a lot of flexibility. I think that's what's been so great of all the great duelists we've had across the featured match stage is that everybody really knows what they're doing here. Granted, we do have a new format, but all the cards are very familiar here because technically it's still Phantom Nightmare, so it's just been the most incredible gameplay. Good news, though, we'll be interviewing Jeff in just a moment so we can find out how he felt on the feature match stage even after all this time being a champion like he is. We'll be right back.
Can everybody hear me?
And we're here with the duelist who needs no introduction, but we'll say it anyway, Mr. Jeff Jones. I gotta say, Jeff, you've been here on this stage before, and fairly recently. Does it ever get old, or does it still feel great to be up here?
It feels kind of great to be up here today because, honestly, I did not expect to do well this tournament. I had never played the pure Snake Eye deck before. I've always played the Fire King deck, and they play drastically differently, even though they have a lot of similar cards. And so I was only using this tournament to prepare for YCS Indy, which is like a month from now. And I thought, oh, let's play it here, learn the deck, and then I'll be more prepared for Indy. But I've just gotten, honestly, like I played really bad my first 2 rounds, and I've gotten lucky, but that's just like Yu-Gi-Oh! In general. Sometimes you get lucky, sometimes your opponent gets unlucky. So, yeah.
We've done a great job so far. If this is the playtest, I can't wait to see what YCS Indy looks like. Now, you are only just a few matches away, and you kind of do know what's out there. Is there anything that you would be worried about running into, or at this point, it's just cruise control for Duel?
Honestly, it's kind of like this. It sounds very cliche, but it's just kind of take each duel one at a time. You know, one match at a time. I don't really know what's even in the tournament right now. So just hopefully there's no other shifters. I'm very fortunate that my opponent did not shifter me. I probably would have lost. So hopefully there's nothing like that. Hopefully it's just more Snake Eye decks and die rolls and hand traps.
You got a great attitude about it, and good luck in the rest of the tournament. We'll be right back soon, but first we're going to go send it to the desk so we can hear a little bit more about what's coming up next.
Thanks, Steven. Yes, Jeffrey is no stranger to the feature match area. We saw him victorious in our side top 32 feature match, and then again there in the top 16. So it'll be interesting to see how he does in the top 8 and going forward. With that being said, I'm just going to take a moment to take a look at a really awesome game mat that can be won at the public events here at YCS tournaments. It features the pot collection. I actually have a pot collection in my office at home. It's one of the most beautiful that the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game has been able to provide us, and you can earn a game mat here if you win a Win-A-Mat public event at a YCS event. If you take a look at this beautiful game mat, if you are a triumphant at a Win-A-Mat event at a YCS, you'll receive the pot collection Win-A-Mat featuring Pot of Greed there right in the middle. But we've actually seen Pot of Prosperity this weekend, Pot of Duality this weekend, no Pot of Extravagance, but sometimes that card comes up too in competitive play. We've also seen, of course, Pot of Desires throughout the weekend. This beautiful mat features some of the pot cards throughout the game's history, in addition to some that we actually still see played today. With that being said, let's take a look at our bracket. So we just watched Jeffrey take down Evan 2-1. Looks like Levi is up a game in his top 16 matchup against Aditya. We have Patrick Hoban, who is up against Aaron 1-0. We do not have any results between William, and looking here on the other side, we have Clifton, who's up a game against Cameron Neal. There's no result between William and Christopher L. We have Austin C. up a game against Joseph B. And then finally, we have Eric, representing Germany, up a game against Douglas. But in a few moments, we'll come back with our top 8 feature match, so don't go anywhere. Come back in soon.
YCS Raleigh. Man, have we been through it. This top 32 has been incredible, and now we've made it all the way to the top 8. Almost 1,800 duelists entered the YCS at the beginning of the weekend, and we only have 8 players remaining. Just an incredible weekend so far.
Absolutely. We're really counting down till that finals match. Only 3 matches remaining. There's a lot of players that have been eliminated in some crazy matches. Like, you have so many names, some of them are going to have to take each other out. So we did see Evan take Jeffrey beat Evan actually in the feature match here, and then Levy beat Aditya.
Definitely. And on the other side, we see Aaron McKinnis taking down Patrick Hoban. So Aaron will be moving on to top 8. On the other side, William lost to Jack. So those two will be taking on each other here in top 8. And then the next part, we have Cameron Neal, the UDS champion, defeating Clifton Land. Oh no, he was my favorite to win it, but he's going to be taking on Christopher. Christopher just beat Will out of Texas. He was representing my Lone Star State, but Christopher will be moving on to take on Cameron.
Yep, and then of course Austin managed to defeat Joseph, so he will be playing here and against Eric from Germany, who was able to beat Douglas.
Just incredible, and I think this might be our feature match for this round. We're going to have one player from Germany. How can we not feature him? So it's going to be an exciting top 8. One of these duelists that we just named will become the YCS champion of Raleigh. Let's go ahead and find out who our feature match players are here for top 8 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series.
First up, we have Austin calling from Cleveland, Ohio. Favorite card, Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit.
Like he's a big fan of capybaras, and so am I. His opponent, as we mentioned, he's from Germany, Eric, and his favorite card, Skill Drain.
You know, a card we've seen a lot this weekend. I don't think anyone's really too happy to see it. I guess the player activating is usually happy.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta love to see Skill Drain. Most of the time you're not happy to see it flipped up on your opponent's side of the field, but we're gonna have to see if that's a card he's even packing in his strategy. A lot of times players have favorite cards that they don't bring to the tournaments, and I mean, we know he's on that branded strategy, so Skill Drain would be a pretty exciting thing to see. But Ghost Ogre is something that has been gaining in popularity. I think going into Legacy of Destruction, the next set that is released next week, even though we had our premiere event this weekend, could still be going on at an OTS near you. If you want to get your hands on some Legacy of Destruction early, could potentially see more play, and that's the Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit.
Yeah, we saw Ghost Ogre actually being used in the Pearly deck against the Centurion strategy, which did get the support in Legacy of Destruction, so that can continue to happen.
Definitely. So it's awesome when your favorite card's actually a part of the meta, but these duelists are getting ready. You see that trophy sitting on the table. That is what's on the line. It's no longer just in the back. It is within arm's reach of these players. They only have to win this round, another one, and one more after that. 3 rounds. When you think about going 3-0 versus the 12, 13 rounds they've already had to go through to get here, you seem like you're a lot closer than you are, but it's still so far away.
Yeah, each of these rounds become that much more important. The pressure is on. Every time you know there's only this many left, you really start feeling the pressure to win that next one, right?
Definitely. I mean, this is when it gets the nerves, I don't know if the nerves go away or if they increase. I know when I'm sitting in the top 8, I'm pretty in the zone. I'm in the Zen mode trying to get there. Try not to let the nerves affect you. The more games you've played, the less nervous you're going to be out throughout the day. But even when you have 12, 13 rounds in you, maybe fatigue could be setting in. There's a lot of other factors. It's a mental game you're going to have to keep track of. And make sure you keep drinking water. Make sure you have food in you. You don't want to end up just losing because you're too tired. You don't have the proper nutrition. It's a battle. A tournament's not easy. It's a 2-day event, 2 very long days. But as it winds down towards the end, that's when you need to have your mental up to the best of your ability.
Yeah, this is what's going to separate a lot of the players that make it up to this point versus others. Their ability to show their experience, to have the mentality, and knowing that it's just another round. You just got to keep playing the way you've been playing all day so far and do the best that you can.
That is certainly true. Now, Snake Eye has been the deck to beat this weekend, but Eric, on the branded strategy, he is looking to take the Snake Eye decks down. As we saw on the brackets, though, unfortunately, Clifton Land did lose to Cameron Neal, so the other branded player that was in top 16 knocked out now. So all those branded fans out there, you're going to be cheering for Eric this round.
Absolutely, and every player that I've interviewed so far, absolutely rooting against Eric. They do not want to play against branded. They're hoping that Austin's able to take him out right now, so they don't have to deal with him later. But again, everyone's most feared matchup has been this branded strategy, so it's going to be an uphill battle, especially if branded gets to start.
Yeah, definitely. The die roll is always huge when it comes to any duel. Let's also keep in mind that now that we are our top 8, the duelists get a little bit more time on the clock, 10 more minutes. So the round's going to go from 45 minutes to now be 55 minutes on the clock. Doesn't mean the players get any more time to play, but, a little less chance to end up going past time.
Yep, they still have to play at a proper pace. The pace should not change, but they do have 10 more minutes allotted just to be able to finish those games out. And this will maybe matter with this matchup. We see both players have draws here. Austin actually having no losses in the event, but 3 draws.
That is wild. I didn't even notice his record was 10-0-3. So technically undefeated. I mean, draws are kind of like half losses, so I'm not one to call someone undefeated if there's a draw involved. But his opponent, sitting at 11-1-1, only had that 1 loss and 1 draw. But let's go ahead and jump into it. It's Game 1, Top 8, YCS Raleigh 2024.
This is going to be a really important role here. You do not want to let the brand strategy go first, as we've seen many times. Gimmick Puppet Nightmare is a nightmare to face against.
It certainly is, locking you into only Gimmick Puppets. Now let's see who is going to go first. It looks like it might be Austin.
Yep, Austin's taking the lead here, activating that Pressured Planet. Going to add himself a Kashtira monster from his deck to his hand. It'll be Unicorn. Ideal opening for the Kashtira Snake Eye strategy.
Special Unicorn? Yes.
Special summons Kashtira Unicorn, so he is on Kashtira Snake Eye. Not a pure Snake Eye strategy, going to be relying on the Kashtira cards. As we mentioned before, they give so much of an added benefit to the Snake Eye strategy, just having more face-up cards to be utilized with the Snake Eye cards. And the other interruptions, we've seen Unicorn really coming into play when they're met by something like Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, being able to rip out Promethean Princess, Bestower of Flames from the opponent's extra deck. We'll see how he's going to utilize it. We're already seeing him utilize those free face-up cards. Going to be able to send that Pressure Planet Race off to the graveyard, special summon Diabell Star, the Black Witch, and then he's going to be able to set an original Sinful Spoils from the deck to the field.
Yeah, almost ideal use of the Diabell Star, because not only did the Pressure Planet replace itself, you need to get it off the field anyway when you're activating your own Temple of the Snake Eye, so might as well get the additional value. It really makes it so there was no cost at all to summon the Diabell Star.
Certainly does, and original is going to special summon Snake Eye Ash. Snake Eye Ash is going to special summon Snake Eye's Poplar. Poplar is going to add Divine Temple of the Snake Eye from the deck to the hand since it was special summoned.
Yep, now we just see the bread and butter of what the Snake Eye strategy has been doing up to this point. The Temple is going to activate that insurance from the deck by putting a Snake Eye monster into the Spell and Trap Zone. It's going to be Snake Eye Oak. Ash is going to use its effect, sending itself and the Oak to likely summon Flamebird's Dragon from the deck.
I'm sure this is something Austin has done multiple times throughout the tournament. He knows the combo he wants to go for, especially when it's not interrupted at this point. You still have to keep in mind about things like Infinite Impermanence or Nibiru that could come down in combination.
At this point, everyone's very well aware of what their opponents are playing. The deck types have been public for the top 32. So knowing that he's playing against Zestri Brand, you pretty much can assume there's not going to be any of those points of interruption from the hand. It's mostly spell-based. It's going to try to play on their turn into the field because they can do so very effectively. So Austin's going to try and develop as strong of a field as he can in order to mitigate the damage that those powerful spell cards can do.
And he does. He links away the Flamebird's Dragon to summon IP Masquerade. It gets back 2 Snake Eye monsters. The Oak is going to summon back another Snake Eye monster, so he has to fill his board up with so many monsters. And he's going to link away IP and Snake Eye Ash to summon Promethean Princess, which is going to bring back the Snake Eye Ash. Looks like Eric is taking a second to look at his hand to see if he has anything. Doesn't. He's going to wait where he goes next. Links away
the Unicorn with the Princess to go into Hida. So this turns on the Birth in his graveyard, though it's easily able to summon back that Kashtira Unicorn.
Yep, he also placed that Flamebird's Dragon in the Spell and Trap card zone with Snake Eye's Poplar effect. When it's into the graveyard, you can place a fire monster into the Spell and Trap card zone.
I'll be going...
So I think this is also, even though he knows his opponent might not be on something like Nibiru, it still hedges his bets against Nibiru. You always want to play optimally all the time, because you know what they say about assuming. Don't do it. And now he's going to link into Celine to bring back a spellcaster, since there are 4 spell cards maybe, but enough to get 3 counters, so he'll be able to remove those to special summon back spellcaster.
Yep, there was at least the Pressured Planet, the original Sinful Spoils, the Temple, as well as the Flamebird on the field. Those all count as spell cards.
Link off.
And Appaloosa, Bow of the Goddess is coming down with 2 materials, so it's going to have 1600 attack, meaning you can negate 2 monster effects. That's kind of the sweet spot for Appaloosa right now.
And there's the Birth. Birth having that extra additional impact when you, I imagine, leave this Kashtira Unicorn on the field, going to be really important against the Branded matchup, and the Birth will be able to, assumingly, because all of Branded's plays will kind of require you to activate a spell card, you can go after their graveyard very easily. It's going to be an added layer of interruption.
Yeah, he might just leave that Unicorn on the field as mentioned. Now it looks like he's using Snake Eye Oak's effect to summon another copy of Snake Eye's Flamebird's Dragon from the deck to the field.
Yeah, this is a strong field, right? Like, opting to not go for something along the lines of SP Little Knight, or never mind, here he comes. There's the Hype Masquerena off the Flamebird. So all options are now available.
Even has the Flamebird to move forward and special into the field if the opponent summons a monster during the next turn as well.
Yeah, plenty of fire monsters available with the additional ability of Temple and Flamebird to potentially put up 2 Flamebirds on the field. Promethean Princess will always be able to go ahead and destroy a fire monster.
That's fine.
Active Desires.
Leading off with a Pot of Desires.
Pot of Desires and Branded. That's not something we usually see. But valuing getting more cards from the deck to his hand. Hopefully he doesn't hit anything too crucial out of those top 10 with Pot of Desires.
I imagine you typically play everything in multiples. So this should, that's another Desires drawn.
I mean, if you play more than one Desires, you're always drawing Desires off Desires.
That is the rule.
That's the fact.
And that is enough.
Saw he drew that other Desires, doesn't have anything he's going to be able to play through the board and decides to concede. So Austin taking a quick game number 1 there with his Kashtira Snake Eye strategy.
I mean, that is just a lot to try to deal with, right? The Appaloosa already being able to critically get rid of those important monster effects, the Kashtira Birth being able to remove the Branded player's graveyard, as well as just the added layer of removal. There is Flamebird on the field. IP Masquerade is going to be able to hit the field. You can go into SP Little Knight. There's plenty of bodies added for follow-up. There's going to be the Princess in the graveyard as well. It was a lot to deal with, and it coming at you in multiple directions, right? It's going to be able to remove your bodies, it's going to be able to negate your bodies, and it's able to play with your graveyard as well. It's difficult for Branded to deal with, and that's probably one of the issues of Branded, is that you're typically letting your opponent do everything they want to do and trying to deal with it after the fact. So when they're able to tackle you in so many different ways, it's hard to combat it.
Yeah, and losing game 1 going second, not the worst case. I mean, obviously you don't want to lose game 1. You want to try and take that early lead, but knowing how important the side deck is, and your side deck is going to be mainly prepared for going second, there's a lot of strategies. You're going to main deck all your cards prepared for going first, because that way, if you end up winning the die roll, you're choosing to go first. It makes sense that your deck is going to be oriented that way. But now that you have a side deck that you can dive into, going into games 2 and 3, it makes game 3 feel a little bit better than that game 1 where you may have lost that die roll, because you're going to have those options you have prepared for game number 3.
Absolutely.
And with the FNL list, with summon limit being gone now, won't feel as bad.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there is still the looming threat of anti-spell fragrance, but that is only limited to 1 copy, so it's better have it, right? And this is a situation where Eric has made it this far. He's definitely played against this matchup plenty of times to this point. Yeah, he's probably lost a few games here and there, but he knows how he wants to tackle the matchup. So he just has to find his tools when he needs them.
And, we talked about how he's probably played this matchup a few times. Side decked very quickly. It might take Austin a little longer to side deck, because there is a chance he hasn't faced a deck like Branded throughout the tournament. While it is probably the second most popular strategy next to all the Snake Eye variations, there's multiple ways you can play Snake Eyes with just pure Snake Eye that's utilizing Jet Synchron. We see Austin on the Kashtira Snake Eye strategy. There's still Fire King Snake Eye in the top cut as well.
There was a Scareclaw Snake Eye, I believe I saw in the top 32 as well. That's something I don't even know what it was going to do.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting decks. We even had a Plunder Patrol Duelist. The captain was in there. Unfortunately, he fell in top 16 before he could make it to top 8. His ship was sunk.
Sometimes the ship catches fire.
But now it looks like they are sided. Austin's getting all shuffled up. Eric is patiently waiting. A little quick banter between the two duelists. There's a lot on the line, but you can still have a little in-between game discussion, because we're all just duelists here having a good time. We're going to make your friends that you're going to meet that could be friends for the rest of your life. You never know. That's the great thing about Yu-Gi-Oh! It brings so many people together.
Especially when completely different continents here, right?
Yeah, all the way from Germany.
But you share the love for the same thing.
Can't win.
All right, just about done shuffling. I love how that trophy's just sitting there, just arm's reach away from these duelists to let them know what exactly is on the line. Because really what it comes down to is the title of YCS Champion just means so much. You get to etch yourself into the history of Yu-Gi-Oh! And I know these players are both hungry for that.
I feel like the pressure of being in the game, you barely even notice it's there as the player. You probably didn't even know it was there because you're so focused on the game.
They might not. That is very true. And I always give that advice to people to tell me how to not get nervous and like what to do when you're dueling, is really just focus on the game, the zones in front of you, and not any of those external pressures that could be surrounding you.
Oh, look, the players have drawn their hands here. Just waiting to get started. And here we go. Going into game number 2. One of these players will be moving on into the top 4, getting a chance to go at that final and that trophy.
Good luck.
Eric's likely going to take the lead here.
Stand by me.
Yes.
Contemplating his opening turn here. Probably not as simple as activating Branded Fusion, I suppose.
I activate Desires.
Oh, another Pot of Desires. Very risky.
So interesting to have this card in branded, but I mean, it's paid off for him. He's made it all the way to top 8 with it. But that's something, I just haven't seen in the past.
Well, we at least saw that he banished another one of those desires, so he shouldn't be drawing the third. Oh, that's Patchwork, and I didn't see the other card.
Right, for Patchwork is a strong card, being able to get you Edge Saber and Polymerization.
Yeah, this is a very heavy combo fusion strategy for the Despia here.
Next up, is it an Aluber? Can't tell. He holds it so perfectly. It's full of burial. I can get him to Aluber.
Yeah, I did think I saw a Tragedy in his hand. I don't know if he's playing multiple of those.
He might be with the inclusion of Desires in his deck.
Yep. Okay, there is Albion the Shrouded Dragon here. That's going to be able to either send a card from his hand to the graveyard or to... Oh, it does count as Albaz in the graveyard, so you are able to special summon Cartesia.
Yep, kind of a bonus effect.
Activate Branded Fusion.
Oh, there's Branded Fusion.
Interesting. Let's see if Austin has Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. It looks like he doesn't. No response here to Branded Fusion. Going to be able to send the materials from his deck.
You do love to see the no Ash Blossom on Branded Fusion as the Despia player.
Definitely. That's step 1 for sure. He's going to send down the Bestial Lubellion and Fallen Albaz. That's Fallen Albaz plus a light monster, so he'll be able to go into Albion the Branded Dragon. Albion the Branded Dragon on someone will be able to banish materials.
Now you are protected from things along the lines of Infinite Impermanence because you do have the Cartesia on the field to fuse away your monsters to dodge those effects.
That is definitely a heads-up play why Eric probably summoned that Blazing Cartesia before activating the Branded Fusion.
Oh, it looks like there are some Bestials in Austin's hand.
Activate Bestial Magnum.
We're going to lead off with the Magnamut on the Fallen of Albaz.
Oh, because he won't be able to banish it.
But there is another Fallen of Albaz in the graveyard in the form of Albion.
Does he have another Bestial?
Yeah,
He does!
There's the Druid's form. We're going to go ahead and hit both of those.
Wow, so this might force him to... I think he would want to chain the Blazing Cartesia just to put both those monsters in the graveyard, and then he can banish both Albion and...
the Blazing Cartesia as well.
Yeah. Let's see if he does chain the Blazing Cartesia. Yeah, he's gonna, this is one of those scenarios that you probably haven't encountered. Like, okay, I've done this a million times, play around Imperm, but my opponent happens to have double Bestial.
Yeah, because you were prepared for one of them. There were multiple... He tried to play out this turn as well as he could to make sure this Branded Fusion and this Albion resolved, but you just could not prepare for 2 Bestials in this situation.
I love the Bestials. I think they are really good to include in your side deck. They're strong against Voiceless Voice, and they line up pretty decently here against the Branded strategy. Not great, but not bad.
They're also fairly strong against the pure Snake Eye strategy. There's a lot more lights and darks in rotation there. And there's a Ghost Ogre on the Blazing Cartesia as well.
His favorite card. He's going to be able to destroy the Cartesia, but it'll still be able to resolve the effect, which could be detrimental to Eric.
Right, because you don't have to use the Cartesia for the fusion summon.
Yeah, it could be good or detrimental, but it's actually good because you did see that Deathfiend Tragedy in his hand, so he's going to be able to use that so he can go into something like Masquerade the Blazing Dragon if he does play Masquerade. I don't know if there's room for that still.
I haven't seen that in the extra deck in quite some time.
I know, but I love that card so much.
I mean, he does play for Patchwork, so it's very possible.
Oh man, what is he gonna go into? Because the Albion can always make Granganol. Well, the Albion effect to banish the Blazing Cartagia can make Granganol.
Yeah, when it eventually resolves in,
when we get there.
Yeah, step 6 of this chain. There's a Dragostapelia.
Oh, that's a good one too, for sure, for the Blazing Cartagia, since he used the a Dark Fusion and a Dark Monster.
At the very least, dealing with this Magnum right now
is good. Yeah. So both of those, Albaz and Albion, who counts as Albaz, are going to be banished.
Albion, right?
Magnum and Druisworm touchdown. Now Albion, the Branded Dragon's effects resolving, banishing Blazing Cartagia and the Bestial Lubellion. Summon Granganol, the Dust Dragon.
Yeah, of course.
So now on a new chain, as he's turned player, he'll be able to trigger his Granganol's effect.
As well as the Tragedy.
As well as the Tragedy, and if Austin's going to chain the Magnum effect, which will probably prompt the Dragostapelia, as you mentioned, Asala.
Just Grangoyle 1.
No. Chain 1.
Dragostapelia is able to put Predaplant counters on a monster once per turn, and as long as it's face them on the field, monsters with Predaplant counters effects are negated, and their levels are turned to 2? One. Right.
Yeah.
Guess if it turned them to 2, Sprite would be able to utilize that pretty well.
Yeah.
Yes, this resolves.
Cards in your hand. Okay.
Important to note, not that it would usually come up that often, but the counter is independent to Dragostapelia. Dragostapelia's effect, once it's given the counter, is to make its effects negated, but the counter will remain even if Dragostapelia leaves the field. So that monster will be level 1 as long as it has the counter.
Indeed.
Again, probably not going to matter too much, but when you do see 2 level 6 monsters, naturally you think, oh, maybe there's an option to go into a rank 6 monster. But in this situation, there would not be.
Eric deep into the think tank yet again.
Yeah, not a scenario he was prepared for in this instance. A lot more it has to do with, because that's the cool thing about the Bestials, right? They're able to interrupt your opponent, but they also provide massive bodies on your field.
Austin's got to feel good about using his favorite card in his deck here in top 8 of the YCS. That always feels great.
Yeah, I don't think Eric managed to fit in his favorite card. I would be very surprised to see it in this situation.
I sent from
I think that's the Ghost Ogre from the Albaz Strike structure deck, too. A little ironic. He does send Titaniclad with the Granganol, so he'll be able to special summon a Guiding Quim here at the end phase. Now he's going to move to normal summon the Aluber he added off the Despian Tragedy.
Yep, all this was done without a normal summon.
Attention duelists, if there's a Tristan Meese in the room, come to the main stage. I have something that could belong to you.
How do you think he wants to navigate this turn going forward? He gets the Brandon in red. We still have the Albion in the graveyard as well, so that's going to be able to get another card in the end phase. There is a Druisworm on the field, so you do have to be aware that once that card hits the graveyard, you will be losing one of your monsters.
Yes. It looks like he is just going to leave those Bestials on the field. So that's branded in red. He's going to get Guiding Quim at the end phase.
Setting's fine.
Guiding Quim going to help him bring back...
I mean, he doesn't have any Albazes in graveyard.
Yeah, I was like, there's no Albaz to summon back.
Yes.
He could always just summon Albaz here and fuse into Lubellion using his opponent's... Yeah.
Oh, you called it.
Effect.
Yep, he's going to use this effect. Discard that Fight for Patchwork that maybe didn't even have targets anymore after the Desires. Fuse with the Magnuma here. Going into Lubellion. Going to be able to discard a card and fusion summon again using your graveyard or field. Or banished, even.
Going to put back the real Albaz and Lubellion to go into Mirror Jade.
You can't stop the Mirror Jade.
Oh, wow, and he can... Even Mirror Jade here, get rid of the Druisworm, and he has Brandon in red with Dragostapelia for huge follow-up during Austin's turn.
Just gonna look again, but that's fine.
Yeah,
No
yeah,
response.
Doesn't have something like Ad Libitum to banish the Mirror Jade and summon it back to reset its banish if he does end up using it.
Yeah, so currently... Okay, so we get to... Oh, that's actually pretty strong, too. Retribution on the field, so it'll be able to actually use its on-field effect.
Stops special summon of a monster by either tributing a fusion monster that mentions Albaz or shuffling back 2 from your graveyard, I believe.
I know that's a very close to the proper effect, at least.
Yep.
That's strong, even if you opt to not use the Mirror Jade here. And which you don't. It makes sense.
Yeah.
Just hold it.
Then
want to at least force Austin to put another body on the field, because he's not going to be able to get rid of the Druids without using his battle phase, without committing another body. And that's definitely what you want him to do. And given he did have to spend 3 cards in his hand to try and stop his field, which, I mean, didn't really work that well. He made quite the formidable field. So you just want to cut off as many resources as you can.
Austin starting with Wanted, Seeker of the Sinful Spoils. It's going to let him add Diabell Star, the Black Witch. So he could send the Druid Swarm here if he wants, but since he can do that, it looks like that's going to be enough to prompt Eric to use Mirror Jade's effect to go after that Druid Swarm.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense here, forcing him to take another card out of his hand for this play, and then he will still have the Dragostapelia as well as the Retribution in order to try to counteract the remaining cards that Austin has.
Yep, sends that out beyond the Branded Dragon from his extra deck to the graveyard, so he'll be able to set a Branded Spell or Trap or add it to his hand.
Yeah, I think
in the end phase.
The writing's in the wall for this game for Austin. He's going to try. He's going to summon the Diabell Star. I think this is likely going to be met with the Dragostapelia. So only one card left to play. Is it the Snake Eye Ash? It is.
Wow. The Dragostapelia negated the Black Witch. He has Snake Eye Ash. He still has Brandon and Red Set, which can lead to Guardian Chimera. Depending on what he gets with this Popular, would be able to finish the game here. Oh, he still has Retribution.
Yeah, there's plenty of interruption left for Eric.
I think he's going to be able to win this game. Yeah, he can Retribution the effect of Poplar to special summon, shuffling back 2 of the fusion monsters to the extra deck to negate and destroy that Poplar. And now he can even...
He would just use Chimera to get rid of the Ash, and then nothing else matters from that point.
He is going to place Snake Eye Slammer's Dragon in the spell and trap card zone. And then here comes the Branded in red.
Going to be able to add that Tragedy. Going to be able to add even more value here. You're going to get rid of the Mirror Jade, it seems. The Aliber, as well as the Tragedy, which is going to be able to summon Guardian Chimera. Guardian Chimera will be able to draw a card and destroy up to 2 cards on the field, or it has to destroy 2 cards on the field. So it will be able to destroy the monster's maining.
Yeah, in hand effect.
And I believe Austin is conceding here.
I mean, he's going to have no cards left. Eric's going to have so much in his hand. Might as well just go to game number 3.
Just might as well play out the cards. You get the Aliber to the hand, draw a singular card, destroy the Snake Eye Ash, as well as the Diabell Star, and then, we'll just go right on to the game number 3.
I'm going to destroy this, draw this, and we're going to shuffle up and go to game number 3. Exactly what is happening here. And now they're diving into their side decks. Eric's going to have to go second again, just like he did in game number 1. But the biggest difference is having that side deck access.
I mean, we got to see, it's not even about the Game Puppet Nightmare. There is so much the Branded strategy can do. It has a lot of formidable removal. It has just a lot of valuable effects. Like Branded Retribution on the field is not typically what you see it do, but it is a very valuable effect.
It really is. I mean, if you're able, most of the time, you see it used in the graveyard to add back a Branded Spell Trap from the graveyard, but if you're already in like a commanding position, you're able to set that on the field. It's just that extra layer interruption that the Branded deck can provide for you. I mean, it's one of those decks that you just has, it's like a utility deck, a huge toolbox. All your cards can kind of get you to the same kind of place. You just have to know how to use them. And it's why it's one of those decks that really needs a true master of the Branded strategy to find a way.
Yeah, I had so much fun playing that deck when the Alabaster Structure deck came out. Like, I really enjoy Mirror Jade as a card. It just feels like such high value.
Yeah, Mirror Jade with Brandon Red and Ad Libitum is one of my favorite things, especially with like Brandon Lost face up. I'm also a big fan of Tri-Brigade McCourier, and the fact that you can just amass all those cards so quickly. Like, I love using Mirror Jade, Banish, Brandon Red, bring back Ad Libitum that maybe you sent down with Granganol, and then being able to Guardian Chimera, destroy, draw, summon back Mirror Jade, Banish again, get 2 more cards to set during your end phase. It can snowball really quickly for the Branded strategy.
There's something about the fusion mechanic that's just so satisfying. We've seen it happen so many times, even with Shadal's. You just get to activate multiple chain links, like one card that typically, fusion mechanics generally, at least historically, are a little bit expensive, right? You have to use a fusion spell as well as 2 cards, but we've been able to subvert that with fusion spells that have been able to access the deck, and those cards that you use for the fusion summon, they're able to generate value, so you get this chain link 3 of activating 1 card. And in the situation where you are able to resolve the Branded Red, you're going to Guardian Chimera, you're getting value from what you use for the Chimera, you're being able to get the value from the Chimera itself. It just feels so satisfying to resolve that effect.
Yeah, I mean, we even saw like the Titaniclad there, usually used to summon Guiding Quim, since it is the Dogmatica monster and a Despia card in the deck as well. But having the option just to straight up grab that Fallen Albaz to take advantage of those bestials that Austin tried to use to cut Eric out of his strategy was fantastic. And it's also heads up that Eric barely had to think about that, knowing that that was the line he could go for.
I mean, yeah, there's been plenty of support for the branded strategy throughout the entire lore series, but it has to go back to the classic Mirror Jade is the boss.
Oh yeah, Mirror Jade is the man. It really took off. Albaz was always around, but once that structure deck, Albaz Strike, came out, Mirror Jade really let the deck shine. But it looks like the Duelists are side decking and they're shuffling up, ready to go into game number 3. One of these Duelists will be moving on to top 4 and only being 2 wins away from becoming a YCS champion. We have a couple of players remaining that have won a YCS before, but a lot of them are very hungry to win their first YCS, including both of these Duelists.
Yeah, definitely a lot of preparation went into this tournament. You know, Forbidden and Limited List definitely put a wrench into things. You have to be able to prepare on the fly, and that's a really strong test of skill, right? How you're able to adapt to situations like this.
Most certainly. Now they have side deck shuffled up, cut each other's decks. Their hands are drawn. We are about to jump into it. I can't wait to see which one of these duelists is going to move on. I mean, the branded player in me has me cheering for Eric. Austin's an excellent duelist. I'm also rooting for him. I just want everyone to win, man. But unfortunately, that's not how the game works. So let's go ahead and jump into game number 3, the last game of top 8 feature match.
Austin does get to take the lead here. He's going to be able to start, and he's likely... He doesn't have to change anything, right? He's just going to try to do exactly what he did game 1, if he can.
I think so. He does have a Flamebird Dragon in hand, which is less than ideal, but they do play a couple of them, so it won't be too devastating. Snake Eye Ash is going to be normal summon, which is where he wants to be to add Snake Eye's Poplar.
Unfortunately, this means there are not going to be any Kostira cards this time. You will not have the Birth as an extra form of interruption.
Yeah, his hand's definitely not as good as it was in game number 1.
But he does have something that is a bane to all branded players' existence, and that is the Ash Blossom.
Ash Blossom, Joy of Spring, kind of the tale of the little time as a counter to branded fusion. But with, Guiding Quim, Blazing Cartasia, there's a lot of ways they can play through it, but it still can be quite detrimental to your strategy, especially if you have a weak hand.
Yeah, you have to work a lot harder without it.
Definitely. So Divine Temple, the Snake Eyes can be added off Poplar. Divine Temple will put Snake Eye Oak into the Spell and Trap card zone. Snake Eye Ash is going to use its effect to send Oak and itself to the graveyard. Special summon the other copy of Snake Eye's Flamebird's Dragon from the deck to the field.
Summon out Flamebird.
Yeah.
This is where you usually make your IP Masquerena. Your Poplar is going to put that Flamebird back into the Spell and Trap zone, so you're a little insulated from something like the Beard of the Primal Being, as well as the Flamebird triggering to summon back 2 of those level 1s.
It looks like that is exactly what he's going to do. Flamebirds will go in the Spell and Trap card zone. Flamebirds will also special summon back the 2 level 1s. It's Oak and Ash, and then the Oak will summon back Poplar.
There's an additional bonfire in Austin's hand as well. If the Snake Eye Ash would have been interrupted, that would have been able to get Poplar, just had an additional value. But this is where I like having a Nemesis flag, just being able to summon a Protoss called Dark in the situation would be able to end the game very cleanly, but maybe that was a little too much to ask for.
Yeah, I wonder how many Arch Nemesis Protoss and Thunder Dragon Colossus are in top 8. I don't think there was any from looking through the deck list that I recall.
Yeah, pretty surprising. Those cards are so powerful, especially Protoss, but it kind of goes to show sometimes you just want to do something more consistent.
Definitely. But I don't think we should count those cards just out there. Definitely might have an impact on the format going forward. Legacy of Destruction being released next week for sure. And now he is going to use the Oak to send Flamebirds in itself to summon the Flamebirds out of his hand.
Yep, not ideal, but still getting the monsters on the field. That's good enough usually. Going to be able to put back that IP Masquerena.
So Appaloosa with the Flamebirds that can push forward Masquerena during the opponent's turn.
Still very strong.
Decent. No princess access. It's kind of rough.
I mean, again, monster removal in the form of destruction, not really that important against branded. You want to prioritize having something like Lil Knight to at least banish.
Very true.
Being a more important, Lil Knight can banish from the graveyard, which is probably more important than banishing from the field. And then the Appaloosa as well.
Yeah, the Appaloosa should help out. We'll see what Eric has to deal with this. This is game 3. He's going to draw to 6 cards in hand. Austin also has an Effect Veiler and an Ash Blossom to back up the board. He was able to build on turn 1.
I have 2 cards in hand. Okay.
How will Eric do this? If he can draw into something like Fry for Patchwork, that would definitely help to extend past all the disruptions that Austin might throw at him. Something like Guardian Chimera can help clean up the field
Especially
fairly quickly.
Yeah, if you have Pride for Patchwork, you can access to polymerization, which will make the Guardian Chimera untargetable. It also allows you to potentially chain block, making sure the Appaloosa has no way to interrupt the Guardian Chimera.
Which is huge, and we do see fusion deployment being activated. You're going to be able to reveal a fusion monster in your extra deck and special summon a monster that's listed on that fusion monster from your deck to the field, but you'll only be able to summon fusion monsters for the rest of the turn.
Don't think that's going to be too much of a concern in the branded strategy.
Usually not. Albaz is coming from the deck. Albaz is allowed to discard. Oh, there's
Polymerization.
One polymerization.
And that's going to force out the Appaloosa, and it does look like there's a Tactics in his hand. Oh, we're going to chain Droplet.
Gonna chain Droplet, trying to go into Mirror Jade right away, it looks like.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate because you are going to have to spend a card on the Appaloosa that you will be removing with the effect of Fallen of Albaz after this card resolves. So we're going to have to give up an Allure. And he will still be able to chain monster effects now.
Devastating that he had to send a spell, so he's still going to be met by Effect Veiler. We'll see how... He could go into Alba Lenatus, since Flameburge is a dragon, before he gets to push up the IP Masquerena potentially.
Is he forced to? No, never mind.
Does he have Divine Temple up? Yeah, he has Divine Temple, so he'll still be able to find a way to move it forward.
Yep, no worries.
But I still think that's hilarious. You always forget about Alba Lenatus. Lets you contact fuse with your opponent's dragons.
So, just to confirm, he did use the Droplet on the Flameburge dragon in this scenario, not the Appaloosa.
Did he? Oh, because it
You only
might
get to
as well
choose
resolve.
one. Yeah, like...
Oh, okay, that makes sense, because, yeah, even since he saw the Effect Veiler, he doesn't need to negate the Appaloosa, but you did see triple Tactics Talent. Is he going to take or draw?
He could just take the Appaloosa, right, if he left it, if he left the material on it.
And then you could take it, and then stop the IP Masquerena that gets pushed forward from the Divine Temple, the Snake Eye.
Or, just critically having protection from an Ash Blossom in the hand. Oh, he's drawing. He was choosing to draw two, and we're going to meet it with the Ash Blossom. Okay, we're really limiting Eric's hand now. He did have to spend the Droplet, the Tactics, as well as the Polymerization. Like, a lot of cards were used in this play. There's only one card left in Eric's hand. If it's not Branded Fusion, this is going to be rough.
But if it is... that would be crazy if the Talents was the bait for the
Branded
Fusion. It was bait, because if someone's activating Talents to draw two, that means they're desperate, right? But no, he's not desperate. He's desperate to get that Ash Blossom out of Austin's hand, and now his last card is Branded Fusion.
Chain target.
Nothing's been summoned yet.
You can't do it just yet. Oh, like using the Flamebridge. Okay, so it was used on the Appaloosa. Okay,
because the Appaloosa would still have the negate later on, so he did use it on the Appaloosa. So he's able to use the Flamebridge to push forward IP Masquerena.
And this is a little interesting here. Obviously, you are forced to go into Albion the Shrouded Dragon.
He still has his normal summon. He could go for Tragedy and then add a Luber to get Brandon in red or something like that. But I'm seeing what you're saying. He doesn't have a card in hand to discard for Lubellion, so Albion is the only way he'll be able to
Albion the
progress
Branded
his
Dragon, rather. So we are going to be sending Cartesia here just to load up the graveyard with some effects that will give you some recursion. Unfortunately, there's not enough time to have... I think it might have been worth it for Austin to have preemptively, before Branded Fusion could have been activated if you're trying to play around it, just to push the IP on the field. Because at that point, you could chain IP to Branded Fusion to at least have the effect of Little Knight to the effect of Albion, and that would have been able to cut off this play a little bit more. But there's no way to actually interrupt this Albion effectively, because there is an Albaz on the field.
Then I resolve Albion.
What does he go for? What does he do?
Yep, no worries.
This is tough. This is a tough scenario to be in game number 3 of the top 8 of a YCS. Using every card in his hand to try and fight through this incredible board that Austin made turn 1, backed by the 2 monster effect interactions from the hand.
The thing is, there's not going to be... Whatever is summoned off of this Albion is not going to be game-breaking, right? It's not going to provide that much interruption.
Dragostapelia might be enough. He doesn't have...
That Flameburge Dragon is still summoning 2 monsters in the grave.
Oh, you're right. He did link away the Flameburge Dragon.
There's a lot more value in the Snake Eye engine currently than there is in the resolving 1 Branded Fusion with no other cards in hand to use with it. And there is just a Mirror Jade.
Okay, so Mirror Jade.
Little Knight will be able to use its effect now. I mean, Little Knight would just be able to banish the Mirror Jade, forcing it out. None of the monsters on the field are all that relevant.
The Mirror Jade would still have its effect trigger since it leaves the field, right? If he does SP it away.
Yes, but that's fine. Like, I think
not too bad.
Yeah, as long as you have a Snake Eye monster in your hand for the following turn, I think that's the main consideration here.
Targeting the Mirror Jade.
So he is going to use SP, targeting SP and Mirror Jade. It's going to prompt him to chain Mirror Jade. I would probably banish the SP Little Knight.
Which he could then use to banish itself in the Appaloosa. And
yeah.
And then, because it's Eric's turn, he's turn player, he has to resolve his mandatory effect first.
Thinking full cost.
Yeah, that's tough. He's going to send another Albion, since the other Albion, the Branded Dragon, got banished by its own effect. I think, Eric's in a tough spot.
I will go...
And don't forget, even though he's faking that set, trying to be an actual interruption, it is just a bonfire. So that is going to be some more actual engine for Austin in the previous, in the following turn.
Right. The SP's going to take out the Albaz.
I'm surprised he didn't just try to banish his own monster, because then the Mirror Jade would have to banish either the Albaz or itself.
Flamebird summon back out.
All right. Mirror Jade taken off the field. Flamebird finally resolves, summoning back Snake Eye Oak, Snake Eye Ash. Snake Eye Oak's going to summon a level 1 fire from the graveyard. Chainlink 1. Chainlink 2, Snake Eye Ash is going to add a level 1 fire monster from the deck to the hand. Is he just going to grab another copy of Snake Eye Ash, or is he going to go for Poplar just to get more monsters on the field? He's going to grab another copy of Snake Eye Ash to use on the following turn. Makes a lot of sense.
I mean, yeah, trying to put monsters on the field right now, not necessarily the best. You could have the Oak to put the Poplar on the field, just so that you have the option to put the Flamebird onto the Spell and Trap Zone when it's eventually destroyed from the effect of Mirror Jade. You want to make sure you leave one Snake Eye in the deck at this point, so that you have the ability to use the effect of whichever normal summon, likely being the Snake Eye Ash, so that you can summon one from deck. But it shouldn't be a concern, because you still have the original Sinful Spoils in the graveyard to put a card back as well, likely going to be that second Flamebird Dragon in the graveyard. Things are looking strong for Austin here.
Oh yeah, it is definitely looking good for him. Looks like he did add a copy of Original. There's original Snake Eye Ash in the hand.
Oh, he never had to use it, because he didn't start with the Bellstar this time. He was just normal summon Snake Eye Ash.
End phase? Yes.
In phase, Blazing Cartesia is able to go back to the hand. Albion's going to be able to set here.
Brandon Red?
Which might not actually be the worst. We can't forget, there is a polymerization in the graveyard. That
and
was
Mirror Jade is coming back. And will have its effect.
The Mirror Jade's not coming back. It was banished by the first effect of
he did the
SP.
first effect. Okay.
It was on the summon.
The Albaz is coming back. The Albaz is coming back.
Which does matter.
Yeah, we don't have player audio, so it's kind of hard sometimes to know which affected which one. Oh, man. This is tough. Tough for Eric.
Yeah, he's holding on by a thread here.
Search opening.
Oh, he's adding Branded Opening to his hand. That's going to be able to summon Quem.
Okay. He's cooking a little bit. Opening is going to discard Cartesia. I mean, no, he could go for... Still just doesn't have any monsters. Yeah, I was thinking he could get like a Luber into Branded and Red, but... Yeah, Guiding Quim is going to be summoned, so he'll be able to send monster from his deck to the graveyard that mentions Fallen of Albaz.
I wonder if it's just going to be Fallen of Albaz in the situation. I mean, he does get a Fallen of Albaz back onto the field. Eric's contemplating his options here. Looks like he's considering the Shrouded Dragon. It is just potential follow-up here. Don't know if he's going to be able to see it.
Not like this, no.
Yep.
So in phase, the Mirror Jade is going to resolve to destroy all monsters on Austin's side of the field.
This will trigger the Poplar. He's going to be able to put a fire monster back in the spell trap zone. Yep, it's going to be that Flamebird Dragon.
Which is huge.
Resolve SP.
SP Little Knight will return.
Honestly, yeah, the Little Knight coming back too makes this so much harder.
Albaz and SP come back.
Looking at your graveyard before you pass.
Guiding Quim the Virtuous, also at Despia or Dogmatica card in the deck. That's why he was able to summon it off Branded Opening.
Yep, and there's nothing else here. So really the only interruption on the field for Eric is that Guiding Quim. There's nothing else in his graveyard, right? So all Flamebird has to do is push it back, and then he can do whatever he wants.
Yeah. He just needs to get rid of the Guiding Quim before he has a card leave the extra deck, so the Quim can't bring back the Cartesia.
And Austin, very experienced. He's begged against his deck several times. I'm sure he sees it.
We'll go main first.
The only question is, how easy is it going to be to put Flamebridge back on the field? There are both copies in the graveyard as well as the field right now, so he's going to have to try to get it back, and you're not going to really be able to do that without summoning from your extra deck in this position because you already have original in your hand.
Poplar effect.
Yeah.
Comes Snake Eyes Poplar. Since it was added to the hand, he can special summon it. Doesn't have anything to add. Has original. Divine Temple's already on the field. Probably doesn't play Subversion, or if he does, it's not going to be in his deck game 3 going first.
So if we are allowing the Quem to resolve here, the only real threat is... Yeah, what's even in there to summon at this point?
It would be Albion. Oh no, he's already used 2 Albions.
This was sent off Mirror Jade.
Yeah, it's tough. It would have to be Albion into Mirror Jade, but both Albions being gone make that a little difficult.
Go.
Unless he's running 3, but unlikely.
Link off.
It could summon the Blazing Cartesia.
I mean, yeah, the Cartesia
Cartesia
from the graveyard, but the Cartesia with the Albaz doesn't really make too much.
Okay, so, well, I was more so thinking the Little Knight checks most things because it's able to banish the Albaz.
That too. It is tough. So he is going to let the Guiding Quim trigger by summoning a monster from the extra deck. Anytime a monster leaves the extra deck, Guiding Quim can special summon back a monster that mentions Fallen Albaz.
Keep in mind, triggering the Guiding Quim does trigger the Temple as well to summon the Flamebridge for him.
No response.
Yep, that's going to summon the Blazing Cartesia, which will trigger the Temple for Austin.
The Divine Temple
Yep.
effect.
He's activating it right now, targeting one of those Flame Bridges.
Yeah.
And just a quick, if any of you are watching at home that would love to play Master Duel, we have a Challenger Cup series going on, and there are still spots available. I do believe if you want to get into our Challenger Cup that's also going on today. We always have a lot of different ways to play Yu-Gi-Oh! And you want to check out Master Duel and the Challenger Cup series. Make sure you find out more information about that in the chat. And it looks like Flamebridge has made his way to the field, as you mentioned, thanks to Divine Temple of the Snake Eye.
Commanding position for Austin here. Now, not a whole lot of checks because Flamebridge, unfortunately, will not be able to check the Cartesia. Cartesia is a quick effect, so you probably just wait it out, and the Little Knight will do most of the work for you. The Apollos is already gone, so it's not going to be that simple. You just want to play probably as normal as you can at this point. There's a Dark, the Charmer Gloomy. Is it going for Albion the Shrouded Dragon?
He has Gloomy in the name, but it's anything but, as it's going to take Albion the Shrouded Dragon.
Oh, it's gloomy for your opponent, all right.
Oh, it's super gloomy. It's gloomy for Eric. He looks gloomy. It's gloom. Oh, man, that is a gloomy.
That is doom and gloom if I've ever seen it.
It's tough. It's tough to make it all this way and then like just have it be just out of reach.
Okay, now we're using the effect of Flamebridge. Let's see what he's targeting.
Target your Fallen of
It's
Albaz.
going to be the Fallen of Albaz. He's going to chain the Cartesia here, which will potentially prompt the SP Little Knight. Or he could maybe not consider it too much because it does have a copy of Ghost Mourner in the hand. He could negate whatever monster is summoned on this turn.
Looks like he is considering using SP Little Knight.
Itself.
Yeah, Little Knight is going to banish the Cartesia, so he's forced to fusion summon with the Quem and the Albaz, which, best case scenario, is going to be Albion, which will easily be met with the Ghost Mourner.
If he has a third one. It's Albion the Sanctifier Dragon. You can't Ghost Mourner that.
Yep, can't be targeted, right?
Okay, I forgot about Sanctifier.
Thinking.
Will Sanctifier save the day? It can't be targeted. Oh, surely, man. Oh, this is. Oh, Austin could have just gone battle phase, killed the Quim, and then maybe made a board afterwards. But
well, I mean, this is okay.
Yeah, this is still fine.
This is not the end of the world here. Sanctifier can't be targeted, but like its ability to revive.
My bad. This is extra.
What is that really going to be able to do right now?
I don't think he has anything useful in the grave like a Luber or anything to really get things going.
So the easiest way for Austin to deal with this is to go into Princess, summon back anything, and then climb your way up to Zelantis and summon back the Sanctifier in face-down defense. The branded opening will not be able to protect it in face-down defense position, and you will be able to destroy it with the effect of Princess. Bring back the Raging Phoenix.
So he's going to link away 2 monsters to Celine.
Does he not play Princess? Did I miss that part?
Maybe. I feel like we just haven't seen it.
I'm sure he definitely made it game 1. But
Oh no, he 100% plays.
yeah, I'm just trying to see like if it's more complicated than I'm giving it credit for.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so the Flame Bird is going to summon back 2 level 1 fires. It's going to be Snake Eye Oak.
And Snake Eye Ash.
Special, then this King's counters.
Get the counters on the Celine.
Special
Going to use its effect, summon back a Spellcaster here. Which I don't think he has, unless he has an Effect Veiler in the grave.
Snake Ash.
Keep in mind, Celine must summon the monster in defense position, so not able to summon back those Charmers because Link monsters cannot be in defense position.
Always good to know. Going to get another Snake Eye Ash on the field thanks to Snake Eye Oak. Those monsters are a lot bigger than they seem thanks to that Divine Temple of the Snake Eye, giving them all 1,100 more attack.
Is he trying to go into Underworld Goddess? Is that what I saw?
Effects, lose counters.
Going to... Oh, there is an Effect Veiler in there. Very good. That is a Spellcaster indeed.
Oh yeah, he could just go into Underworld Goddess. That'd be cool. Let's see, 1, 3.
That's makes a Link 4 or Link 2. Access code.
That works too. It doesn't target.
Yep. Yeah, I believe there is a branded opening in the graveyard. That's how we summon the Quem.
As long as he has 2 different attributes, he does have a light and a fire, I think, in his graveyard.
There's definitely at least a dark and a light in there, yeah, because of the Anima, the Dark Charmer, the Celine.
Oh yeah, maybe no fire, surprisingly, shockingly, in his fire deck. This is enough damage on the board for sure. Just the Access Kotaker plus the Albion the Shrouded Dragon is enough.
I feel like is Battle Phase enough even without destroying it? But like
I guess he still has to account for the Sanctifier summoning another monster to the field.
Yeah, so Sanctifier is going to activate its effect now.
Looks like he's looking at his opponent's graveyard.
Maybe trying to... You can't cut off an attribute because Access Code can use the field as well.
Yeah, a good way to out skill drain is to have something like Access Code Talker banish itself and destroy the skill drain.
Looks like it's going to be Celine and the Flameburst Dragon. Yeah, just trying to cut off an attribute by giving himself the Celine. Oh no, he's giving his opponent the Celine, which will, I mean, be easy enough. He just banishes it for the effect of Access Code here. Although the Flameburst actually will have its effect live to be able to summon the other Flameburst from Austin's side. That's another body for him.
Can summon Flameburst from the other spell and trap card zone, but that's going to be met with Ghost Mourner, but he's going to chain the effect to summon Flameburst. But if he makes a Flameburst leave the field, that's 3,000 points of damage.
Yeah, it's basically like the other Flameburst didn't exist. It kind of just counts for itself there in that situation. Eric doing his best to keep himself healthy here, but I don't know. Like, he's not... Okay, we're even just going to continue linking. There's a Nightmare Cerberus going to discard the original Sinful Spells, destroy the Flameburst Dragon, and then that's going to deal the damage from the Ghost Mourner as well. You get to draw a card because it's co-linked.
I feel like this is the longest end game I've ever been a part of.
Eric's trying his best, but I mean, the conditions get worse and worse for him.
Yeah, let's go.
Is that a Cerberus?
It is a Cerberus, yes. Oh, and we're still link climbing. There is the princess.
She finally appears and bestows her greatness upon us. That's going to bring back Snake Eyes Flameburst Dragon.
We're going to use the effect of Access Code trying to destroy the Sanctifier. That will be protected by opening once. Doing it again. And it's gone. And one more for the Flameburst Dragon. That is 3 different attributes: Earth, Light, and Dark. And then, will we be able to go into the battle phase?
Well, guess double check just in case.
Looks like Eric is just waiting.
Is he banished?
You know, maybe he's standing on the ledge saying, if you attack me, you're going to knock me off the ledge here. Austin, will you be able to do it?
Austin will knock him off the ledge.
And it's over. Austin's moving on to top 4 with his Kastira Snake Eye deck, taking down Eric all the way from Germany on the branded strategy. Austin is hungry for a YCS win. Now just 2 more rounds away, and he could become the YCS Raleigh 2024 champion. Wow.
Yeah, really using all of his resources to the best of their ability, right? Using the Mourner on the Flamebridge to get that additional damage, but also just to account for that additional body that Eric can put on the field just to try to keep himself alive. It definitely felt like the most complicated way of doing this fit. I think the normal Zelantis play would have cleared it because Sanctifier would just be in face-down defense position anyway, but this works. This definitely works.
Yeah, I do think Zelantis might clean things up a little bit quicker. You're definitely right about that. But you know, he found a roundabout way. It was more fun to kind of watch and see how he was going to be able to navigate. You know, it was so close. You know, he went second there in game number 3 and had that last card been Branded Fusion, being able to try and play into the game, but there was just too much from Austin's side.
Yeah, there was a lot of powerful spells, but they were expensive spells in this scenario. Not ideal with the way you want to use them, especially when you have to use Droplet discarding a spell and you're met with a monster effect. That's the worst case scenario. You never want to see it happen, but you couldn't give up any monsters because you didn't have any, right? You can't give up the Albaz, you lose the entire play. But we see Austin moving on to the top 4, and I can't wait to hear how he plans to take it all the way.
That's right. We'll be right back with our winner interview from top 8, and then we'll have our top 4 feature match very shortly. Stick around.
congratulations. You were able to take it down against the Despia strategy with your Kashtira Snake Eye deck. How does it feel to be that much closer to be getting the title of champion?
Feels good. This is the first I've ever made it in a YCS, but job's not done yet.
Absolutely, job's not done. We still have a few more rounds. How confident are you? Is there anything you're worried about with the players left in the tournament?
I'm just worried about myself misplaying, not worried about anyone else.
Absolutely. You have to focus on yourself. Every player is just another opponent. You have to do the best that you can. So tell me about how confident you are. You have prepared a lot for this tournament. Was there anything you did differently to prepare for this tournament than you have for other tournaments?
No, nothing. Nothing different. Just standard stuff.
Standard stuff. Okay. So yeah, just, prepared as normal. You've been preparing a lot. You've been to a lot of YCS tournaments. You've been playing competitive Yu-Gi-Oh for a long time now. It's good to see you go this far. You said this is the farthest you've gone before. You're excited to be able to take it all.
Yep.
Is there anything that you don't want to see when you play against these players in the remainder of the tournament?
Floodgates. That's it. Just floodgates.
So as long as you're able to play, you think you're going to get there off your skill alone?
Yeah, hopefully.
All right, I like the confidence, man. Congratulations. We hope to see you take it all the way here, and we look forward to you getting your first title at the YCS. You've got to love to get the trophy here, but we'll bring it back to Billy before we move on into the top 4.
All right, thanks, Asala. We're going to have to hope to see that Austin can make it to that top 4, which he's already there, or if he'll make it to the finals and walk away champion. If you do play Master Duel, we have a Challenger Cup series going on today. The first place prize, it's a PS5 plus some Master Duel swag, a Rescue Rabbit plush, sleeves, so much for first place, and prizes all the way down to the top 8. So if you play Master Duel, you definitely want to check out our Challenger Cup series going on today. We also have a lot of other things that we want to talk about before we finish out our tournament. The first thing we're going to look at, though, is going to be the Speed Duel Remote Duel main event game mat. That's right. If you join the Discord, you're going to be able to get into the Speed Duel Remote Duel main event and get this amazing game mat featuring Don Zalug, one of my favorite cards out of Pharaonic Guardian, the cards you may even know from the anime alongside the Dark Scorpions. That's going to be scheduled monthly, but where the next one is going to be May 11th. And then we're going to have another one on June 15th when that beautiful mat featuring Don Zalug. Now let's go ahead and get ready to take a look at the bracket. Let's see. Oh no, it looks like Jeff Jones lost to Levi 2-1 on that side. I know Jeff Jones was a crowd favorite for a lot of players out there. Next up, it looks like we're mid-match here with Aaron McInnes taking on Jack, and Jack is up 1 game against Aaron as the round continues. Cam and Christopher are locked 1-1. One of those players will be moving on to top 4, but first they have to play that game number 3, and of course the feature match we just had. It was epic. Eric from Germany with his branded strategy just barely falling to Austin there. What an incredible match. We're going to have to see which one of these 4 players will end up becoming the YCS champion. Now, before we go to our next feature match, we're going to have a short little break, but it's not going to be a crowd shot. We're going to actually look in on a duel. One of our public events is called the Ultimate Time Wizard Tournament. That's right, we're going back to April 2010. If you remember one of the most popular Shonen Jumps, it was Shonen Jump Edison. Jeff Jones was actually the winner of that. Could have been me, should have been me. I got 3rd at that event, but it's one of our more popular Time Wizard formats. We're going to take a look at the finals of that, so stick around and watch that, and then we'll be back for our top 4 feature match shortly. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to YCS Raleigh. We are just moments away from our top 4 feature match. We've had matches all throughout the weekend, but it's now down to these final 4 duelists. Steven, let's take a look at the bracket.
Again, out of the 1,793 duelists that came in, only 4 are remaining. We've got Levi versus Zach and Cameron versus Austin. Again, it all has come down to this. Here's the good news. We are going to get a real treat and be able to show you both of the semifinal matches before we finally cut. So you will not miss a single moment of the drama here as we are getting ready to crown our YCS Raleigh North Carolina champion. And what a series of duels it's been. Just incredible stuff here throughout the weekend, and we're starting to figure out what this weekend-long format feels like, but I'll be really excited to see who finally takes that trophy that we've been looking at the entire weekend here. So we're going right into the semifinal here. Again, it's semifinal 1 of 2.
Our first duelist is Levi.
Levi representing the blue in stride. His opponent's going to be Jack. Jack certainly saving all of his energy for the dueling stage as he goes and takes his seat there.
Jack is our final duelist here in the top 4 who has not brought a Snake Eye strategy to the table. Jack is actually playing a very interesting version of Labyrinth that's elected to play 0 spell cards. So this weekend we feature decks with 0 monsters. Now we're featuring a deck with 0 spells.
Well, again, Labyrinth doesn't necessarily need those spells because it feels like it has the interactivity of one of those spell-only decks, kind of like what we saw earlier. But it's amazing to see that it got this far in the tournament. I don't think we've had Labyrinth on the featured match stage, and it's not really a deck that we've talked about because while it is certainly a great deck, it's just not really necessarily on anybody's radar. It didn't have any changes on the Forbidden Limited list and doesn't necessarily have any newer cards coming out for it, but it definitely has gotten Jack quite far in the tournament.
Yeah, the newest card that it has his transaction rollback, which a lot of players thought would actually bring Labyrinth potentially to one of the more popular decks, and it's always been there, but if you go to a YCS, you maybe anticipate playing against only one. And in the top 32, occasionally we have 1 or 2 versions of Labyrinth, so I think transaction rollback hasn't necessarily pushed the deck quite as far as we thought it would. However, into the future, I think we could potentially see Labyrinth understanding how to utilize transaction rollback more and more, adapt to future formats, because the power of transaction rollback, I think, is one of the best benefits of playing the Labyrinth strategy. It combines so well with the Labyrinth Chandelier, Uklok, and Stewie Torby.
No, it's certainly an amazing card. Again, I remember when Trap Trick first came out, how cool it was to be able to quickly copy a trap effect whenever you need it. Transaction rollback not only lets you copy one of your own traps, but one of your opponent's too. And certainly while that life point payment cost is high, it is very helpful to be able to just get into the game in a way that your opponent never expected.
One of the things that Jack gets to do here is, instead of playing any of the spell cards, traditionally when I'm talking about spell cards out of a Labyrinth strategy, I'm talking about cards like Pot of Prosperity, Pot of Extravagance even, potentially even just Labyrinth. Because he's not playing any spell cards, it maximizes the likelihood that on his turn he combines cards like Arius the Labyrinth Butler, Labyrinth Chandelier, Labyrinth Uklok, Labyrinth Stewie Torby with trap cards such as Transaction Rollback, so he can actually play on the opponent's opening turn. If you constructed your deck with, let's say, 7 spell cards, something like Labyrinth, and an array of pot cards, would lower the likelihood of combining transaction rollback with trap cards that may be discarded through your effect. So I think what he's doing here is really trying to maximize the ability to play on the opponent's turn. It's also why he's incorporated 3 copies of Absolute King Backjack in his deck, a really interesting card that works best when your deck is maximizing on trap cards. We almost have an even split. Not quite. It's 21 monsters and 19 traps here in Jack's deck.
Kind of incredible, and it's not necessarily brave, right? But it does feel different to play Labyrinth without those key consistency cards such as Pot of Prosperity or Pot of Duality. Or, thinking about it, that field spell does feel so great to resolve. But again, I think you're absolutely right. Relying just on the transaction rollback and really trying to get those trap cards in the graveyard means he is never going to miss. This deck is going to do exactly what he planned it to do. And we'll just see how far that takes Labyrinth into our YCS.
It looks like he's signing that single copy of Labyrinth, so it does make a lot of sense that he has access to it at least somewhere in his deck list.
Powerful card indeed. Maybe it'll end up making an appearance, but here we go. It is game 1 of our semifinal, the first of 2 here at YCS Raleigh.
And for the Snake Eye fans at home, Levi here is in fact piloting a Snake Eye-based strategy. He has incorporated, though, the Fire Kings. Not something we've seen a whole lot of this weekend, but definitely one of the viable options. We've seen mostly Kashtira Snake Eye strategies rise to the top.
I'd like to go first.
The original kind of coupled paired deck with Snake Eye was Fire King, and we do still see that as a viable strategy here in the top 4.
Fire King is certainly good, but it hasn't really stolen the limelight yet. We haven't seen as many of these decks up here, but obviously it's still good if it gets you this far, right? The deck can't be bad if it's beaten out almost 1,793 other players.
Here's a really ideal opening, assuming this goes uncontested, though. Unfortunately for Jack, it does look like his Ariana is going to be met with a copy of Infinite Impermanence. From Jack's perspective, that's a little bit unfortunate because there's not a lot of cards that are met by Infinite Impermanence particularly well. But having it be hit there on his Ariana is disappointing.
Fortunately, that Labyrinth Servant will not be serving up anything, so play passes over to Levi, drawing a card for turn.
Let's go standby main phase.
Seems like he's getting ready to set up. Maybe no responses in the draw phase or standby phase. No sort of shotgunned out trap cards that are activated very quickly before anything happens.
So what's really quite interesting is Jack is playing one single copy of Rivalry of Warlords in his deck, and it is the only continuous trap in his entire deck, but he did in fact draw that single copy. It'll be interesting to see to the extent that that single copy of Rivalry of Warlords can have an impact. But we see one of the functionalities here of transaction rollback. Now, sometimes you use transaction rollback to combine with trap cards in your graveyard. Here we see it used when it's drawn naturally and not discarded off of a Labyrinth effect. Copy the Infinite Impermanence in Levi's graveyard.
Not a bad way to stop your opponent from doing the same. Again, Jack was completely shut down just by having a normal monster, or excuse me, normal summoned monster have its effect negated. We'll see if that happens to be the same here. Obviously, if your starter gets stopped, that could be very problematic, but we're going to go ahead and discard Poplar to bring out Dia Bellstar, the Black Witch, use its effect and Poplar's effect to go ahead and put Poplar in the Spell and Trap Zone.
Yeah. Levi just double-checking the graveyard effect of transaction rollback. Obviously, right now, without any traps in the grave, it is not a viable option for Jack. Be curious to see when Jack elects to utilize his copy of Rivalry of Warlords.
Going to be interesting for sure. We've seen how painful that card can be to deal with, but also we've seen Snake Eye players get out of it too, so it's just going to be heads or tails type of situation. But we do see the original Sinful Spoil Snake Eye set there to the field. Pausing for a moment, it looks like the hand that Levi has might be the Fire King High Avatar Arvata, as well as a Droll Lockbird.
Yeah, that makes sense that it's Arvata. If he had that Kieran earlier, he could have used it when the Infinite Impermanence was activated. It's kind of one of the things that Jack can deduce from the sequence of plays. But here we see a copy of Rivalry of Warlords, that singleton continuous trap card in his strategy. Going to make it so that Sinful Spoils does not resolve in the manner in which Levi intended.
A transaction rollback may be strong, but if this Rivalry of Warlords is gotten rid of, because it's a continuous trap card, it isn't coming back anytime soon. So Levi taking a moment here to consider his options, what it is he's going to do. He had activated it, but there just seems to be nothing. He still has to make that choice. Oh, but it looks like we're going to have a Dogmatica Punishment flipped over.
It's an interesting choice here with the original Sinful Spoils. If he sent the Bellstar to the graveyard, he would need to special summon a level 1 Beast. And I'm not sure he has another copy of a level 1 Winged Beast in his deck. He's only playing one copy of Ponix. This, though, guarantees it's not like Jack has full knowledge of Levi's deck list. So by destroying that Ponix, it leaves him with the Diabellstar, and obviously there's not going to be a level 1
there's nothing to be cut.
monster that can be special summoned. That's a spellcaster.
Well, you do find some people play Magician Souls, but not here.
Not here.
So the raw results first. I draw a card. I draw a card from Ariana. I'll proceed none of them.
Not a whole lot just drawn there. Just an Nibiru and a...
And a main, yeah.
Levi saw Stompy Torby there in the hand of Jack, but now we're going to go ahead and activate Trap Trick since we don't have access to too many great traps. Of course, it's going to set a trap that can be activated from the deck by banishing a one from the deck as well, the same name, and that card can be activated, but you can only activate one trap for the remainder of this turn.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there are any good fire level 1 spellcasters out there. Obviously, Magician Soul, I believe it's a dark.
It is a dark, that's
Effect
right.
Veiler would probably be incorporated in his deck. That's a light. I don't think there are any very good fire spellcasters. Clearly, he didn't have one in his strategy. Looks here, though, like Levi is going to be conceding here to that Rivalry of Warlords. Wow. Even though that single copy of Rivalry of Warlords limited on the Forbidden and Limited lists, just one is necessary to outright win the game here.
Yeah, it's a powerful and revered card with good reason. So what an absolute fast shutdown. Again, it's very difficult to play that deck, especially if you don't have any main deck spell and trap removal. How are you supposed to get rid of all those traps? And again, Labyrinth could just continue to just put card after card on the board and generate advantage until you feel like your head's spinning and you're in a Labyrinth. So Jack has taken the first game here in the semifinal. We may be seeing Labyrinth in the finals after all.
It's interesting. We've seen a couple matches this weekend, at least a couple games between the dominant couch game with Rivalry Warlords and then again here, that single copy, even without any cards like Pot of Prosperity to dig it out. If you just naturally draw it in your opening hand, clearly it has amazing impact on the outcome of the game.
It kind of reminds me of Summon Limit, which has been forbidden, but was commonly played in Voiceless Voice before it was forbidden. You would get out your greatest monster and then, frankly, activate Summon Limit because they probably couldn't get rid of that within 2 cards. Rivalry of Warlord is functionally different, but it kind of feels the same. What you're doing is setting up an established board and then saying, hey, unless you're playing all the same type, you are not getting through this.
I'm not pretty
Jack
used
is
to
even hedged by activating that Dogmatica punishment to send the Pyro monster from the field to the graveyard, or rather the Wing Beast with the Ponix to the graveyard, just to absolutely force Levi to just resolve that original Sinful Spoil Snake Eye with no effect, because of course, as we mentioned, there are no fire spellcasters in his strategy.
Certainly a tricky situation to be in. I don't think anybody would end up trying to main deck a fire spellcaster just to get around Rivalry or Warlords, but there are lots of great side deck options that are commonly used that will get you out of that situation, like Cosmic Cyclone, which has been a great spell card this entire weekend. Probably going to continue to be for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, Levi does in fact have 3 copies of Cosmic Cyclone in his side deck. What's interesting, just big picture about what we just saw, is I'm not sure to the extent that Levi understands Jack's deck list. He didn't get to see a whole lot of it. There is only one continuous trap card in Jack's main deck, as I mentioned, that single copy of Rivalry at Warlords. There's a few different variations of Labyrinth. Some of them play a lot of continuous trap cards. Many of those continuous trap cards have found their way either completely forbidden or limited to one. There can only be one comes to mind. Of course, Rivalry Warlords, maybe potentially goes in match. But Jack isn't really relying on continuous cards all that much. So, although I would recommend siding in Cosmic Cyclone because it has other utility, targeting trap cards at inopportune times for Jack. Not necessarily going to be as game-breaking because it's not overwhelmingly likely that Jack is going to get access to Rivalry Warlords again. Jack is really trying to play normal trap cards as intended by the inherent Labyrinth strategy itself.
It's great to see one of these trap control decks doing exactly what it's supposed to do. You're right about the utility of Cosmic Cyclone. Perhaps you might banish one of those cards so it can't be used with transaction rollback, or you could just get rid of it before it actually has an opportunity to activate. But I guess we'll see as we are shortly getting back in here. Maybe we get to see an appearance from the Labyrinth, but I don't know if you're Jack, you're feeling pretty good. Maybe you just didn't side deck any cards at all.
One of the best uses of Cosmic Cyclone is actually to chain it to a normal trap card so that Lady of the Labyrinth cannot chain to that normal trap card to set a trap from the deck. You want to have a lot of quick plays in your deck, or at least cards that are quick effects or spell-speed 2 effects, such as Cosmic Cyclone. Very similar to how we commented on yesterday, ways to play around Pearly.
Definitely there, and here we go right into game 2 of our semifinal 1 of 2 again, and we'll see if Jack can take another victory or if Levi's going to bring it back.
So here, Levi doesn't have to worry about facing down Rivalry Warlords again, so he'll be able to play, I wouldn't say entirely uninterrupted here on the opening turn, because those Labyrinth effects from hand can be quite potent. but he'll play uninterrupted by continuous trap cards, at least for the opening turn.
Well, speaking of activating trap cards from the hand, I believe I've already seen an infinite permanence in Jack's hand. We'll see if that comes down. Yep, on the Snake Eye Ash.
I'll move to end phase.
I think Levi has a copy of Grow, Ash Blossom, and Joyous Spring. I think a copy of Poplar. Sure. And is that a second Ash Blossom? It doesn't look like he has a whole lot going on here. So he's going to discard the Butler. Or he has the Butler and set what I believe was a Welcome Labyrinth that was set relatively quickly. And now because he's activated a normal trap card this turn and also a Labyrinth effect, he's going to be able to summon Lady Labyrinth of the Silver Castle.
And all those quarter-century secret rares, I guess he is here to style, not only with his cards, but with his deck itself. But before the Butler comes down, the DD Crow discarded to make sure that nothing is going that way.
As I mentioned before, when you chain an effect to Lady Labyrinth, you're unable to set a normal trap. Ash Blossom is obviously one that can be chained to Welcome Labyrinth. You did try to activate the Butler there in response in the DD Crow. So look at all those interactions already on one turn.
Everybody basically just emptying their hands here as Jack sets his last two traps, and as Levi displays that he's only got 2 cards once he continues play.
Levi has a Poplar already in his hand, so there's a play option that he has there with his normal summon. Looks like he has another copy of Ash. It was actually 2 copies of Ash on the opening turn.
Not too bad. Let's try this again. Snake Eye Ash, does its effect resolve? Nope, infinite permanence, and I believe that was even in the same column.
Here you're going to consider activating the DD Crow from hand on the Welcome Labyrinth to shut off the Lady Labyrinth effect. That's what he's thinking about right now. One of the issues for Jack is that although the infinite permanence is obviously going to shut off that Ash from searching, the other Ash's effect is live to send a face-up monster, or a face-up card with that Ash to special summon a Snake Eye from the deck. So this infinite permanence isn't quite as game-breaking as the one from the opening turn, but I really love this. This shows you that Levi has a great understanding of exactly the intricacies of this particular matchup. It's something that, again, you can do here against the Labyrinth strategy when Lady Labyrinth is on the field. It's also something you can do against early strategies when they try to equip attach as material, the quick plays when they activate it with a face-up Pearly Exceed monster.
Sometimes what appears to be a suboptimal play is actually a genius maneuver from an experienced duelist. Because again, banishing that trap card, certainly good against the Labyrinth strategy, but an effective way to make sure that no additional trap cards show up. Although we do have our big Welcome Labyrinth.
Yeah, this is unfortunate. What Levi was really hoping is that that additional spell or trap card was something that could not be activated right now, maybe some inopportune card, maybe even a continuous trap card that wasn't especially effective, but unfortunately for him, it's another trap card. It's a normal trap card. He'll be able to activate the Lady Labyrinth, which is what he's doing right now, and he'll probably be able to summon the Lovely Labyrinth, and then he'll be able to bounce the Lady Labyrinth back to his hand and destroy the Snake Eye Ash, whose effect is not negated. That's one potential line of play here.
Again, this is the power of a Labyrinth deck with no spell cards in it. You just always get every trap you need, and because he's only running that 1 copy of Rivalry of Warlords as his continuous trap, he's not running into that situation that other Labyrinth players, and hey, no shade on those Labyrinth players, but they might run into a situation in which they draw continuous trap after continuous trap after continuous trap when they are just begging to get back into the big Welcome Labyrinth cards. Sure. Looks like we're going to go ahead and set Trap Trick there. And the monster we special summon is like Ariane.
I'm going to go with Ariane, yeah. So this is one a little bit different. You know, he had a few different options. He had the Lovely Labyrinth option. He could even gotten into something like Kuklok so that he could send it to the graveyard to activate a normal trap. He would have to obviously summon the Lovely back from his hand to do that, but it was definitely a possibility. Oh, here's the Kuklok here. So he decided to search the Kuklok. Yeah, this makes sense. Whether you special summon the Kuklok with the Welcome or you search it off of the Ariana, both sort of ultimately result in the same thing. This allows him to do it in such a way where he keeps the Lovely in hand with the normal trap card still set. And because he discarded Kuklok, he'll be able, because he discarded Kuklok while he controls the Labyrinth, he'll still be able to activate that, look like a cannon that he set. Destructive Diorama Karma Cannon.
What a great card, and certainly something that would definitely work against the Snake Eye strategy, obviously, trying to flip down those monsters that it can, and if it can't, go ahead and send them to the graveyard. Very powerful against those Link-centric end boards that Snake Eye is usually put out. Right now, we're just kind of deciding what it is we need to do next. Quick little decision as we look through the extra deck.
It looks like he's going to allow him to use the Ash that was not negated this turn, the one that was on the previous turn. Now he's going to summon a Snake Eye from his deck.
Taking a look at that Poplar, that's going to be the monster we summon. Go ahead and attempt to use the effect of Poplar. it does resolve, so we're going back to the deck to add in an original Sinful Spoil Snake Eye from the deck to the hand. Maybe not. Levi takes a moment to reconsider that option before again electing for the original Sinful Spoil Snake Eye.
Resolution good.
Interesting. Well, we definitely know we're not going into Link Karibo, but we are going into Relinquished Anima just to get the Poplar off the field there. And then it gets to activate its effect to choose a level 1 fire monster and place it in the spell and trap zone.
Yeah, I was thinking.
A lot of patience here from Jack. He had the option of using the Diorama Cannon a little bit earlier so that the Anima would never hit the field. In addition to that, if he were to have done that earlier, it would make it so there were no face-up cards on the field.
Well,
it was Trap Trick. Well, this could get into
it. Could get it, yeah. So we are activating the Trap Trick and digging deep in the deck to see... It's going to be Dogmatica Punishment again.
I guess I thought that was Cannon set, but this kind of ultimately is very similar. Instead, he actually values the Dogmatica Punishment more. What this will actually be able to do is destroy the Anima and then destroy the Ash from the Spell and Trap card zone by sending Intis to the graveyard.
The Elder Entity hasn't shown up on the board yet.
Okay, this is interesting. So that is a cost. He is going to ultimately... Oh, okay, this works too. So this is a way of negating the Snake Eye that comes out.
Not every day you see Meteorologic Aggregator, that's for sure.
This is a way to get the original Sinful Spoils out of Levi's hand. You know, I was thinking maybe you just destroy the face-up cards in the field. This is a good way to kind of head, because we know that Levi's card in hand cannot be placed on the field this turn. But that's not something that Jack has knowledge of. So what Jack is doing here is he's playing what he perceives to be the safest way, which is let me get rid of that original Sinful Spoils. I actually want there to be face-up cards. But I want to incentivize my opponent to use it, because if I use Dogmatica Punishment this way, I'll be able to destroy the Anima, and then in the resolution window here, instead of that Ponix being able to activate, it's going to be negated by the Aggregator.
And so it is. Again, now just gesturing very briefly to the Aggregator. We know that he's resolved that effect, and so Ponix is just kind of staring the field down, not doing a whole lot. And unfortunately, there is no longer the defensive play of just turning it into a Link Karibo and passing. So with one monster card in hand that isn't going to be much help, an additional copy of Poplar, Levi considers and passes turn.
He's going to Cecil summon that Lady Labyrinth back from his hand. Now, what's interesting here is he doesn't have any cards in hand, so he actually really does need to draw something. Now, obviously, there are almost 20 traps in his deck. Any normal trap is pretty sufficient here.
We're not quite down to a simplified game state yet, but it certainly feels like it as both players were able to eliminate their options very quickly. We're just down to top decking.
He may have drawn one of the Labyrinth furniture pieces, whether it's Chandelar, Uclock, or Stovey Torby, which may not necessarily be the most ideal draw. I'm going to try and maybe potentially find a way of navigating this turn without a normal trap. And he activated Dogmatica Punishment on the previous turn. He isn't going to be able to access his extra deck.
It looks like we're just going to turn to attack mode.
Oh, never mind. That was way better than a piece of furniture.
It's better than one Ariadne, another one. So we're going to go ahead and have our Labyrinth Servants bring up the Dragon Chandelier.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, attack?
Yeah, you're good.
Attack?
Yeah, it's good.
That will be 46.
Yeah, I'll be at 34.
So certainly turned it around very quickly, though. Just getting another servant, going ahead and adding the Shendrag Lear from the deck to the hand, and then now we're getting to banish another trap card.
What this is going to do is it's going to bounce the Ariana to his hand so that he has a card to discard off the Chandelar. This is a really fantastic application of Big Welcome Labyrinth. A lot of people look at Big Welcome Labyrinth and they consider it a card that's used to disrupt the opponent, but in these simplified game states, when you whittle your hand down, as has been the case over the course of the last couple of turns, you might not necessarily have the discard that you need with Chandelar. Well, you always have a discard with Big Welcome Labyrinth in the graveyard. It's really just a masterclass of how to play this Labyrinth strategy. Because now he's going to be able to activate that clock because he gets to add it back to his hand because the Labyrinth effect is activated. Now he can immediately activate the Welcome Labyrinth, and now he can chain his Lady Labyrinth. So what looked like a really disheartening game state is actually really rapidly turned around.
And that is what Labyrinth really does best. It's kind of a nebulous deck when you first play against it because you're just kind of thinking, okay, they brought out some monsters and they set some traps. That's interesting. But once you really start to understand, you just get deeper and deeper, and there is no way out But, well, the Labyrinth player isn't lost as we send another trap card to the field. Go ahead and bring out our Lady of the Silver Castle.
Correct.
Good old lovely Labyrinth making a special appearance.
If two?
Yeah, you're good.
I'll activate Lovely Effect. I will need to target.
All of these cards an absolutely beautiful collector's rare, and quarter century rare, or potentially even starlight rare.
Jack definitely didn't come here to joke around. These are some fabulous cards and even better gameplay because he is really showing off exactly how this deck is supposed to work. So things are starting to look pretty grim for Levi. We might really have Labyrinth in the finals after all, but don't get ahead of ourselves just yet.
I'm really not sure what Levi will be able to draw in this particular game, so that he doesn't have access to any really overwhelming Boardbreaker style card. There's no evenly matched in his deck. There's no Lightning Storm in his deck. He doesn't get to add back the Onyx as it was destroyed the previous turn. He's looking down several layers of interaction here from the Labyrinth side of the table, so it's going to be pretty tough for him to navigate through this, but not over just yet.
Well, let's see if he can navigate through that Labyrinth. Take a quick look at the graveyard just to see all the trap cards there and some of the other points of interaction that have already been used. But it's pretty rough to get through this. We'll have to see something yet. So again, we're going to go ahead and banish the original Sinful Spoil Snake Eye.
No response.
And possibly recycle that Poplar for a single drawn card. Right, so
he's going to search his deck for Oak.
Oak certainly helps, but Oak's effect would have to resolve to be the most helpful, so this might be a little difficult considering, and it does look, maybe he doesn't want to get the Snake Eye Oak after all. Just thinking a little bit out loud, trying to determine, yes, we're doing the Snake Eye Oak.
Oak is good.
Yeah, and we talk about how the YCS is a marathon, not a sprint. Obviously, Jack has likely been playing against various different opponents, all of great skill levels, but he probably has more Labyrinth against Snake Eye experience than Levi does, unless Levi has a great playtest group.
You do not make it all the way to the top 4 here at YCS Raleigh without having played an abundance of Snake Eye-based strategies. Jack has obviously decked his deck out in such a way to prepare for that matchup, and it's the reason why he's here in the top 4 with this Labyrinth strategy.
Well, speaking of great cards, we again see Infinite Impermanence stop Snake Eye Oak and make that left column totally useless for spells and traps.
Interesting, he chooses not to use Lady Labyrinth. You know he has another normal trap set, so maybe he's potentially decided, you know what, I want to make my decision on what I set for my deck a little bit later on this turn. I'm in that much of a commanding position here.
Certainly in no rush with multiple monsters on the board, staring down just a single level 1 fire monster. Level 1 fire monsters are good, but good when they're in abundance. One Ember is not going to set this field afire. So, take a look again in the graveyard. We do have several different trap cards. It does kind of show you what it is that has been used.
I think Levi has a copy of Magnemite in his hand. I believe he has that in his deck list. He does in fact have 2 copies of Bystials, a Bystial Jerusalem and a Bystial Magnemite in his side deck.
Well, that would give him the bodies he needs to activate the effect of Snake Eye Oak, so we do see the reveal of the Bestial Magnemite. And it looks like we are declaring to banish the Shandrak Lear.
I believe that Snake Eye Oak has been hit by Infinite Impermanence, so he'll have to find a way of putting a Snake Eye Oak back on the field if he wants to Oak effect.
Yeah. Ooh, and there's another big welcome Labyrinth there.
Yeah, and then the activation of Lady Labyrinth, now that he has a little bit more information about the cards in Levi's hand, he feels more comfortable here utilizing the effect to search the deck for a normal trap card. One of the cards you often get is Trap Trick. Now he's going to actually go with Destructive Diorama Karma Cannon, and this is going to allow him to special summon back the Chandelar.
I'll try and commentating that name 10 times fast, but the good news is, once that card gets activated, it probably will seal the deal. Think about it, all those monsters going face down, and anything left face up being sent to the graveyard is pretty rough to deal with. It almost has an evenly matched level type of power there.
That's good. Resolves.
Looks like we're just going to grab the Welcome Labyrinth here, out of the graveyard.
Let me get it here.
Yeah, things are looking really grim here for Levi, unfortunately.
I'll proceed. Neither.
It does become difficult to deal with this.
I
It's
will not
just
proceed to special
it's
word set.
hard because again, as a Snake Eye player, you're hoping to establish a board, and usually, if your board isn't established, at least you're reducing the number of cards your opponent has. They've given up the options they need to use to stop your Snake Eye plays. But with Labyrinth, that's not the story here. Every time they continue to play, more resources end up on the board, and again, it gets out of hand really fast. And staring these monsters down. I don't know that Levi has anything. He's just trying to get by and just attack.
He's actually going to now activate the Chandelar effect by discarding the Stoby Torby. They'll now be able to set a Labyrinth Spell or Trap.
Can't even get a battle phase. We're taking another big welcome lap, setting that face down.
Sure.
I think he has the Kuklak in his graveyard that he'll be able now to add back to his hand.
I'll redeclare Ariana.
It looks like he's deciding to attack into Ariana. The interesting choice. It probably means he has a Fire King in his hand.
Three.
Jack's,
That's fine.
Yeah, Jack selected to discard the Kuklak, now allowing him to activate a trap card that was set this turn.
Jack certainly seems aware of this Snake Eye mission to crash Snake Eye Oak into his monsters, knowing that if it gets destroyed, something bad, likely Fire King related, will happen. So he's been activating as many cards as he can in response to this attack, just trying to put it off so that his monster doesn't get destroyed and a bigger monster doesn't hit the field. That would be one way to stop it. That Dharma Cannon will flip that monster face down. You are not attacking from defense position. Wrong deck.
Yeah. Correct.
Right after that, you don't directly move the damage up. You're still
Yeah, I think once this cannon resolves, that'll probably be just about it for Levi. Looking at his hand, he's got a bunch of monsters normal summoned. He has the Magnemite, I guess, that could potentially still come to play in the following turn, but because that's public knowledge now to Jack, I think Jack will be able to navigate through that Magnemite quite effectively.
And fish. Sure.
Here we have the Lady Labyrinth. There's been a slew of Labyrinth and normal trap cards activated this turn. Now I'm just going to assume that both of these monsters get flip summoned. Shift over to attack position. Levi's down to, I believe, only 500 life points. Yeah, this is a way of making sure that the Fire King effects don't activate by banishing that big Welcome Labyrinth from the graveyard. Now he can select any of these monsters that can attack, which will presumably be enough to deal the 500 points of damage necessary to win. Levi will continue to play forward, though. He's going to activate the Bestial Magnemite. It's a quick effect now because Jack obviously has 3 monsters on the field.
Activates the effect of Magnuma, but I don't know that we're getting to the end phase to be able to search here.
And that's it.
That seals the deal. There's the handshake. Jack moves into the finals with the Labyrinth strategy over Levi playing Fire King Snake Eye. Certainly held in there as long as he could. Didn't give up goal. But unfortunately, it didn't matter anyway because Jack can get attacked. You can see the smile on his face as he's getting ready because that trophy he's sitting next to very well might be his.
Yeah, we saw really all of the aspects of the Labyrinth strategy in Aximize there. We saw the game of Rivalry of Warlords, which doesn't happen nearly as much as it did in Rivalry of Warlords 3, but it is still something that the Labyrinth strategy gets to incorporate. Then we saw what Labyrinth really intends to do, which is to play with those normal trap cards and combine them with the Chandelar, Kuklak, and Stoby Torby. And we saw Jack really maximize all of the different intricacies of this deck, which he's had to do all weekend, really, to deal with the Snake Eye decks that have been at this tournament.
But that's really what helped him out. Again, he has the advantage in the sense that he is constantly playing against any of those Snake Eye opponents who have been in the top cut. Remember, 20 of the 32 top decks were Simple Spoil Snake Eyes. He didn't have to fight all 20 of them, but what he did get is additional information about exactly what it means to play a Labyrinth deck against Snake Eye. So keep that in mind. You need to make sure you make lots of friends out there in the dueling world so you can play against lots of different decks. We'll talk to Jack in a moment how it feels to finally crack into the finals here at our YCS. We'll be back in a moment. And we're here with Jack, and I gotta say, it was just incredible to watch that Labyrinth play, but I have to ask, did I hear that right before we got on the broadcast? Is this your first time making it to the Top Cut of a YCS?
Yes, this is the first time ever that I've been to the Top Cut. This is actually like my first or second time being at YCS. I kind of forgot it. But yeah, I'm really happy to be here.
Well, you have made an incredible performance so far, and with a deck that not a lot of duelists were talking about. Are you excited to be up here? Nervous energy? How do we feel?
Yeah, I'm starting to feel nervous since the first round last day. But, you know, already being here, so I'll just walk the last step.
Well, again, you put on a masterclass on how to play that Labyrinth strategy, so I am not worried at the slightest. But going into the finals, how do you feel about your chances to take home that trophy that's right behind you?
I've already been to the final. I just try to enjoy the game. Like, but no, I'll try my best. But I'll try my best to get the trophy, but I'll enjoy the game more.
Good deal, good deal. Words to duel by. We'll let you catch a little bit of a break. We're going to send it back to the desk to talk to Joe.
You'd love to hear Jack's positivity, just one game away from a YCS championship. Well, let's take a look at a game map that can be earned playing remote duels in the near future. It features the absolutely beautiful Divine Arsenal Zeus. Let's take a look at this game map. This is a desk map that can be won playing the Master Duel Remote Duel main event. These are scheduled monthly. The next one takes place on May 12th at 11 a.m. Mountain Time. Then again on June 16th, 11 a.m. Mountain Time. This absolutely beautiful desk map can be earned in these Master Duel Remote Duel main event series. So try your luck in one of these monthly events. But with that being said, we're going to go to break and have our next top 4 feature match in just a few moments. So stay tuned.
My favorite public event is probably the 3v3. It's just fun to team up with any two of your friends, drag them out of their misery for not doing well on Saturday, and then you guys can hopefully have some fun together on Sunday.
My favorite public event is Attack of the Giant card. They pick like a lot of like really like special cards, and they just look like really awesome because they're just like big, and they just look cool.
My favorite public event, probably the regionals. Just to be able to play a regional flight, get your invite, get a beautiful deck box. This year I think we got the black deck box with the dice tray, which is super nice. And then that current season's playmat is really nice, so you don't have to travel a couple hours to go to a regional on the weekends, and you can do it at a YCS when you're already spending that time going to an event.
Favorite public event is probably the Time Wizard event. I really enjoy going back to how we used to play back in the day, so it's a good combination of, you know, cards I haven't played in a long time, and, you know, just a little bit longer games also, so it's a little bit more fun sometimes too.
Favorite public event is Attack of the Giant card. Attack of the Giant card, yeah. It's the first big one I won. The first side event I won a long time ago, so, and I got a Blue Eyes.
Favorite public event. So this year I actually made a speed duel deck. So I'm gonna try my hand at speed duel. I think it's kind of underrated. A lot of people don't play speed duel or don't even, you know, try to play speed duel. It's actually a lot of fun. The games are pretty quick, so you can get a lot of matches in a short time. And the pricing is really good too. They have special tournament packs for speed duel, and they also have a giant card event as well. So I think speed duel is definitely probably going to be one of my favorites from playing from now on. I'm excited for it for this weekend.
My favorite public event is the Attack of the Giant card, because who doesn't like giant cards of your favorite cards?
Welcome back to YCS Raleigh. I told you that break would not last very long. We have our other top 4 feature match just moments away, and it's going to feature, of course, the Snake Eyes one more time in a mirror match.
It's definitely cool, though, because we already know that Jack definitely knows how to handle that, but who will his opponent be? It's going to be interesting. Again, Snake Eye mirror matches are one of the most nuanced mirror matches I think we've ever seen in Yu-Gi-Oh! History, so I'm really excited to see who our competitors are going to be in the finals.
I think you're going to recognize both of these names, honestly, so let's go to our introductions and see the 2 players that we'll be looking at here in our second top 4 feature match.
Looks like up first from Red Oak, Texas, Cameron Neal hit his favorite card, Red Eyes Black Dragon.
He'll be up against Austin from Jefferson, Ohio. His favorite card is Slower Swallow.
Both of these duelists certainly able to roll with the best of them, but only one person can advance here. And so they both know what they're playing. They both are very experienced. Obviously, Austin, no stranger on the internet, being a certain following, definitely gets a lot of duels in. And on Cameron's side, recently coming back from the Ultimate Duelist Series, one of the best and most celebrated duelists there is in terms of tournament records. So again, this is quite a match that we are going to be facing off between these two. But again, only one can win. And then they'll be facing that dreaded Labyrinth deck that is waiting for them in the finals.
Yeah, these two players have probably had to navigate through quite a few different Snake Eye-based mirror matches. So here they are here in the top 4 with one final Snake Eye versus Snake Eye matchup. We know that Austin has incorporated a very small Castira package, something that's been quite popular throughout the weekend. I'm not sure if Cameron is doing the same, so we'll wait to see until we get a little bit more information. One thing I will point out, Austin has one of the most unique records that I've seen this far into a tournament, 11 wins. Hasn't been defeated yet with 3 draws. Well, obviously we cannot draw here in the top 4. If he continues his streak of not having any losses, he might very well be destined for the finals.
Yeah, technically, hey, a draw is not a loss, so he would be an undefeated duelist, and technically still is undefeated. So going into the next match, it's going to be really interesting to see. The Kashtira Snake Eye, I am so impressed with. Obviously, Kashtira has had such a great tournament record. It was very just all over the place at the NAWCQ last year. And while there are some fans who hear the words Kashtira, they're just, oh no, Kashtira again. It is a really good and powerful deck and pairs well with so many different strategies. So you really should give it a shot for yourself, whether you're pairing it with this monster set or some other.
Yeah, it's really interesting when you think about the fact that Kashtira Birth was always the card in Kashtira that I think allowed it to have as much success as it had. Yes, obviously, when we had Mindhacker and Arise Heart, there were various ways in which you could lose because of those cards, but if the game went 2, 3, 4, or 5 turns, Kashtira Birth uninterrupted, just allowing it to sit there on the field and accumulate advantage every turn was often the reason you lost. So what we see here with some of the Snake Eye players is their realization of Unicorn is powerful, Fenrir is powerful, and Kashtira is Birth powerful. I'm just going to use one copy of all 3 of those cards with the Pressured Planet Rights off, which is exactly what we see Austin doing. And I think numerous players this weekend have elected to play that very small Kashtira package. And Kashtira Fenrir specifically this weekend lines up against a lot of the non-Snake Eye-based strategies. It also gives you 2 monsters that can just attack over an Apollosa depending on exactly how your hand interactions disrupted your opponent on the opening turn. So to me, I think the small little Kashtira package has been the best accompaniment to the Snake Eyes throughout the weekend. Because obviously we have the Fire Kings, we have pure Snake Eyes, and I think this Kashtira Snake Eye variation is the one that's probably seen the most success this weekend.
It certainly has, and think about when Kashtira was played pure by itself, it always had a difficulty getting things started if it couldn't draw a monster. Well, by limiting it just to those powerful Kashtira cards in the smallest package possible, you've got Snake Eye, you always have a monster, and you always have a starter, so you get all the benefits of Kashtira without any of the drawbacks.
And it looks like on the other side, Cameron has elected not to play any of the Kashtira, so we have a Kashtira Snake Eye variation against the Door Snake Eye variation. There are no more Fire Kings in our tournament, but with that being said, it looks like we are just moments away. These players have shuffled up, they're about to roll the die. We are ready for Game 1 of our top 4 feature match.
What a semifinal this will be. We may finally have an answer to the question, which is better, traditional old Sinful Spoil Snake Eye or Kashtira Snake Eye?
Cameron looks like he rolled a 10. Austin nowhere close to that, so it looks like Cameron will elect to go first. So his hand is looking pretty strong here. He's got Nibiru, Effect Veiler, Ash Blossom, Crossout Designator, and a copy of Black Witch. It'll be interesting to see what he sends with the Diabell Star, the Black Witch, because that's the only card that he has that's a starter. He is a little bit insulated from a Infinite Impermanence or Effect Veiler with that copy of Crossout Designator.
Feels pretty safe to get rid of Nibiru. You're not necessarily as worried about it, and you can always use the Crossout Designator not only to stop points of interaction that your opponent's using, but if you don't end up using it, you could just use it against your opponent because you're sharing many of the same cards in your deck. But speaking of sharing cards in deck, we are going to see that original Sinful Spoil Snake Eye get negated by Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring.
That is in fact a Crossout Designator. We can assume that he's going to activate that. One thing that's interesting is it looks like Austin had both a copy of Ghost Mourner and a copy of Infinite Impermanence. I'm actually quite surprised that he didn't activate one of those on a Diabell Star.
The Ghost Mourner would certainly be a great way to stop the effect and do a lot of damage right at the beginning, but it also would have prevented any of the Heat of the Fire Channeler shenanigans that we've been seeing throughout the tournament whenever this mirror match happens. It looks like he saved the Ghost Mourner Moonlit Shell for the Snake Eye Ash, so effectively he has gotten that effect negated one way or the other. Gonna go ahead and just straighten out the banishment right there. A little help from our Yu-Gi-Oh! Judge friends. And
Cameron's going to be forced to pass the turn here unless he wants to normal summon one of his two-hand interruptions and then go into a copy of Hida. But I'm not sure that that line of play is necessarily the way he's going to want to go.
It's only the first game. Certainly have a chance to experiment, but if you experiment a little incorrectly, you might find yourself staring down opponents with advantage, right? They would have that first game up and every single move would count. Not that it doesn't. We are in the second semifinal after all.
I think Cameron has probably playtested in the last week and understands that in this particular situation, the best play here is to just pass back. He knows that line going from Hida into the opponent's Ash Blossom is probably not sufficient enough. Unfortunately here for Austin, it looks like he opened with both copies of his Castillo monsters. It's actually one of the funniest things this weekend. He has more Castillo cards in his hand than actual Snake Eye cards, though he only has 3 Castillo cards in his deck if you do not count the Pressured Planet. He's going to be able to search out a Castillo Birth and then actually conduct the normal summon. What's interesting with this particular strategy is you usually don't get to do the normal summon off of Birth because you end up just searching the Castillo Birth and then use only the special summon from Graveyard effect later on in the turn, potentially to go into something like Draco Sack with Diabellstar that's a level 7 in addition to the Unicorn that you originally started the turn with. Here he actually has that option. Now, of course, there's no more Castillos in his deck to search. It'll be interesting to see whether or not he chooses to do that, or if he chooses to use his Bonfire to search a copy of Snake Eye Ash / Snake Eye Poplar. He just at least has the option of normal summoning Castillo Fenrir, which is not something that's probably happened a lot this weekend since he only has 1 copy of each Castillo monster.
Well, he's starting with the Bonfire, and this is a great way to find out if your opponent wants to use one of those points of interaction now. But if you do, technically that Castillo Unicorn is going to be able to take something out of the extra deck. Here comes the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, and there's the Castillo Unicorn. Let's take a look at Cameron Neal's collection here. Flipping that great Red Eyes Black Dragon sleeves upside down there. And
this is his favorite card after all.
It's a great looking card for sure. Speaking of great looking cards, as we go through the extra deck here, many of the standard options, trying to figure out what it is that you want to get rid of. And as we know, the Castillo board alone, it doesn't take much. A Unicorn and a Fenrir, along with Castillo Birth, may be enough to push things off. However, the Bonfire being activated, well, while it was negated, at least showed that his opponent no longer has that Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring to be used now.
It's also valuable. It's not totally uncommon now that we've reached this part of the tournament to assume that your opponents are on the Omega plus Disbatter strategy, but being able to look at Cameron's extra deck did confirm that. He is only playing 1 copy of Promethean Princess, so that is typically the first card you would banish.
Going to go ahead and attack. And speaking of banish face down. Then a replay is declared, so we get to attack again with that Castillo Unicorn, and then Castillo Fenrir. Excuse me, Castillo Fenrir, then Unicorn.
Doesn't look like Austin is playing a copy of Draco Sack in his strategy. I actually did see some players utilizing Draco Sack, because with these 2 level 7s, now it's not usually actually both of the Castillo monsters. It's all, very often this weekend been a Castillo monster plus Diabellstar. But by going into Draco Sack, you then put 2 tokens on the field. It allows you a lot of variety with your extra deck. It's not something, though, that Austin has elected to play this weekend. So instead, he might go into something like IP Masquerena and then special summon back off Castillo Birth, so that he's threatening the interaction with the Castillo Fenrir that would be on the field and the interaction with the IP Masquerena, plus the interaction of having the Castillo Birth plus a Castillo monster on the field that will allow him to pick away Cameron's graveyard if he were to activate a normal spell. And with that infinite impermanence in hand, it'll give him 4 layers of interaction.
Certainly layers upon layers upon layers, and Castillo Birth has been so strong against the Snake Eye strategy because you can just rifle through all those cards in the graveyard, and then all those effects you were saving for later, whether it was the original Sinful Spoils, maybe wanted Seeker of Sinful Spoils, or just having level 1 fire monsters in the graveyard, all of those can go away just because you accidentally activated a spell card.
So it's probably not going to be worth it here, but he could activate the Castillo Birth on the resolution of the original Sinful Spoilers being banished. I don't think it's worth it, though. You actually want most of those in the graveyard because a Dark Monster with Black Witch, a Fire Monster with Ash Blossom actually give you more flexibility with your Charmer effects. But it is worth noting that that is an option here for Austin, but it looks like Cameron is going to search out a copy of Snake Eye Ash. Unfortunately for him, though, and he has to play through the Fenrir banish face down, the Infinite Impermanence, Castillo Birth banish face down if a spell card is activated, and then in addition to that, the IP Masquerena, which is threatening an SP Little Knight. Plus, in addition to all of that, if all 4 of those interactions isn't enough, he also has the Castillo Birth on his own turn, so he has the built-in follow-up. It's one of the reasons why the Castillo strategy, I think, slots in so well with the Snake Eye as opposed to the Fire King strategy.
I'd say that the early Phantom Nightmare format we sort of colloquially called hand interaction awareness month, right? You always had to just keep track of those cards and make sure that you weren't doing too much. But there's the infinite permanence again. This is a totally different format now, and having the follow-up plays is still just as important, but they're so different than before. So effectively, with the Snake Eye Ash being negated there by the infinite permanence, it's kind of a pit trap there.
Looks like he might have a copy of Diet Bellstar in his hand. I can't make it out perfectly. The problem with the Diet Bellstar is if you were to special summon it, it would be immediately banished face down by the Fender after it resolves, and he already used his original Sinful Spoils, so setting Wanted isn't especially effective right now.
And we're just taking a moment to consider what options are available to him and what's already been used up by his opponent. But again, it's only game one, so if you're cheering for your local favorite, it hasn't necessarily gone all the way down yet, but it just seems like this duel is not going that way. It shows you how powerful the Kashtira cards are, especially when you get them all at once.
Oh, I like this. Attacking the IP Masquerena, attacking with two monsters with the same strength. I really like that play. Clears out the Masquerena. Unfortunately, though, it just leaves the Fenrir on field. I think Austin has won this game, and Cameron has just acknowledged that I'll attack over your IP Masquerena. That will be my last-ditch move, but I know I've been defeated because you're able to summon the Unicorn back from the graveyard, and I have no interaction for that. And that'll put enough damage on the field to clear out the remaining 3,100 life points that Cameron has.
So an incredible opening play, even though it was a very truncated duel, Austin able to close it out very quickly, and interestingly enough, if you didn't know that he was playing Kashtira Snake Eye, you would think you just ran into a Kashtira deck, except for that bonfire that was activated earlier in the turn.
It shows why the Kashtira strategy slots in so well in these matchups where we're playing 12 or 15 different hand interactions against one another. If both players open up or 3 or 4 of them, the game can get incredibly simplified. And one of the best aspects of the Kashtira strategy historically has been when we build down to 2 or 3 cards. If you can't deal with my birth, this birth represents 2 or 3 different points of interaction on the turns that follow. And the ability to just bring back a Fenrir or bring back a Unicorn to pick away the extra deck or cards on the field every single turn when the game gets simplified like that. We just saw there that it looked like, all things considered, Cameron was able to deal with the IP. Certainly that Fenrir is threatening, but it's the birth that put on the additional damage on that following turn that was enough to end the game. So we see why the players in this particular weekend, and really leading up to this weekend, have been incorporating the Kashtira strategy, which wasn't a natural and obvious conclusion. When we first saw the Snake Eye cards find success, the Kashtira Fenrir was maybe sided occasionally, but we didn't really see them in the main deck. It was a lot of just the Fire King and pure Snake Eye decks, but as time has gone on, of course the Forbidden and Limited list has forced some adaptation, but we really see this Kashtira-based strategy slot in so effectively with the Snake Eyes.
The Kashtira cards are so strong by themselves. Even when Arise Heart was not on the Forbidden and Limited list, those cards by themselves could hold on to duels like no other deck we had seen historically. And so the fact that just a few copies of them can keep it together, it would be interesting to see if all of a sudden we see Kashtira everything, right? And I know there are people groaning as I say this, but maybe we'll see some Kashtira Toon decks. Maybe we'll see some Kashtira Horus decks. There's so many different combinations there because it's the great synergy with the level 7 strategies that you see from deck to deck to deck. There's great synergy with just being able to have that small package, but so importantly, there's just durability. You could just draw none of your engine and draw those Kashtira cards, which is what we just saw Austin do, and you just win the duel.
As long as we can play 3 copies of Kashtira Fenrir, I think we'll see that as a side deck card in a lot of strategies going forward, and in addition to that, occasionally find their way into main deck. So as long as we can play 3 copies of Fenrir, I think that that's going to be the case. I remember, at this point, it's probably almost a year and a half ago, I was playing the Draco Slayer Pendulum deck when it first came out. It was actually right after Darkwing Blast, and the only non-Pendulum cards in my deck were 3 copies of Fenrir because it gave you that opening play that allowed you to put a monster on the field so you can go into your extra deck, but it also fueled your hand. You have to discard off of the Pegasus in order to search a field spell. It really just slotted in really well there, and obviously that's nowhere close to a Kashtira strategy.
Certainly not, but again, the deck is so powerful, and Kashtira does slot into different attribute-based decks very well. We've seen it in Vanquish Soul, we've seen it across the board, but now we're seeing Game 2 of our second semifinal, maybe determining who will advance to the finals right in this duel.
So hopefully, for the sake of Cameron, his hand doesn't incorporate 3 hand interactions, a little bit more of the starter engines, but it looks like he has Bonfire and Wanted, which is quite a bit better, with a Ash Blossom, a Infinite Impermanence, and a Nibiru. So this is a much more ideal opening hand. One thing that he doesn't have is a copy of Crossout Designator.
But he may not need it this time, as there was no response from Austin, allowing him to search out the Snake Eye Ash, although he could be using, maybe saving that Ash Blossom here, but it doesn't look like Austin has even picked up his cards there. Oh no, maybe he is going to jump in and negate a monster effect here, or maybe not. Looks like Cameron is going to go ahead and get to resolve the effect here. We do see a Lullaby of Obedience at the top of the deck there. Just a fun card for sure, but didn't necessarily help the Duelist who activated it early in the tournament, so we'll see if that makes an impact here. What's making an impact for now is Snake Eye Poplar hitting the field off of the ad from Snake Eye Ash. And then Snake Eye Poplar's effect will go ahead and get a chance to search the deck for possibly the Divine Temple of the Snake Eye.
Yeah, that's been the go-to card. We've seen it now this weekend. We've seen it really previous to that, that if you want to play around Nibiru, you don't necessarily need to have access to Apollousa or Borreload Savage Dragon, Barone, as we saw in previous iterations of this deck. Honestly, sometimes just having access to Divine Temple will give you sufficient play post-Nibiru that can come back quite effectively.
Again, it's this general trend that we've seen in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game where it's not just about putting up a big board that says no. Instead, it's about committing as many resources as you can, but still having a backup plan if you can survive into the next turn. And that's exactly what the Divine Temple of the Snake Eye does. Just like Kashtira Birth would allow that follow-up play, and that's exactly why Cameron conceded, it's the same idea. Even if you stop me, I am coming back with a vengeance.
Love to see how quickly Cameron here is able to play through these plays. You know, we've been playing this strategy as much as Cameron has. We see it obviously here this weekend. We've seen it all the way back at the UDS Championship. His understanding of the sequencing and understanding of the plays and the lines make it so that he can go through what are otherwise some pretty sophisticated combos relatively quickly. And you really love to see what a practice does.
We're getting player audio directly and it's overpowering.
So here we see Austin summon Nibiru, the primal being.
So what are the stats on this? 16,
25
20.
attack.
We're getting your player audio and it's overpowering.
So 32.
Yeah, 32 attack and then 14 defense. Okay.
What's his set?
32 attack.
14 defense. Effect, target the flamers.
Owing, or the special summon of that Snake Eye Flamberge Dragon because a monster was special summoned to the opponent's field. So unfortunately, because Nibiru does give you a monster, it does do that too. But the Ghost Mourner and Moonlit Chill is going to go ahead and negate that effect. And if that Flamberge Dragon leaves the field, there's going to be a hefty life point payment too, because there will be some effect damage coming along with that.
Yeah, we see this often over the course of the weekend where you threaten the possibility of summon Apollousa, which basically puts the opponent into a position where they either Nibiru right now or they simply do not get to use Nibiru over the course of the turn. And in doing so, it's the situation where the Snake Eye player has been able to construct their opening line in such a way where that Flamberge gets to hit the field in the aftermath of the resolution of Nibiru. So we've seen this sequencing throughout the weekend quite often. You know, we had that question, is Nibiru going to be good enough? Is everyone going to play Nibiru? There's no more Overload Savage, there's no more Barone. Well, maybe you don't even need those two cards. Maybe just understanding how to sequence with your Divine Temple is sufficient enough. Here, but we see is that a Ghost Bell, an alternate art Ghost Bell? It's not a card we see terribly frequently, but it actually is something that can stop Wanted. Wanted does allow you to add cards from the graveyard, and that's one of the modes that Ghost Bell can negate.
And the good news is Ghost Bell and Haunted Mansion is an Earth, so it doesn't trigger off that Hida alarm, right? Hida, the Fire Charmer, showing up and grabbing that monster out of the graveyard. It doesn't feel good to have your monster special summon to your opponent's side of the field. They can link climb. So after that card did get negated, looks like we're just going to set a single card to the field, and Cameron is passing his turn.
Wow, this is huge. So Austin was able to keep cards out of the spell and trap zone, which is a huge impact here because it makes it so that the Divine Temple loses value here on Austin's turn and the Flamberge loses value here on Austin's turn.
As long as he's careful enough not to put a spell and trap of his own down, or rather a monster in the spell and trap zone, because you don't want your opponent using the Flamberge Dragon to destroy, special summon that from the spell and trap zone.
Presumably here Cameron will utilize that copy of Infinite Impermanence that he has set. Yeah.
Very quickly there, we've seen a lot of Infinite Impermanence say no to Snake Eye Ash, and this is just another great chapter in that history book.
But Cameron still has 2 points of hand interaction. He has at least a copy of Ash Blossom. in his hand. I know he has another one. I don't remember if it was Ghost Mourner or Effect Veiler, but we'll see what happens here with the summon of Diabellstar, because certainly one of those two will be... Oh, he's going to allow that to resolve.
Interesting. Maybe saving it for the Snake Eye Ash that will likely appear somewhere along this combo, or maybe against the original Sinful Spoil Snake Eye. Just waiting for his opponent to like get rid of a couple of options before he actually says, hey, you need to slow it down. But first off, Austin's going to go ahead and check his extra deck here, perhaps.
Oh, it's a Nibiru. Yeah, it was a Nibiru. That makes a lot more sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, the Nibiru may pay off soon. We saw how good it was before. Didn't end the turn there for the Divine Temple, obviously getting a chance to bring out the Flamberge, but one great Nibiru deserves another.
Curious to see how Austin sequences here, because obviously he has to fear Nibiru in Cameron's hand. He also has to fear putting cards in the spell and trap card zone. There's a few different things he has to be wary of here. First, he's going to go with Relinquished Anima, the go-to Link 1 monster, now that Link Karibo has found its way to the Forbidden Unlimited list. This now gives him a face-up card in the spell and trap card zone.
Going to go ahead and lose that token there, unfortunately, but it wasn't going to give any attack power to Relinquished Anima anyway.
He elects to use the original Sinful Spoils, though, on the Anima. It is a cost, so it is going to send it to the graveyard. That is there met by an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. So I think Austin here, if he wants to continue forward, is sort of priced into utilizing his Nibiru and Diabellstar to go back into extra deck. And that might be playing right into what Cameron wants. One of the things for Cameron that's important to note is he does have ideal follow-up level 1 fire monsters in his graveyard. When his Flamberge does hit the grave, it looks like he has a copy of Poplar and a copy of Ash in the grave. So he's in pretty good shape now. There's not really much that Austin is going to be able to do to navigate through this board and not lose out to that Nibiru. If there's a way that he could somehow put that Flamberge in the banish pile without summoning, but obviously that's just not an option.
I think that's where the Nibiru comes down.
Yeah.
Our crowd here at the YCS certainly excited about that. And Nibiru the Primal being supported there by Snake Eye Oak and Snake Eye Ash, but it looks like we're taking cards out of the graveyard, and Austin is conceding the second game. So we got ourselves a match. We'll be going to game 3 shortly.
Yeah, that Nibiru really on both sides, showcasing why it is still a potent card. You know, it's interesting. We talk about all of the concessions that players have made to Nibiru in their lines of play, making sure that they can threaten Apollosa at certain times, kind of doing what we often call a Nibiru check. Nevertheless, though, I think we see both of those particular opening plays really hindered by Nibiru. The fact that Cameron's last card was Nibiru ended up being pivotal, because what he was able to do was put Flamebridge on the field, knowing that that would be his follow-up, and just hold back the Nibiru until Austin had invested all of his cards.
Let's certainly ease Cameron's nerves a bit, showing a little smile there before he returned to side decking. And again, even if you've been here time after time, if you are a competitive champion among champions with those fabulous UDS belts, you still care about this game, and so it still matters whenever you ride the roller coaster of emotions of getting the cards that you want and, well, just missing that draw that you needed to get. But right now we're going to the side deck. Obviously, Austin is going to have an opportunity to go first, so he needs to think about that very carefully with his side decking action. Same deal with Cameron. He's going to be going likely second this time, so he's got to think about what cards will help him in that scenario.
Looks like Austin siding out some of the cards, such as Change of Heart and Snatch Steal, which would make a lot of sense. Those are fantastic going second. They don't obviously do much going first. Cards that I actually thought were quite hyped going into the weekend. I haven't personally really seen the interaction where a Snatch Steal or Change of Heart comes down on an Apollosa, but nevertheless, cards that have made their all the way up here into the top 4, they are included in Austin's side deck.
We were lucky enough to see a Mind Control for sure, but the idea that board-breaking spells are the best, they're still good. No one's saying that you can't just decimate your opponent with a Dark Ruler no more, but the problem is what do you do next? So, by using these points of interaction from the hand, which ended up being the favor in the deck lists, instead you're stopping it before it gets bad. You're not waiting to break the board, instead you're stopping it before there's a board to break.
But we are one game away from determining the second finalist, who is going to be paired up against Labyrinth, the finals. One last opportunity to determine whether or not it is pure Snake Eyes or the Nishtira-based Snake Eye strategy that really ultimately reigned supreme this weekend across all of the different Snake Eye variations that we saw.
Certainly just a great deck, not invincible as we've seen, and in the mirror match you can see all of the weak points of the deck, which, well, since you're playing the deck, you know exactly where it is that you don't want to be hit. That certainly helps there. If I see that correctly, I think we might end up getting a deck lockdown activated sometime during this duel, so that'll be exciting as well. But right now we're just shuffling through the cards and getting ready to go into our Game 3. Again, those Snake Eye supporters out there, well, you may still have a chance. Perhaps you're sitting with your friends at your local official tournament store or watching the Challenger Cup on the side, but whatever it is, we're so glad you're here because this is going to be quite the duel. Two great duelists playing one of the greatest decks ever made, trying to get themselves into the finals.
It looks like Austin has a couple of copies, not the full 3, only 2 copies of a deck lockdown in his strategy this weekend. We'll see whether or not he's able to draw that. His deck has a couple ways of drawing. Triple Tactics Talent is a way that he can draw if Cameron activates a monster effect during his main phase. Then, of course, you have the draw off of Wanted Seeker of Sinful Spoils. Besides that, it would need to naturally be in his opening 5 cards.
Well, we've seen those power cards that are at 1 randomly get drawn just like that, right? Jack managed to get his Rivalry of Warlord, so we'll see what kind of luck we see in this duel. Right, the joke always being luck's a part of skill, but it's more about taking advantage of the opportunity. So if he is lucky enough to get that card, I know he'll do just what's needed.
Well, this will be the first game in the finals that Austin has been able to go first. Cameron has gone first in both of those opening games. It'll be interesting to see what Austin has prioritized as his ideal opening sequence.
It is true that we haven't gotten to see Austin put on the masterclass of how to play his variant of the deck, but we will be due for that shortly as the players go ahead and cut each other's decks and get ready to go into the next game. And again, this has just been an incredible tournament, and what an interesting format we've had, because again, whoever it is that is first place here will get to crown themselves the champion of a format that really exists just in this little bubble before Legacy of Destruction drops next week. So here we go into Game 3 of our final semifinal match, determining who it is that's going to face Jack in our finals of the YCS Raleigh.
Now, we've seen a lot of different variations with what the Kashtira cards can do in addition to the Snake Eye cards. I already commented on the fact that Austin is not playing Dracossack, so I am really curious to see if there is something that he would do with 2 Kashtira monsters ended up on the field here in his opening turn. I saw Patrick Hoban earlier this weekend actually incorporate Dracossack into a strategy, and I thought it was quite interesting.
Hey, that's a great card historically. It looks like there's a lot of gas, but maybe no breaks in Cameron's hand. I think I counted 1, 2, 3 bonfires.
Yeah, unfortunately though for Austin, his hand has absolutely nothing that he could do. He has a copy of Flamebird, a copy of Kashtira Birth. It looked like 2 copies of Effect Veiler. I didn't quite make out the 5th card, but it is not a card that certainly does anything. We see him pass here the opening turn. Cameron is going to be able to open things up with a copy of Bonfire.
So Austin certainly just going to have to sit and wait, not completely defenseless, but to a degree having to wait to see if he gets another turn to see the light of Duel. But as we go through the bonfire, we're going to go ahead and possibly add a Poplar there. And yes, it looks like Snake Eye Poplar is being added from the deck to the hand.
That's interesting. Choosing to go with Poplar as opposed to Ash. He might have another card that he wants to normal summon.
He also may just want to get that Divine Temple of the Snake Eye as quickly as possible.
Yeah, that allows him to play under Nibiru a little bit better, which is one of the most common cards that we see in this particular matchup. And the fact that Austin played absolutely positively nothing on the opening turn actually dramatically increases the likelihood that he has Nibiru, the Primal Being, in his hand.
Because if he didn't do anything, well, he's waiting to stop you from doing anything. But speaking of doing things, going to go ahead and use the Wanted Seeker of Sinful Spoils to grab that Dia Bellstar, the Black Witch, from the deck to the hand. And what are we going to discard? Well, there's plenty of great extra bonfires there, and I think that might be exactly what we slot off there. Oh no, it's going to be Dia Bellstar for Dia Bellstar.
It looks like it was a Nibiru, yeah. So he has 2 copies of Effect Veiler, a Nibiru, Flamebird, and a Kashtira Birth. I guess one of the downsides of playing the Kashtira strategy is you want to see Fenrir, you want to see Unicorn, you're more than happy to see Pressured Planet. You do not want to draw that single copy of Kashtira Birth. That is the one deck building concession that you have to make to running the Kashtira cards, is that unlike other Kashtira strategies where you would actually love to open Birth in a lot of situations, this is absolutely not one of them when you only have 2 Kashtira main deck monsters.
Well, that Effect Veiler may not be a fire monster, but it is a light, so Bestial Druid's Worm will go ahead and slam down onto the field. Then we're seeing the activation of the field spell, Divine Temple of the Snake Eye. Put a Snake Eye Ash over there, which means that the follow-up play to a Nibiru would be insane. You would then start your combo.
And this is going to be game, I think, just about close to it, right? With the Divine Temple's boosted attack strength on his Snake Eye Oak and his Snake Eye Poplar.
It is going to be 1,100 apiece from the field spell to the Snake Eye Oak and the Snake Eye Poplar. So Cameron considering his options. And that's it. That's the handshake. Cameron Neal advances to the finals to take on Jack. And Austin, what a great tournament run he's had. Certainly understands, that he's gone as far as he could, but I know we'll love to see Austin on the stage again, and this is a great performance. Cameron, of course, smiling, a little bit of relief there, right? Even if you've been on this stage before, we talked about it earlier, you care about the game, and that smile cannot lie.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard to crack a smile out of Cameron, but absolutely. It's hard to really hold back on the emotions when you've made it this far into the event. You're now one match away. He'll be going into the finals just momentarily. He'll be facing up against a Labyrinth strategy, though, so it'll be really interesting. All weekend, we knew the power of Snake Eyes. We knew it was going to be a popular deck. We've gone all the way now to the finals. It looks like it is pure Snake Eyes into the finals. Snake Eyes going to be able to be crowned the champion yet again. Ooh. Or is Labyrinth, maybe perhaps working a little bit as the underdog, going to be able to do it?
Oh, that's going to be a tough one. Whoever wins this one, they're going to be singing songs about it, because I don't think anybody expected Labyrinth to be the #1 deck here, or I don't think anyone expected somebody to be able to beat Labyrinth after the amazing plays that we saw from Jack. But don't go away. First, we're going to go talk to Cameron about how it feels to crack his way into the finals of our YCS Raleigh. We'll be back in a moment. no stranger to Top Cut competition, from the Ultimate Duelist series straight to our YCS stage. Cameron, how does it feel still after all this time when you make it to the finals?
I'm just happy to be here.
Just living the dream?
Yeah.
Well, I gotta say, I have to ask, did you get a chance to see Jack's match before you got to this table?
Oh, yes. I definitely saw his match.
So you know exactly what it is that you're coming up against?
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one.
So you recognize that it is kind of wild to be playing against Labyrinth at this level in this tournament?
Yeah.
Well, I gotta say, with that trophy behind you, do you think this is going to be an epic duel, or take home that trophy, or, well, how do you feel about it?
I'm just going to play to the best of my abilities, and we'll see what happens.
All right, well, you heard it, Cameron, from our newest finalist here. He'll be taking on Jack in just a moment, but we're going to send it down to the desk, back to Joe, just to see what's going on in the future of Yu-Gi-Oh! Events.
Thanks, Steven. That's absolutely right. Although we only have one match this weekend, that doesn't mean that there's not plenty of more exciting Yu-Gi-Oh! On the horizon. There's a myriad of upcoming events that are worth taking a look at. Of course, we have the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, that'll be taking place May 4th through 5th. We have the 25th Anniversary Rarity Collection 2 Release Celebration that'll be taking place at OTS stores in North and Latin America between May 22nd and June 2nd. And then, of course, we'll be back in the United States for a Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series in Indianapolis, Indiana, June 2nd through 3rd. Next, we'll be looking at the World Championship Qualifier season. We'll start first in Central America with the Central America World Championship Qualifier that'll be taking place in Mexico City, Mexico, June 21st through the 23rd. We'll then go to South America and have the South American World Championship Qualifier in Lima, Peru, June 28th, 30th. The North American World Championship Qualifier will take place in Austin, Texas between July 19th and 21st. And then finally, the World Championship Qualifier season will culminate with the World Championship 2024 in Seattle, Washington. That will be taking place September 7th through the 8th. But we are just moments away from crowning our YCS champion this weekend. So we'll let the future be the future and have one final match this weekend. Is it going to be Labyrinth? Is it going to be Snake Eyes? We are just moments away from finding out.
Hello everyone, Billy Brake here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series. That's right, the YCS. And if you are born in the year 2010 or later, we have public events that are made just for you. That's right, the Dragon Duel public events. You can play with kids your own age, you get to bring your own deck, and win awesome prizes that you can only win from our Dragon Duel public events. So if you're a younger kid and you want to come check out the YCS, but maybe not enter the main event, we also have the awesome Dragon Duel public event you're going to want to check out at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series.
High pressure moment here, but you want to be able to think these things through, but you have nearly everything in, and there's a
competing for one shot at becoming YCS champion. And now we're down to the final 2 players. It's time to meet who is going to be playing in the finals of YCS Raleigh. First up, from Texas, we have Cam the Man Neal. Now his opponent, no slouch. We saw him do really well in his last feature match. From New York, we have Jack Joe. All right, these are our finalists. I got to ask you, Cam, are you ready for your first YCS finals?
Oh, I'm ready. I'm just trying to get like you.
That's awesome to hear. How about you, Jack? Are you nervous facing down Cam the Man Neal?
Yeah, of course I'm nervous. I'll just play my best.
That's what it takes. It's all about the heart of the cards. Are you, crowd, are you ready for the YCS finals? All right, I'm going to let these 2 duels get to it. It's time to duel one more time.
Was here. There's going to be one champion after this, only one player left remaining. This is do or die for these players. One player, truly a spectacular duelist, has multiple accomplishments, but the other player showing dominance in every match he's played, having a really strong strategy into the Snake Eye deck. He's dominating with Labyrinth, a deck I didn't even think was in the meta at this point. So it's going to be really interesting to see how he's going to be able to take on a titan such as Cameron Neal on his, I believe, first top.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting, Asala. Both these duelists have been playing their heart out all weekend to try and claim that trophy that is on the stage right in front of us. Cam the Man Neal, a UDS champion. We saw him make top 4 of the UUDS not too long ago. His opponent, Jack Joe, is going to be playing a deck that kind of wasn't in the format until this most recent FNL list. Labyrinth has a chance to win it all here.
It definitely does, and he's been showing why it's been so strong lately. He has been able to dominate his matches against the Snake Eye matchup. And Cameron, we talk about how accomplished he is, but this is his first YCS finals, right? He told me he has not made it past top 8 of a YCS 9 separate times. He has lost in top 8 9 times. It's the first time he's braided through, and he's gone all the way to the finals.
It is incredible. Maybe that is all he needed, was to get past that top 8 barrier, and now he can become his very own YCS champion. But Jack Joe has been playing ridiculous all weekend. The Labyrinth master. I mean, anytime you see the only Labyrinth in Top Cut, that usually means it's more of the pilot as opposed to the deck itself.
Yeah, I don't even know if someone else could mirror what's happening here with Jack. I think his playing ability is what's carried him this far.
Yeah, it is going to be an exciting one to see. Cam has been doing pretty well this format. I mean, he is a veteran player. As you mentioned, he'd made multiple top cuts before. He won a UDS quite some time ago.
It definitely created a fan base for himself. You see in the crowd how many players are there waiting to watch this match, either rooting for the Labyrinth, the underdog, or rooting for Cameron, just hoping to see him get his first YCS trophy.
Yeah, both these players are not YCS champions and would love to match their name in Yu-Gi-Oh! History and become a YCS champion.
If they get to look at that trophy there sitting pretty right in between them, hopefully it doesn't distract them too much. Stay in topic, stay with the game itself.
Indeed. So we have Pure Snake Eye up against Labyrinth. And, you know, to see a deck in the finals with no spell cards, pretty impressive.
Yeah, you know, it's not like there's not good spell cards for this Labyrinth deck to be playing. Any of the pots would have been pretty useful, but opting not to play them is very, very interesting.
All right, it looks like the duelists are shuffled up and about to do the die roll to see who is going to be going first. Oh man, it has been an incredible weekend. I can't wait to see which one of these players is going to walk away with the title YCS champion. It would mean so much to Cam. I'm sure Jack would also appreciate it if he could win it as well. I just really don't know who's going to win this one. I mean, going into it, if you told me it was Lab versus Snake Eye, I would lean Snake Eye, but Jack is an incredible duelist. Let's go ahead and jump into it. The finals are beginning. It's game 1 here at YCS Raleigh in the finals.
Let's see who gets to go first here. We're going to roll the dice.
The all-important die roll. Looks like he was about to roll them. Froze for a second. 1. What was the other one? Was it a 1 or a 6?
I could not tell.
That was too quick. That's a 4. Maybe 5, 8. It's so hard to tell those dice. We're just going to have to see who's going first based upon their actions on the opening hands. No matter who's going first, though, I see Jack Joe with a strong opening hand. Looks like he will be starting things off.
Yep, that is Ariana. Ariana's going to be able to add a Labyrinth card from deck to hand. There is a copy of Absolute King Backjack in his hand, so I think he wants one of the furniture. Yep, he's going for the Shine Granglier. That's going to be able to discard itself as well as another card from his hand in order to set a Labyrinth spell or trap from the deck. Opting to set one to the spell and trap zone here. Then, yep, you're going to discard that Backjack.
He's going to get that extra value from the Backjack to be able to potentially activate or set a trap from his deck during his opponent's turn.
Yep, we're going to be setting Big Welcome with the effect of the furniture. And now we are going to trigger the Backjack to look at the top 3 cards of the deck.
See if there is a trap. We can kind of peek. Oh, I do see a Big Welcome. He's probably going to put that one on top.
Yep.
You see him motion to move the trap on top. You don't want to have a monster because Backjack's able to banish himself to the opponent's turn. If it's a trap on top of the deck, it's going to be able to go to the spell and trap card zone.
All right, let's see. Yeah, you shouldn't cut the deck in this situation. Please don't.
All right, Cam draws the 6 cards in hand. He's going to start things off with Bonfire.
Pretty strong, pretty strong. Gets you any Pyro level 4 or lower from your deck to your hand. We've seen it all day this weekend. Or rather, we're searching this exact card, the Snake Eye Ash. No Drone Lockbird in sight, so we're off to the races here. Normal summon a Snake Eye Ash is going to be met with Infinite Impermanence.
Thumbs up from Cam means he doesn't have a cross-out designator or something like that to stop this Infinite Impermanence. Well, how will he continue his follow-up? Does he have Wanted? Does he have Diabell Star?
There is the Wanted.
Wanted. Secret of the Sinful Spoils. This is going to let him add that Diabell Star, the Black Witch, from the deck to the hand, allowing him to get access to something like Original Sinful Spoil Snake Eye.
Now, Jack has a few interruptions available to him. He does have access to that Big Welcome that he has set, and there is the Backtrack effect as well, but that's also just setting another Big Welcome for what we saw earlier. I don't know if it's going to be enough to stop what's going to happen here with the Diabell Star.
Going to send Snake Eyes Poplar from his deck to his hand to summon the Diabell Star, and then Chainlink 1, Diabell Star, Chainlink 2, Poplar to go in the spell and trap card zone, ready to be used with that Original Sinful Spoils he's going to set from the deck.
This is really important. Getting Poplar in rotation means when you do attempt to summon them back via Snake Eye Oak or Flamebridge, you will be able to summon Poplar and get access to your temple.
Let's see where he goes from here. A lot on the line. Both these players will be a first-time YCS champion if they manage to beat their opponent, but they're both just incredible duelists, making it all the way to the finals here out of 1,800 players. Just incredible.
Yeah, anyone that makes it to a YCS final is an incredible duelist.
There's a lot to consider when you're playing against a deck like Labyrinth. There's a lot of different trap cards they can utilize. Since they're able to set the traps from their deck, at some point there could be a lot of things like Daruma Destructive Karma Cannon that you have to watch out for potentially, and you still have to look for those monster effects from the hand that they might be potentially playing.
Yeah, this is one of those situations where there's so many variables they have to keep in account, because you have no idea, if you're the Snake Eye player, what that Backtrack is going to do. It could be setting the Daruma Cannon, it could be setting potentially even a different Dimension Gun. I think that would have been a shotgun a little earlier. Maybe like a Welcome Labyrinth to pair with the big Welcome Labyrinth.
And the Link summon, since Diabell Star the Black Witch is a dark monster, he's going to be able to make Dark Charmer here, and now that's going to prompt Jack to use Big Welcome Labyrinth.
But there is an Ash Blossom.
Ash Blossom is so good against Labyrinth, almost as good as it is against Branded. Being able to stop the Welcome Labyrinth and Big Welcome Labyrinth is huge here for Cam.
Yep, he's going to be able to summon that Labyrinth Chandelier. Going to be able to link these away, maybe going straight into the Promethean Princess.
Links them away. Summons Celine.
Oh, Celine, that's always a great option. There is, in fact, the Diabell Star in the graveyard. There are no spells from Jack's side. He does not play any. But there is the Wanted in the graveyard, the Bonfire in the graveyard, as well as the Poplar to count as 3 for the effect of Celine.
Going to be able to bring back that Spellcaster in defense mode. Then he's going to link them away. Oh, no.
Into Nibiru.
He's not going to link them away. It's going to hit by Nibiru. The problem being, since he knew he was already threatening Appaloosa, Bow of the Goddess.
Which is fine, because you still have the original Sinful Spoils set.
Smart stuff from Cam, the man, Neil, representing the great state of Texas.
Yeah, now it looks like Cameron's off to the races. We still have that backtrack threatening Cam's plays, but he doesn't know it's only a big welcome that won't be able to do much since it's already been activated. Cameron might be able to just take it home right here. There is the Snake Eye Oak. Snake Eye Oak is likely going to be summoning back that Snake Eye Poplar, triggering Poplar's effect.
Indeed, it does target Snake Eye's Poplar. Poplar comes to the field. It hasn't been summoned just yet, so it will be able to add that spell trap, as you mentioned, Asala.
The longer this turn goes, the more I worry about potentially Cameron playing a spell trap in the Imperm column. It shouldn't happen. There shouldn't be any spell traps he needs to play for the rest of the turn, but I just know since it's been so long, people might forget where it was.
Oh, seeing that he had the Big Welcome, that's so unfortunate that the Backjack only could find him another copy of Big Welcome Labyrinth.
Yeah, I believe he set it up so the Big Welcome is on the top and probably the Chandelier is after before the Lady as third, I assume. But neither of those are the fantastic draws in the situation that he's in.
I mean, he's got to survive this turn, which is not looking good. Divine Temple of the Snake Eye is going to place a Snake Eye from the deck to the Spell and Trap card zone.
Yep, just a copy of the Flamebirch Dragon here. You know the Nibiru is already resolved, so you can just try to force your way through. There's not much you can do about a Daruma cannon at this point, but do you think if you're Jack, you would have used it by now?
Oh, yeah. I mean, no, you could pretty much wait and just see kind of where it goes and save it like as a
like right before the battle phase, or like
yeah,
something.
To get rid of the link monsters and stuff. Yeah.
So, is there anything you can do to try to counter that if you're Cameron?
I don't think so. I think right now you just kind of go for it. You try and find a way to get game as fast as possible and try and
so you basically
finish the duel.
There's not a card you could play around anyway, so you try to finish the game and just hope it's not that card in this situation.
All right, so now he's going to be able to use the Snake Eyes Flamebirch Dragon effect that he sent to the graveyard to special summon back 2 level 1s. They all gain 1100 attack thanks to that field spell, Divine Temple of the Snake Eye. And
that's
Jack
a concession.
Joe has seen enough, and Cam the Man Neal takes game 1. He is now 1 game win away from becoming a YCS champion to add to his decorated history as a duelist. There's only a few players that are UDS champions and YCS champions. I mean, there's only so many UDS champions, but Cam wants to add his name to that upper elite cast of players and duelists.
Yeah, he made it all the way to the top 4 of the Ultimate UDS Championship, unfortunately losing out to Jesse Cotton, the eventual winner of that tournament. But he is trying to, again, take another title for himself, and he's only 1 game away now. He was able to defeat Labyrinth after it was setting up, not the most ideal setup for Labyrinth, but Labyrinth was still going first, had multiple interruptions, but when you have a strong Snake Eye start with the Snake Eye Ash, as well as the Diabell start to be able to play through it, you can just see how powerful the deck is.
I mean, yeah, through an Imperm and a Nibiru, the Primal Being, and like heads up knowing how to force out that Nibiru, threatening the Appaloosa, the Bow of the Goddess, just incredible play here from Cam. But, you know, Jack has to not get rattled. I'm sure there's plenty of times he's lost game 1 throughout this tournament, and then he's able to bounce back to 2-0. I mean, the side deck really changes things, especially when you're going first. We mentioned how Lady is able to set those traps from the deck. There's a lot of really strong traps that you can side in that can work really well against the Snake Eye strategy. Stuff like Different Dimension Ground is one that I'm always looking at.
Yeah, Labyrinth is definitely a deck that gets stronger post-side when you're able to pick and choose what the most powerful trap card is to resolve with the Labyrinth cards. And this is definitely a position that Jack has been in several times. He's not going to feel the pressure of just losing game 1, because if he was constantly losing game 1 and not feeling confident enough to win 2 more games, he wouldn't be this far.
Definitely. He's played plenty of Snake Eye matches throughout this tournament so far, so he just has to keep calm, collected, and know that he has to win. I mean, he cannot lose another game.
Yeah, that is the pressure. You have no more games to lose this tournament.
Yeah, and I mean, if anyone deserves, I mean, Jack deserves to be a YCS champion probably just as much as Cam, but I know personally from experience that Cam is one of those people who just plays constantly. Even back 7 years ago when I was trying to go to the World Championship, I would go to the local store and hang out just pretty much by myself for like 5 or 6 hours, and Cam would always come in and just duel me relentlessly. It would just be me and him going at it game after game, help me like perfect my Infernoid deck. He is just a fan of the game and a true duelist.
Absolutely. You can, if anything about this match, you have to say that Cam might be hungrier for this title.
I mean, he's wanted this for so long, and as you mentioned, yeah, having to lose in top 8 so many times. Like, I always mention, like, yeah, top 8 is a tough time for Cam. I didn't realize it was 0-9 in top 8. Well, now what? 1-10?
1-9.
Oh, it's 1-9. He had 8 before, and this was the 9th one.
No, he lost 9 times. Now he has won one. So.
Oh, 1-9. Yeah,
yes.
one out of 10. Oh man. I mean, the 10th one is the the lucky charm.
Yeah, double-digit losses in top 8 would have been something else.
Wait, I mean, what about double-digit losses in the finals? Is Jesse at double-digit losses in the finals yet?
No, I think he's like 6-6.
He's been to the finals like 12 times.
Yeah,
that's crazy. That's wild. But Cam definitely trying to make a name for himself to be up there in the upper echelon of players of all of Yu-Gi-Oh! History. He has a chance to do it right now for game number 2 of YCS Raleigh 2024. This could be the final game of the tournament.
I believe Labyrinth is going to take the lead once more. Let's see if he has a more ideal opener. Looking at his hand, contemplating for a little bit. We're going to lead with Arius.
Arius is going to let him set a trap from his hand and activate it this turn. So he's going to
that big welcome.
That big welcome. Activates big welcome. Let's see if he grabs Ariana or a furniture piece.
Yeah, just getting the Ariana right.
I mean, the Ariana can get you whatever you need. That makes a lot of sense.
And you want to just at least have Ariana on the field to get the bonus effects on the following turn when the trap cards are activated.
So here it comes. He gets to return it to the hand, and now he's going to normal summon it. Does Cam have a response? He does. Infinite impermanence.
Oh, but he can chain the Arius now because a card was activated in response to the effect of a Labyrinth card.
Gets to bring it back to the field from the graveyard. So he has access to a Chaos Angel potentially.
For why? I don't really know, but he could.
He could. What else does he have? Jack knows there's a lot on the line here. That trophy is literally right next to them. We can see the shadow of what they can win right there on the edge of the tournament table. Having the Snake Eye deck, I guess it's going to be useful against, those and probably just as much.
Summon the Nibiru and get the body on the field, maybe.
Snake Eye's Poplar is going to add Divine Temple of the Snake Eye. This card has been an MVP for Cam. We saw him use it to be able to finish off Austin under 5 summons in the semifinals.
Yeah, the
boost from the 1100 really adds up when you're able to summon so many of those Snake Eye monsters. That is right.
It's the hidden ability of Divine Temple, honestly.
It's also like the first sentence. But sometimes the first sentence is the hardest one to remember.
Honestly, most of the time I want to say it is.
Or it's the second sentence, I guess, in this case. But now he's going to use it. It really is. Sometimes you overlook those middle sentences. Snake Eye Ash is going to send both these cards to the graveyard to summon Snake Eye Slamber's Dragon to the field. Let's see if he tries to move one of these monsters into the spell and trap card zone with that Flamebird's Dragon, trying to clear the way. Oh my gosh, Cam's hand is good.
Yeah, he does have the Cosmic Cyclone just to keep the Labyrinth cards at bay if he tries to set anything before he can actually activate them. He has a 1-for-1 as well. Right now, he just needs to play cautiously. Okay, he's going to put the Ariana back there.
Trying to get it out of the way.
And getting it out of rotation from the graveyard. Surprising to go for that. Or like, okay, you get to force the big welcome here, putting the Ariana back in the hand. That's fine for Cameron. Getting a potential response out of the way, because he could have had Lady in the hand to special summon herself, and that would have been a potential response with the actual big welcome on his side of the field.
Now a Link summon coming down, going to send Poplar and Flamebird's Dragon to the graveyard. I'm on the edge of my seat.
Yeah, it's so close right now. Cameron's hand is really strong. He's going to be triggering the Flamebridge here, which will likely force the Nibiru from Jack's hand.
And this Poplar might help. Going to go into Hida. So Chain Link 1, Flamebird, or Chain Link. Oh, he's just going to do them all.
Yep.
Poplar is going to put the Flamebird in the spell and trap card zone. Then you're going to summon back the 2 level 1s. The Oak's going to summon back Poplar.
Yep, he's just already attributing the Arius for the effect of Arius to set. Oh, that's I forgot about Arius' effect in the hand to set the trap trick from the hand.
It also works from the field. So the Nibiru is going to come down. He's going to use the Chandelier to discard the Nibiru. It's still going to resolve, tripping all the monsters. He's not going to get the token. He's going to be able to set the trap from the hand.
Yep, this will not
Now,
trigger the temple because no monsters were summoned.
That is huge. The interaction there to play around Temple, pushing forward the Flamebird's Dragon when he's trying to use the Temple to push forward. Crazy. Excellent play from both of these duelists. Heads up. It looks like Big Welcome is coming from the deck to the field, thanks to Chandelier.
Yep. He will not be able to use this turn. He has used the effect of Big Welcome already. Not that it would particularly matter, but with the trap trick still in, let's see what he's going to be able to go with that. There is a Cosmic Cyclone in Cameron's hand to try to get rid of the follow-up in the situation. Could be really relevant because I don't think he's going to be able to go for game just yet because he does have the 1-for-1 to push a little bit further, but I don't think he's going to be able to push further than whatever trap trick activates.
What is Cam going to do from here?
He knows that there is only... At this point, there are no variables, right? It's an Ariana in hand, a trap trick set, and a Big Welcome set.
He has Diabell Star. He's going to send the Flamebird's Dragon. So now he's going to be able to get access to original Sinful Spoils.
He's already used the effect of Oak as well as Ash, so I don't know how valuable it'll really be. It's just follow-up for next turn at this point. You just want to generate some more bodies onto the field right now. You do have access to Dark Charmer now that there is a monster in Jack's graveyard. If we can get our way to Princess, that's where we need to be. Yep, just going to be able to sacrifice the Divine Temple here for the effect of the Sinful Spoils. Going to be able to generate another body onto the field, and with the 1-for-1, or actually just with the Dark, that can climb up into Princess. Yep, there's another copy of Snake Eye Ash.
This is probably going to prompt the Trap Trick. Trap Trick lets you banish a trap from your deck and then grab that same trap to be able to be used.
But that will be the last trap you can use that turn. Oldest trick in the book.
It is a good one. It looks like he's going for Dogmatic Punishment. Yes, you got to banish the non-QCR to set the QCSC.
Yeah, we got to put respect on it. And now we're going to target the Diabell Star.
Then he's going to be able to send Tiss even, because it has 2,500, and take out the Snake Eye Ash as well.
Yep, that's going to likely be clearing up Cameron's turn here. I think he just wants to...
Gets to add back the Chandelier as well. You know, Jack's showing why the Labyrinth strategy is still good.
At this point, I think Cameron still wants to use Cosmic Cyclone on the Big Welcome right now when it can't be used. He doesn't want to wait until his opponent's turn when it can be activated. And he just needs to survive, right? He will have the original Sinful Spoils to get him access to Ash, and then he still has the 1-for-1 to push further. Oh, and he actually has Triple Tactics Talents.
Oh, and it looks like he's going to draw. Oh, he has 1-for-1 in his hand as well. I don't know how much that will help him since he's already used all of his cards, but he's getting some defensive cards that you mentioned might be able to help him survive to get to his next turn to use that original Sinful Spoils if he needs it.
Oh, those are powerful cards here. He has the Cosmic Cyclone to check the Big Welcome right now. He has infinite impermanence to check the Ariana that's in Jack's hand. So it's just going to be the Shangri-La as well as the card drawn for turn.
He does indeed use that Cosmic Cyclone, pays 1,000 to banish Big Welcome. It's way better than Mystical Space Typhoon because the Big Welcome has
an effect
the graveyard effect.
That's 2 copies of Big Welcome banished now, likely only 1 remaining. Setting the infinite impermanence and passing turn here. Not opting to use the effect to discard the Ariana. You want to be normal summoning it in this position, it seems. Yep, normal summoning the Ariana now. Will that be met with the infinite impermanence? Or will you hold it for later? Yep, opting to use it now. And then you get to chain the Ariana because, or not the Ariana, the Arius, because something was used on a Labyrinth effect. And then just gets to swing in for some damage.
Yep, the Labyrinth cards being able to just keep coming back and keep putting on the pressure is pretty nice.
He can't go into the extract this turn because of punishment, so that likely means it's going to be a pass back. Oh, but we get to discard a backjack with the hand regular. Going to be the third big welcome, and we get to see potentially another trap card from the top of the deck.
Is that big welcome?
Yes.
Draw, looking for backjack.
It's two monsters and a trap trick.
Next up, what's he gonna do from here?
Big welcome and trap trick is still pretty strong in this position. That's going to at least be able to summon the lovely Labyrinth and be able to bounce back one of your own monsters to be able to trigger a destruction effect. That's going to at least check one of Cameron's cards. And then the backtrack will get him access to Trap Trick. Oh, we draw Bonfire.
Bonfire. Lets him add that Snake Eye Ash.
He already had the original Sinful Spoil in the grave, so if something happens to this Ash, he is still able to get access to Poplar. Not that the Poplar would have much to do besides just putting itself on the field, but that's a lot of the time enough. And there was only one Flame Bridge used within the last turn, I think, so there's still one in the deck. Unless he sided it out.
Which could be the case going second, but probably not.
Unlikely, yeah.
Unlikely. But we never know. I know I do random things with my side deck sometimes, and it looks like he is going to normal summon that Snake Eye Ash, and it's going to work to add... Looks like he's eyeing that Snake Eye's Poplar.
Yep, it's going to be the Poplar. Now, I like this play specifically because I see myself using the original Simple Spells if anything happens here to put the Oak back in the deck, add any other monster, and then 1-for-1 back the Oak.
That would be epic. Looks like he's looking, thinking. I just can't believe that Cam might be moments away from becoming a YCS champion. Couldn't happen to a more deserving duelist. But Jack is going to do everything in his power to stop him from achieving that goal.
I think this is where you go for the Anima. The Poplar can put itself or anything back into the spell and trap zone. You can use Ash's effect to try to summon another Flame Bridge out.
By sending the Flame Bridge? Oh, is it going to finish the story? Big welcome being used here.
Chaining the backjack to put the trap trick on the field.
That's a good one to set.
And then shuffling the rest of the deck because you don't want to draw those cards. Yep, there is the lovely. And now you're going to use this to get rid of the Ash. And putting the Arias back in your hand.
The snakes have infiltrated the Labyrinth, but the Labyrinth has a bunch of traps around every corner.
I'll destroy Ash.
This is going to come down to what that trap trick is going to be able to set.
Gets a draw card thanks to the Ariana.
I'll proceed neither set or...
Lovely Labyrinth. On the field.
Yep, lovely. He's able to use its effect to destroy the Ash here. This is where you have to use the original. Cameron's thinking through his options here.
Eyeing that last card in his hand. He needs to get this Flamebridge Dragon off the field.
I think it's a Harpy's Feather Duster, right? Maybe he wants to use it now just to see what his opponent does with a trap trick?
Harpy's Feather Duster is pretty good against trap trick.
Oh, but it's Twin Twister.
Twisters.
Oh, no.
Discarding 1-for-1. Targeting. No, that's amazing. He gets to target his own Flamebridge Dragon.
Oh, you know, I forgot about that part. That's good enough.
Wow, Twin Twisters making its way. We saw Christian Reina have it in his side deck last weekend, I believe, at YCS Guadalajara, and now it is more popularized, and it's in Cam's side deck as well. Picking out the Trap Trick and his Flamebird's Dragon. So the Flamebird's Dragon is going to be able to summon back Mystical Space Typhoon, couldn't do that. Cosmic Cyclone couldn't do that. Harvey's Feather Duster couldn't do that. But Twin Twisters showing you deck building is so important when you go into the tournament. You have to have these specific cards ready. But he is going to set the room. Or is it Full Force Virus?
It's Full Force Virus.
Oh man, that's going to take out all monsters with 1500 or less defense, which is all of his monsters on the field. Wow. Out of nowhere, Full Force Virus takes game number 2, and Jack says, not yet. I still have another duel in me.
Wow, I can't believe it.
I saw it in the side deck and didn't want to say anything, hoping that it would come out, and Full Force Virus puts Jack right back into this game, and we're going to a game 3, the final duel of YCS Raleigh. And look, I would be like feeling it. And that's what it's all about. I just want to see good Yu-Gi-Oh! That's all I care about. Let me see some awesome duels, some awesome action, unexpected surprises. You know, this format's shaping up so well. The brand new Forbidden Limited list last week, Legacy of Destruction premiere event was this weekend. It's going to be legal for play next weekend to even shake things up even further. It's just a great time to be a Yu-Gi-Oh! Player.
Absolutely. Now, Cameron does get to go first now, since he...
For the first time.
Yeah, he has a choice. And he has a lot of options. I mean, we saw Twin Twisters already, but there are plenty of cards in his side deck to account for this matchup. Which, I mean, I don't think they were here for this matchup, but they
Nice
are...
crossover.
Yeah.
Nice crossover. That's like some of the good things when you're building your side deck. You want to make sure you have cards that kind of work against a lot of different strategies. But yeah, going first, we're going to have to see how it's going to work out for him. The typical board that you might make with a Snake Eye strategy might not work going into against the Labyrinth deck, so we'll have to see if he adjusts what he ends up doing on his turn 1. You know, with not being able to put up something like Baron de Fleur or Borload Savage Dragon, which would outright destroy the Labyrinth deck probably, having to go second into those cards, it's not going to be as easy as that.
Yeah, he's going to have to find ways to deal with the spell and traps. But even in that game alone, we saw Cosmic Cyclone, we saw Twin Twister. In previous matches, we saw the Bystials. He has a lot of tools to really attempt to outgrind this matchup. So we'll have to see what he's able to put down.
Yeah, and Jack, I mean, a card he's had both game 1 and 2, Nibiru, the Primal Being. Is he going to have access to that again? I mean, the big turning point in this duel, I think that really got him into it, was the Nibiru being discarded by the Labyrinth Chandelier, able to tribute off all the monsters. Since the Nibiru didn't get summoned, the token doesn't get summoned. Since nothing was summoned, he doesn't get to summon that Flamebird's Dragon off the Divine Temple of the Snake Eye. That was the moment where everything shifted in Jack's favor. I mean, then obviously the back Jack having to hit the Trap Trick grabbing the Full Force Virus that he included in his side deck. Oh, I love it. This is great. I love the duel. I'm just so excited to see such an exciting final. Both these duels decorated. Oh, so just can't wait to see who's going to win.
This is quality Yu-Gi-Oh! Right here.
I'm losing it. I'm like rolling back. I have a rolly chair. I'm rolling around, trying to stay still.
I'm trying to hold him still. I'm not doing
working. The Saul's always trying to hold me down, but I'm just not letting it happen. All right, the duels are shuffled up. The side decks have been utilized, and now we are jumping into the final game of YCS Raleigh. It's game 3 of the finals.
It's do or die here. There's only one game left to be played. A champion will be decided in mere moments.
Is it just me, or is this shadow growing? It seems like the shadow from the trophy has just increased. It is looming over the field they're playing on. Cam starting with Wanted, Seeker of the Sinful Spoils. An amazing start. I have to assume he's doing this in the draw phase to play around a card like Droll and Lockbird.
You have to imagine so. There's not really much of a punish. Unless he did have a copy of Triple Tactics Talents in his hand. Maybe it was worth it to do it in the main phase. There is merit to that.
Like he moves to the main phase, going to special summon The Black Witch into Fistful, discarding another copy of Wanted Seeker of the Sinful Spoils.
I don't think he has a copy of Snake Eye Ash in his hand to really pair with it to get maximum value here. But we'll have to see he's able to do the full combo, which we have yet to see, or at least I have yet to see in this tournament.
Here comes the activation of original Sinful Spoils, Snake Eye. Does he have an Ash Blossom? Nope, it's going to resolve.
All right, we're off to the races here.
Snake Eye Ash. Is there an infinite impermanence? Is there anything to stop it? It's a nod from Jack. It's going to resolve.
This is what Snake Eye loves to see. At least step one, if Ash is able to resolve, you just have two bodies on the field. They will generate more advantage at every second.
He's going to have an extra draw from the Wanted already since the original is in the graveyard. The Poplar is going to add Divine Temple of the Snake Eye.
Cameron in a solid position already.
The Divine Temple is going to allow him to place a Snake Eye monster from the deck into a spell and trap card zone.
Now, at this point, do you think he's going to deviate from the standard lines, or is he just going to keep going as normal?
It's looking pretty standard so far. Grabbing the Oak to send to the graveyard with the Snake Eye Ash. He could have Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring right here to try and cut off Snake Eye's Flamebird Dragon. He doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, you probably would have done it on the original Sinful Spoils unless you're trying to play around something like Cyframe Gamma.
Or like a normal summon of Snake Eye Ash, potentially. But here he goes. Will he be able to play around Nibiru the Primal Being? Does Jack have Nibiru the Primal Being? These are the questions going through the Duelist heads right now. It's going to be a Link summon.
I mean, Jack's hand does look like it has a good amount of monsters in it.
The Poplar, being able to link away Poplar and Flamebird, being able to put the Snake Eye Flamebird into, usually as long as you can't Nibiru and discard the Nibiru, helps you play around Nibiru, but we know that Jack can play around this strategy already, and he does have Nibiru. Does he have the Labyrinth monster to discard it? Oh, he has Crossout Designator! He's going to call Nibiru the Primal Being. It's not going to resolve. I love Crossout Designator.
We've seen that Crossout do a lot of work for Cameron here.
It's so good.
Well, that means, I don't know how Labyrinth deals with a full... Oh!
Let me take a look.
Oh, no, there's multiple backtrack. Oh, get rid of the Ariana.
Oh my
no.
gosh.
No, actually, okay, you can get rid of the Ariana. I mean, there was an argument to hit the Daruma. I'm not going to lie to you.
Daruma, Backjack, Nibiru. Not a great hand. If he's able to use SP Little Knight just to snipe something like the Daruma Destructive Karma Cannon, oh my gosh.
Yeah, I mean, it's really going to come down to what Jack draws. Because
he already has the IP and everything is set up for him already. You're right, it is going to come down to the draw on... I mean, that's what Yu-Gi-Oh! Is all about. It's about the heart of the cards.
It's not over yet. Cameron just has to take into account what could happen. At the very least, if he does draw another trap card, he's going to be able to set two. Cameron's going to be able to hit one of them with SP Little Knight, and then he'll know for sure what the other one is if he doesn't hit the Daruma Cannon.
Going to be a Link summon for Promethean Princess. Promethean Princess is going to bring back the Snake Eyes Poplar. He's going to link away the Poplar and the Princess.
Yep, going into Hida. Okay. And then we're going to climb into...
Celine. Okay. He's trying to make sure there's no card that Jack can draw that will get him back into this game, I believe.
I think, yeah, he wants to make sure he's accounting for drawing one of those, either Chandregular or Stovey Torby from the top of the deck.
Yep, yes, he is. Appaloosa, Bow of the Goddess, 1600 attack. Snake Eye Oak is going to allow him to access the Snake Eye Flamebird's Dragon from the deck, so he's going to be able to place that IP Masquerena into a spell and trap card zone and summon it forward during Jack's turn. Unless he sided it out. But he didn't. When he went through his deck a second time, I was a little worried. My heart skipped a beat, but he did summon the Flamebird's Dragon. It's going to place that beautiful, beautiful Starlight IP Masquerena. I can't tell if it's Starlight.
Or if it's Starlight or Cruciar, it could be either.
No one can, probably Starlight. Gonna use Wanted. I forgot he's getting an extra draw. Gonna put it to the bottom. Draws a card.
Already a formidable field. Still has two cards in hand. Let's see if those are gonna add any additional layers of interruption here. Nope, just passed on.
What does he draw? Jack needs to ask Obelisk, Raw, Cypher for an amazing card right now. He doesn't play any spell cards though. Those would be the ones you're looking for. Something like Pot of Extravagance or something. He's gonna normal summon back Jack.
Okay, so he can go into something along the lines of Relinquished Anima.
Okay.
Typhon!
He can't push forward, but he can use, you can use the Divine Temple to summon the IP. Okay, so he's at least going to have the Daruma Destructive Karma Cannon. Oh, man. Typhon. If your opponent summoned 2 or more monsters from the extra deck in the previous turn, you can just put it on top of your lowest or highest attack monster on your side of the field. All monsters with 3,000 more attacks effects can't be activated, and it can return a card on the opponent's side of the field once per turn.
Yeah, this is a dangerous position to be in because, I mean, you'd still have to deal with the backtrack once you get rid of the Typhon. So if you're going into the Little Knight now, you're not getting the additional value from the Flamebridge, and you already put back the original Symbol Spoil, so you don't have the guaranteed follow-up right now.
All right, he is going to use IP Masquerena.
Will you give up the Appaloosa instead? I doubt it. You're probably going to have to use the Flamebridge.
Does he go for SP Little Knight?
He has to. Yep, going into the Little Knight. Little Knight's effect will be able to banish the Typhon.
Yep, and as you mentioned, he can't use the Flamebird's Dragon effect in the graveyard since it has 3,000 attack, and that Typhon is still face up on the field. He had to give that up. He's going to let the Backjack effect to look at the top 3 and rearrange them resolve. He wants to save the Appaloosa for the effect to banish to set one of those trap cards and be able to use it.
Makes a lot of sense here. Unfortunately, the Daruma Cannon is already checking both those monsters.
Yeah, the Karma Cannon is just going to send them to the graveyard.
I mean, this is what I was worried about when you're allowing your opponent to keep that card in your hand.
Oh, man, my hands are on my head. Oh, boy. He's going to set the Karma Cannon, all right. But he does have the original. No, he put the original back.
He put the original back.
Okay, what does Cam have? I think you have to just do it. You have to shotgun it right here, right? I guess you could wait. No,
you can't shotgun it because then you'll just chain the Little Knight, right? But
then it gets the Appaloosa off the field, so you can use the Backjack. I guess it depends what trap he put on top of his deck with Backjack.
Yeah, I didn't really get to see. He has 1-for-1 and 2 monsters, so okay, this is not the end of the world. He has plenty of ways to play. It's just about getting a Flamebridge back on the field at this point. This is why I'm saying, like, because Backtrack exists in the graveyard and Daruma Cannon exists, I think it might have had merit to just link away with the Appaloosa and leave the Flamebridge on the field.
That might have been something to consider. He is going to go ahead and use 1-for-1 discarding effect, Veiler.
It's going to be allowed here. We still do not know the mystery card that Jack drew for turn. We're going to be summoning Snake Eye Ash. Going to be able to resolve its effect.
And he has Nibiru the Primal being in the hand.
That's true. It's still in the hand.
I think I'm going to be sick.
This is a crazy game. We thought Jack was out so early, and it's now looking like he is potentially in control of this game.
Oh my gosh. The Poplar is going to add original Sinful Spoils. Now it has to be the time for Karma Cannon. Karma Cannon will flip all monsters on the field face down, and those monsters that cannot be flipped face down will be sent to the graveyard. Maybe not. Slight hesitation, a deep think.
I mean, until there is something that actually forces the Karma Cannon, I'm not really sure if there's any reason for him to flip it up. Cameron can try to force out the Daruma Cannon early with something along the lines of, well, he doesn't have to, but I thought Nightmare Phoenix was a consideration.
Cam is at 2 summons. What is he going to chain the SP Little Knight? Going to banish one of his Snake Eye monsters? I mean, banishing Appaloosa doesn't really get you anywhere. It will come back with no attack.
Yeah, you just want to be able to banish the Little Knight so you don't lose it. But it's a question of what you can do with the Snake Eye monsters at this point. Maybe at the very least, you want to get rid of the Poplar so that when Poplar comes back, it has the ability to put something in the spell and trap zone for Temple.
It looks like he is going to go Appaloosa, though, but Destructive Daruma, Karma Cannon out of Darkwing Blast.
Yep, no, I like it. He's choosing to keep the Poplar here.
Okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But I love that just one trap card can really turn things around. I mean, Typhon wins games that you would otherwise not win.
Yeah, something we haven't really seen a lot of, but always something you have to keep in the back of your head.
Oh, man.
I mean, if Cameron considered Typhon as a possibility, he might have had to just immediately use SP Little Knight on the backtrack. He might have been in a much better position.
He still has original Sinful Spoils. Oak is in the graveyard.
Yeah, he could use original Sinful Spoils on the temple now. But to what end? Nope, he's just
End phase.
We're going back to the end phase here.
All right, Jack survived.
Oh, he's going to, before going and drawing your card for turn, Jack's going to attempt to use the backjack.
There should be a time for me before I draw.
Did they already go all the way?
So
He did pick up the card from the top of his deck.
Did he get too excited? See, they're going to check with the judges. I know that SP Little Knight and Poplar came back. It looked like he was about to draw for his turn. I thought he was drawing for his turn, but then,
he did pick up the card.
Yeah. And then maybe just got a little excited. It is the finals. We're going to have to see how the judges, they were there watching, how they determine this to play out. This is a high pressure situation.
The highest pressure situation.
Like, I'm not even in this match and I'm losing it.
Of course, I know what it is, but I tried to.
Unfortunately, we are in your draw favors. We're attempting to draw.
The judges are going to be forced to make a decision here. Will he be forced to draw the card, or will he be able to activate the backjack? It looks like he's drawing the card.
Oh, no.
This could really mess up the entire rotation of the backjack, because this not only messes up the top trap card, but the card he was supposed to draw had he done the backjack, right? He planned it to draw the second card, and now he's a normal summon the backjack. Is he going to make a second Typhon? Well, there was nothing summoned from the extract, so he can't do that. He's just going to go straight into Anima, but there's nothing in those zones for Anima. They're just putting it in the graveyard.
To use its effect.
So you get to reorder the top of the deck now. And now you get to use the Princess.
Destroys the Anima, destroys the Poplar. Princess comes to the field.
And now the Poplar will be able to put the Flame Bridge back in the Spell and Trap Zone for the Temple. This is huge.
It looks like Poplar is going to play Snake Eyes Flame Bird Dragon into the Spell and Trap card zone. Princess is on the field. SP Little Knight is still here. Looks like he's going to, can't tell which one that is.
I think it's Stovitor because it's super rare.
Makes sense. Stovitor, he's going to discard Nibiru to set. Was it Big Welcome?
Yep, Big Welcome. And now the deck is shuffled, so nothing from the top is known anymore. The backtracks are going to be random.
Can still get lucky and hit a trap card off the top of the deck.
It's a pretty good percentage, right? There's a lot of trap cards in that deck. And we're going to be passing turn.
Draws. Has the Princess effect to be able to activate right away to spell summon a fire monster from his graveyard.
We can immediately flip summon the Ash as well to send.
Princess effect. He's going to bring back. It has to be a Flame Bird.
Oh, he does have two of them already. Okay.
Snake Eyes Flame Bird Dragon coming back to the field.
Now, we did discard the Nibiru here, so not necessarily another Nibiru in the hand. You could just threaten the battle phase, go straight into it. That is a lot of damage.
Looks like he's looking up at Jack, thinking about trying to go to battle. He's going to go attack with SP Little Knight, 1600. Jack has to go for backjack here or use his Big Welcome.
Yep, he's going to activate. Oh, and there's an Ash Blossom!
Enjoy the spring! Cutting off, now it's down to back.
That's it! Cameron Neal is a YCS champion.
Cam, the man, Neal, UDS champion, now finally a YCS champion. He finished the story this weekend.
That was an incredible game. It was so like surprisingly back and forth. It felt like it was supposed to be Cameron's game from the beginning.
I misplayed a lot.
But Zach was able to hold back for as long as he could, but eventually that Ash Blossom really sealed the deal for Cameron there, and the Snake Eye Onslaught was too much for him to handle.
Cameron Neal. His name is Cam the Man Neal. He lives, breathes, sleeps, eats Yu-Gi-Oh! And now he is a YCS champion. Cameron Neal. I just can't believe it. One of the best duelists I have encountered throughout my years. From Texas. Just amazing. I think our head judge is going to present the trophy to him. Manny right there coming around the stage. The trophy was right next to him all along. Oh my gosh, I can't believe he has actually become a YCS champion. The firm handshake. And there it is, the trophy handed to our winner, Cam Neal.
Oh, look at him just holding his trophy for the first time here. Finally a YCS champion after over a decade of playing this game.
He has a belt, but now he has a trophy to go along with it. Just incredible. We're going to be right back for a winner interview to hear from Cam the man himself, so don't go anywhere. I'm going to be up on that stage and asking him how he feels about that match. Stay tuned for our winner's interview. We'll be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We're on the stage. I told you we'd be right back with our winners interview. I'm here with Cam the man Neal. I know how much this means to you, but I want to hear it from yourself. How does it feel to finally become a YCS champion?
That feels amazing. No better feeling, to be honest.
You know, we were all rooting for you, representing Texas. You are the man, the legend. So it's meant so much to you. What do you have to say to all those other people who are aspiring to finally win a YCS? I know it means so much, but what kind of advice that you can give to all the other duelists out there?
Just play a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! You'll eventually just start doing well.
Never give up and keep playing. That's the best advice you can have. Now that you're UDS champion, you had the belt, now you got the trophy. What's next for Cam the man Neal?
I'm going to Worlds this year.
He said he's going to Worlds. I believe you. You are incredible. You're off to an incredible start for the year. Let's give it up one more time for our YCS Raleigh champion, Cameron Neal. All right. It's been an incredible weekend, an amazing finish, a finale that I couldn't have dreamed of, in one of the most deserving duelists finally being crowned YCS champion. I hope you all enjoyed as much as I have, and all of our other casters. I want to say thank you to Konami. Thank you to everyone that's been working on this to put this amazing event on. Thank you to all you players watching at home, and all you that are going to come to our future events to maybe become a YCS champion as well. It takes a village to put on a show like this. You won't believe how many people are behind the scenes to put on this production. Thank you to everyone, and we'll be back for YCS Indie right at the very beginning of June. You should go, but if not, you can watch the live stream as well. Did we have our NAWCQ this summer? Cam might be going to the World Championship in Seattle in September. We're going to have to wait and find out. Thanks for watching this weekend. I'm Billy Brake, and don't forget, it's time to duel.